I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? When you stand like a bull, stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? When you stand like a bull, stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill,
live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 134. Where Zelenskyy is wearing a suit. So that must be something. Something's wrong happening. For him to wear a suit. Yeah. Oops. And then Trump had some amazing Supreme Court wins over the week, and also in one of the latest news, Ukraine's F-16 got shot down. I think it's the fourth one, and also. There is also this fatwa by the Iranian Ayatollah, so asking people to kill Trump and Netanyahu. Very ungrateful, but so it is what it is. So welcome to the DPA Open Mic. We can have some discussions, and we can shit all over the world. So let me drop the link to join. So as usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platform on DPA Open Mic YouTube channel, DPA Open Mic Rumble channel, DPA Telegram, DPA Twitter, and DPA Twitch. So so let me drop the link for you guys to join to chit chat. I'm not going to go into monologue since I have my channel to talk whatever I want to say. So this DPA Open Mic is your channel. You guys can talk. So I just dropped the link to join in the YouTube channel live chat, and I pin it. Rumble live chat, I have pin it. Twitch, I have pin it, and I also got to drop it into the DPA Open Mic speaker lounges, which is the exclusive chat for any people who have come on to DPA Open Mic. That's why it's the DPA Open Mic speakers lounge. So let me check the link. Must be correct. It's correct. Then I also published a new video after a long time on the DPA news channel regarding the Falklands. So the organization for American states has made in their final press release, that's the final statement, they have a unanimous support for Argentina's claim on Malvinas and basically Falklands, and basically they encourage Argentina to continue with their peaceful engagement and negotiation with the United Kingdom to solve the sovereignty dispute over the Falklands, which is funny because if there is any dispute, it's either is yours or is theirs. So to say that to resolve the dispute, it simply means that they all recognize Falklands as Argentinian. So, and they also use the word Malvinas. They didn't use Falklands. Hi, Mary. Mary is lagging. You're muted, by the way. Okay, I'm going to turn off the comments.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you now.
Good morning, good afternoon. How you doing, Wyatt?
It's early morning for me. It's 3 a.m. I had a nap, then I went to eat. Then I come to talk. Yeah, yesterday I wanted to do the open mic, but I was really under the weather. I was very moody, so forget it. I need to sleep. I just need to sleep it away. So I think the biggest news in Ukraine war is the F-16 got shot down. It's confirmed by the Ukrainian Air Force, and the pilot was given a hero medal, posthumously. Yeah, that's now confirmed. I saw Mr. Lambo put in on the lounge. Yeah, no problem. Mr. Lambo said it's the fourth F-16 to be shot down, based on his chatter on the WhatsApp group for the speakers speaker lounge WhatsApp. Yeah, Nika is sad. He said that he's going to work. Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot going on in this world, is there, Wyatt?
internationally it seems like not as much, but I think the biggest news are all in the United States. I think the Supreme Court decisions are a big win for Trump. And then it looks like the Trump administration is going to go after a lot of people who tried to sabotage the country. I saw a post about Pam Bondi wanting to charge one of these guy for allowing 20 million illegal immigrants in. She want to charge him for treason. So it's going to be quite a entertaining 1 year, once they start to finally enforce the law in the United States. Because it's very shocking. Like I have been following United States for a long time. It's crazy where people go under the oath, they lie under oath, and nothing happens to them. And it happens for like so many years. It's shocking. Like the Hillary Clinton thing, she lied under oath. She's not even the president. She's like the Secretary of State. Right. And then how can she lie under oath and nothing happened to her? It's unimaginable for a Singaporean, because in Singapore it's like, no, you don't do that, no.
You know what when I started reading about Asian culture, I got this distinct feeling that the expectations of Asians of their government are different than Americans. Because you guys, you guys have serious rows in your parliament where there's fist flying and stuff like that, but it's taken very seriously. And I know it's a lot of theatrics and stuff, but I think Asian culture demand more of their politicians and allow them a lot less wiggle room than the United States. Like you said, you got Hillary Clinton lies directly to Congress. You got you got Americans dead because of some of the lies she told, and yet she still walks around. There's something called senior executive services. A lot of people don't understand what this is. It's basically almost a union for high level officials that gives them protection so that administrations just can't come in and start yanking them out of the positions they're in. And that's also the way that these same people, the deep state, if you will, or the Washington D.C. establishment, they also use that to be able to sort and filter through who they want in the government and who they don't want. And it's a lot of Americans are not aware of it. I would ask them, look up senior executive services.
That sounds like a perfect way to create a deep state, like a persistent government that always operates in the same agenda. That if you don't follow the agenda, you're not out. So right. Like Daniel Davis, just even for Trump administration, like Daniel Davis, the other guy with I go on the YouTube channel, like. Because he is not happy with Israel and he's out. His recommendation is totally turned down because he's not supportive of Israel, and that's against Trump's national policy. So but then that is a president's prerogative. But now if you have a hidden group of don't know who is making the decision, that's quite scary.
Well, yeah, and the problem is a lot of the things that President Trump was dealing in his first administration, he's probably still, I'm sure he's dealing with it still, because they haven't gotten rid of everybody, is that these people are embedded in the U.S. State Department. I've been saying this since the beginning. Until you can get them fully removed, U.S. policy won't change. Because Trump can make demands and push them down, but they're the ones that have to make it work. And they can let that sit on their desk for a month, or send up an excuse and ask for clarification on a word and come, it's the bureaucracy game. It's the way the bureaucracy can control a president.
Yeah. I forgot what I wanted to say just now. I wanted to say something, but
it's usually me.
I don't know. It's just weird. So in Asian culture, maybe Asian generally is just more dependent on the monarch, like in the past. Like we were all just 200 years ago, it's all monarchy. So there is this expectation that this higher power will protect us, or make decisions for us, or do it right. Of course, in reality, through history, they don't always do it right. Most of the time, you do it badly, right? So, but it's just a norm. And like the fist fighting is more like in Taiwan. Taiwan does that.
Okay.
In the rest of Asia, it's not that much. Taiwan is like clown show. Sometimes
Okay.
their parliament. So, but then the generally it still works. But of course, there's the larger the country, the more corruption there is. As usual, like Indonesia, there's a lot of corruption down the line. It is very hard to eliminate too many interest groups here and there. Philippines is a total mess because Philippines uses the American style of government, and that create massive chaos because it's not really meant for a small country. Like this American thing is meant to suffocate different branches so that no one can become a dictator, or bring the country to a wrong way. That's the American system. But then when you come to a smaller country like Philippines, it just basically force the country into this weird place where they cannot move. And for a smaller country, you need to be agile, and Philippines is extremely rigid. And when you have like the previous president, Duterte, which wanted to pivot away from United States, the guy, when he wanted to do bold stuff, he gets into trouble after that, because it's like there's too many weapons inside the political system that you can use it against one another. It's not like in a British system like in Singapore or India, where the prime minister decides everything. They basically is like the dictator of sort, a time limit dictator based on the political party that's in power. So it's a bit different. China
doesn't the parliament has a lot of force as well?
Yeah, I mean, basically the ruling party decides everything. There's the UK system. So, but it have its beauty in the sense that it's more democratic. So it's like the majority have voted for this party. So this party have its 4 or 5 years, or depending on the country, to do their part. And if they fail to make the people happy, then they got kicked out. Then so that they have this kind of like a continuity. And patience, give them time to do something. But then in the American politics, it's very complicated because you have the midterms, and then you have the president, and then you have the Congress. Then everybody's going in all different directions. It's super messy. But I think for big countries, it's required. But in smaller countries, you need to be more agile. I think that's the thing. China uses a totally different system. China is, even with its communist system, is still pretty much the same. Largely the same as in the imperial times, where the leader, the top leader, is basically the emperor. It's just that instead of bloodlines, they have this internal election that decide who is the emperor. Basically and then emperor have a term limit.
Well, that's the mandate of heaven, right?
I mean,
I'm kidding, but you know what I mean.
It's not wrong. They are very superstitious. They actually also believe that this is like the mandate, so they have to protect the mandate as well, somewhat. Whatever that is supposed to be.
But it's very interesting But it's very interesting as well that in China, of course, it's a very big country, and the emperor, the leader of the Communist Party, has a lot of power, but he is not God. He is not everywhere, so he can't do everything. So you have all these high functionaries on the top, and they also have a lot of decision, but they are always scared of supervision, because once they get the attention, the focus on them, that's pretty much like their own dad.
Yeah. It's basically the same. Even in today's Communist Party, is the same as during the imperial days. Actually, there's no difference. It's just the name is different. Like they have different factions within the Communist Party, but during the imperial days, they also have factions. They have like different lords or princes that leads a certain faction within the government to want to push the empire towards a certain direction. Yeah. Sometimes it's the eunuch. The eunuch is a bit like the deep state. So the eunuchs are the deep state, and then you have the lords, which is like the congressmen, like the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, and then they will try to push in different directions. And then the emperor is just simply the forever president, and then this guy may or may not be strong. So if he's a weak emperor, then he's just be controlled. And the deep state tend to be very powerful because they are the closest to the emperor.
Well, look at Chinese culture, though, going up from like Confucianism all the way up to when it, to now. I mean, the Chinese people they seem to have a different ideal of what their government should do, because I think they like the protection of knowing that they're not going to go hungry, the protection of certain things, and they're willing to give up some of their own personal sovereignty to be able to attain that, because they feel that's more important than some of the things that may be mitigated because they give it up to be able to have that security.
They never had it. They never had it to give it up.
Well,
that's our discourse as a Westerners.
If
they actually
you
don't have a
read
choice.
Chinese history,
Yes.
if you read Chinese history, they would go and overthrow their there was the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Red Turban Rebellion, the Red Eyebrows Rebellion.
Yeah,
they will fight for what they want. But let's remember something. China just executed an official for corruption.
They do that all the time.
The last 6 months. Well, see, they do that all the time.
There was a guy.
Imagine if that was China, how U.S. politicians had to be.
For you to have an idea, Mehdi, the Chinese bought the Portuguese electricity company, and the Chinese heard about the government that Chinese president on the Portuguese electricity company was making favors to some kind of other Chinese working in Portugal. The man disappeared. Nobody knew where he was. And we found out that he was brought back to China. He was judged. He was actually going to be hanged. But because there was a kind of a problem, a diplomatic problem, because Portugal was like, how did the man disappear from our country? How did they got them? And so he
never flew out. So he never flew out legally.
No, of course not. They got him.
He just disappeared. That's a bit of a diplomatic problem. Yeah.
Yeah, they just disappeared, and nobody could understand how did that happen. There was no records that he left the country by himself. And the thing is, but he is lucky because on the end he just got life. But it's what the Chinese do. Yeah, it's what. You see, Mehdi. At the same time, I think that the Chinese system is a bit more flexible than sometimes we think, because they do have in many different parts of China different abilities and different rules and different liberties or possibilities. Shanghai is Shanghai. We are not just talking about these two countries. So if you are in Shanghai, you have a thing. If you're up in the north, you have another thing. If you're in the east, in Xilin, where the Uyghurs live, you would have another system. And so this flexibility allows the country also to experiment affections or to experiment things in different parts of the country.
We say about China, about executing officials. Russia, the guy that, what was his name? I was just watching this. The Russians came over and took him away from the United States and brought him back to Russia. And that's happened. That happened in it was a scientist. He was living in New York. I think his name. He did the pheromone system. That little stupid thing where you put your arm up and it makes a sound and does that. He was with radio frequencies. Anyway, Russia came and took him back from the United States back in the 30s. They're not the only ones to do it, but in the United States, how can we say that not the same's not going on when you see that various whistleblowers are taking out, like the ones from Boeing? When it's in American interest and corporate interest to make sure those men were gone. Somebody's doing it. They do it officially, maybe is the only difference. We don't know. I don't know how to think of my government right now, because I think Trump wants it to go in the right direction, but there's just so much built up that he has to fight against. I think it's hard. It's a lot harder than a lot of us thought. Just like the Russian SMO would be.
So the good point, just to give you some comfort, is that that's something that United States can do. The United States can actually, through election, try to fix itself. That's something that China don't have, because once they what they have is it's like the parties decide. So it's like the United States system. You have the Republican, the Democrats, and then they just decide on their own. So they'll compete with each other and decide on their own what's the direction. The people don't really get involved. The ground people. So in United States, there's a special thing that the ground people actually is able to vote someone actually outside of the two party system. Trump is actually a third party. He's not really Republican. He's like a third party.
Wyatt,
Yeah.
2020 election. Did American
Yeah.
people make that choice? No, wait. Did the American actually select Joe Biden as president, or was he
Who
put
knows,
in
man?
place? So when I like it when people say that you guys can just vote yourself out of it. Can we? We don't. We're not the ones who control the counting of the votes. It's the
I think-
politicians.
Which is why
I
you
think-
guys are. Which is why Trump administration is now fixing it. You see, they are now really going into
I hope
the
so.
illegal immigration things. They are now taking out. They basically really go to war with the all these cities that want to what they call it.
We're pro-immigration, yeah. But on the other side, let's also not subestimate the bipartisan decisions that Democrats and Republicans kind of decide in the sense of secret sometimes. And it doesn't matter who you choose. They already have decided a kind of a bipartisan direction. And it keeps going on, and we have seen that in many situations. And now, for instance, we saw that Trump kind of promoted or promised that he was not going to go into no new wars and so on. And he was seeing like a really big reaction from the MAGA movement, and he had to make the choice, and the choice was a bipartisan decision that has been there for a long time. Whatever it takes, he will defend Israel. It doesn't matter how. He did it in a very intelligent way, I must confess, but that's another story.
No, yeah, we
They
can
really
see
put in.
right now with this current situation. Like, there's all sorts of theories about what actually happened and what it actually means. But let's just take it at face value. That say, yeah, the American people chose low prices instead of the World War III. That was sort of the slogan during the campaign. Like, you have to choose between low prices or World War III. Okay, they didn't really get low prices, but they were about to get World War III, and then there was a massive outrage of the base. People, like, we know a bunch of really hardcore MAGA who were all black pilling, like, fuck this shit, this isn't what I voted for. And one could argue that maybe this outrage is what actually changed the calculation, because for a moment it seemed like America was really going all in against Iran. Now we can say, oh, it was 5D chess, whatever, but at the time they were like, first they support Israel's attack on Iran, then they actually bomb Iran, and then Trump was talking about regime change, and so it looked like America was going to war with Iran, and people were like, fuck that shit, and it didn't happen yet. But so, like, one could say that it's not the vote that has the power. It is the critical mass of public outrage. It's the outrage that has the power, not the vote. You can vote for any president who promises anything, and he can do whatever he wants once he's in power. But if there's outrage, that's when he's constrained. That's when, and that can happen in China, that can happen in Russia, that can happen in Ukraine, and that can happen in America. It's not a matter of democracy or not democracy. It's a matter of collective outrage.
Super chat, but the Iranian Putin. You mean Biden didn't win in 2020? Cry. I just want to say, suddenly the YouTube, we all lost our names. We are all no more names. We are just text, which is weird. Like, what the hell, man? What the hell is wrong with you too? So I just want to add a bit on
That's
the
happened to
Trump
me
thing.
over.
Really? I just want to add, just talk about Trump thing. People have to understand about politics or even geopolitics is that once you say you're not going to do something, that becomes a trap. And the enemies can use that against you, which is why you have to be flexible. So like Trump said that, I want peace. That doesn't mean that he will never launch a military operation. And if it's forced upon him, he have to do it. You just like, a guy can say, I will never hit my wife. But then if the wife is an evil person and then started to, weaponize that and start to, attack you and whatnot, then the guy one day will have to defend himself, and then, he attacked his wife. Like then the girl was like, you say you never want to hit me. You say you never hit me. You're not a man. And that's like, no, that is unfair. No, what happened in Iran? Basically, United States have no choice. You cannot talk your way out of Iran not building a nuclear weapon. If you can talk it out, then or you can sanction it out, then they wouldn't have done it at the first place. So people are a bit unrealistic. Like they expect Trump to be like he come on, he divorced a few times already. Come on. No, oath is nothing, words. Sorry, Maddie.
I'm sorry I'm laughing, but you using, the example of a guy beating his wife, I find maybe you could have used a different one than that. Because
I don't have the ideas though. All I think is that husband and wife, okay, let's use the husband beating the wife. I mean, it's a bit more extreme, but it seems like.
No, I get the point. I was just laughing at you use that. Not that.
I should have used a better example, but I can't think of it.
No, like
I'll be right back.
If we take it at face value, sort of the narrative of the story, then yes, you're right. Like, there's definitely a situation in which you have to break that rule. Let's say, prices are gonna go down. I'm gonna bring prices down, and then suddenly, there's a volcano eruption that makes inflation goes to the moon. So like a president can't determine certain contingencies. With this case in particular, the outrage isn't that, America was forced and, we had to do it anyways. The outrage is that excuse of the nuclear weapon is the same one that was used for the previous, forever war. And so you can understand why, like, even if it's true that Iran was, this time it really was, after all these years of sounding the alarm of Iran getting nukes, this time it really was the real deal. But it's like, the shepherd that called wolf, right? We can't really know if it was true this time, but from the American perspective, from the American people perspective, this is just another time crying wolf. They're gonna get weapons of mass again.
But I find that the Americans that reacted too promptly, or too vigorously regarding this, I find that they are the people who might be more susceptible to fake news, to misinformation and manipulations, because it's like you're reacting too fast. So it's like Trump launched a limited strike, 1 day strike, and that's it, and the operation ended, to try to basically send a message to Iran so that they, in future negotiations, they can make a point that we are serious with what we're saying. You have to stop, and then if not, then we have to do operations. That's the contrast between United States under Trump and Russia, because Russia just keep talking and they never enforce. That's why the Minsk agreement failed so badly, because they always just talk. They just talk, and in the end, it's like there is no enforcement. And by the time Russia enforced the Minsk agreement, so-called, it becomes the SMO, and in the end, all is seen as is an invasion. So instead of but like a limited thing, constantly throughout the Minsk agreement, to keep putting it into the United Nations, put it into the public sphere, try to manipulate, or let's say propagandize, or send a message out to the world. The Russia don't, and by the time they just store at the power, store, then they suddenly go into one big operation. Then all the people see is an aggressor, and Trump is not doing that. No, because you cannot wait until Iran reach a certain point where they launch a nuke, exploded, maybe Haifa is gone. Then you launch a new military operation. Then you are like, you failed your ally, because you have to do deterrence before like serious bad things happen. And yeah, ultimately, at least the Americans did not strike civilian targets per se. Also, it's really concentrating only on the nuclear stuff, which I think the Israelis are not happy, because they wanted a bigger part in the United States operations. So Trump is also still trying to hold back, try to fulfill what he say he will do, but he have no choice but to do certain things. I think this kind of thing is a bit difficult. Like, United States is heading towards a major war, maybe with China and Russia at the same time. We do not know. Or maybe China, Russia, and Iran at the same time. And the United States military right now is not ready for war. Very not ready for war. It's basically like the United States in World War II, at the beginning of World War II. United States at the beginning of World War II is super unprepared for a world war. Like that, which is why the Japanese have this idea of sinking the 2 carriers and United States will surrender. That kind of idea came in because they saw United States military so weak. Which is why Trump is needed to spend this money to rebuild the military and bring in totally new technologies into the military, and now the budget burst out. Despite that, his campaign was to balance the budget. Yeah. So as a result, he ended up spent a lot more money. I think it's the biggest budget increase in history. So
don't worry about he's going. Sorry.
It's okay. So it is a difficulty. If you put yourself in his position, are you going to say, okay, you be a weak man, you just say that because I said this, so now I cannot break my own words, so I don't spend the money. And then the United States will head into a possible war within the next 5 years with underfunded military. Then your country will going to lose a massive strategic war, and then the United States will never become what it is anymore. You will become like a second-grade country, like what UK became after World War II. That is a danger. It's a very big danger. Maddie?
Well, and one of the problems is that we have a command that, even though President Trump can select his own joint chiefs of staff and certain things like that, it's what happens underneath. And that command is totally disconnected from reality. What we're seeing right now in Ukraine and what you're seeing in what just happened in Israel and Iran is directly can be linked to the long distance of logistics alone are a big problem. And we don't have the victory ships we once did, where we can just keep it going and pumping it out. We don't have the same industry we once did in World War II, where we could just keep pumping it out, where we could pump out the victory ships to pump out even more supplies to go to Russia and Britain or wherever they needed to go. And everything is now dependent on being deployable. And we went through that phase. And, I was actually just reading recently that some are pissed that the T-10 Booker was canceled. But if you look at what's happening in Ukraine, you could see obviously that thing would not survive probably once it crossed into any type of hostile territory. It's too lightly armored. It's still tall, and it only has a 105 millimeter gun, which is strong enough, sure, but what that thing needed to do was pump out high streams of heavy cannon fire for suppression. If they had done that with it, it made more sense. But the way the concept was originally, I hated it from the beginning, just like I hated the Striker, and I'm right. Again, it's a piece of shit, and they canceled it. Because, it's just... And that's what bothers me, though, is that it's the politics that even are flowing into our military that are predicting the weapon type systems that our men and women are going to have to use to fight and survive in. And until we can take that seriously, we get a command that takes that seriously, there's no way we're going to be prepared for war. You know,
Yeah, and
what I think is we should get everybody back from all these bases. We don't need them in all these places. All we're trying to do is just put our foot down and hold some strategic interests, which means corporate, wants their shit, is basically what it is, because that's all it turns out to be, for some type of commodity that we don't have or that we want, and we want to deny it to the enemy. So we consider it our strategic interest, which is actually means somebody else's resources when you really think about it. Unless it's on our home shores, it's not ours, it's theirs. But we tend to treat it like it's ours. And that's a problem. That's us stomping on country sovereignty.
that's
And I
the
think that's where the world is really starting to get agitated with us.
yeah, and to Wyatt's point of like the American imperative, like the strategic imperatives to maintain the status quo, and that is precisely the dilemma that the U.S. is facing right now. As a nation organism, is that on one hand you have the trajectory of the United States, sort of like the grand strategy. That is this world domination, the plan for an American century, the American century idea. And then on the other hand, you have the will of the people that see how, in the customary fashion of empire's development, that the core population, let's call it internal proletariat, becomes less and less relevant as the wealth comes from external proletariat, from domination over foreign interests and nations. And so as that goes on, the population starts getting more and more screwed. And so the people don't like that, and they resist against that, and that's why they elected Trump. So Trump has like this choice to make between either he wants to, like favor the people, so to speak, or the nation, the American nation, as in, changing the fundamentals that are harming the population and the national cohesion, or continue with the plan of world domination, which has been proven throughout history and in this current iteration of the empire project to be disastrous for their own population, both psychologically or socially, and economically for their standard of living. And so even during the 90s, which was, let's say, the apex, the climax of the unipolar hegemony, even then they couldn't actually achieve total control. And so if they continue on this path of trying to achieve total control, it's going to end up either in nuclear disaster or with the total hollowing out of the U.S. Nation as a territorial thing, its population, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's a complicated situation to balance out, because there's a lot of interests that want the American project to continue the way it's going, but the people clearly
But there's
don't
a flaw in this argument, which is that there's a flaw in this argument, which is that this is not a dichotomy. You don't have to choose between either the imperial project or benefits at home, because clearly they don't care about benefits at home under any circumstances. Even if the US military budget was nil, they wouldn't have universal health care because they're ideologically opposed to universal health care. It's not a budgetary question.
So I just
I'm not talking about the math. Just to respond, and then I'll let Wyatt go. I'm not talking about the math of budget expenditure. I'm talking about the incentives as to where you place priority. And so as the population becomes less and less relevant, as in where you extract profit, the less incentive there is to have some level of concession towards that population.
So, super chat by Johari. Has anyone noticed Zelenskyy getting less media attention? Is now getting desperate. Smells like a massive PR stunt coming soon, I guess. And
Yes.
and also, I just want to add a bit. Just now after Maddie, I wanted to say something. Is that in World War II, the United States able to build all those transport ships. That is all on credit. Going to be paid by the British and the French. So it's all on credit, and it's not American money. It's all foreign money. Today, the United States don't have that benefit. They have to pay everything out of themselves because all the European allies are all freaking poor. The Japanese are also freaking poor. like poor in the sense that they don't have the spare money. All the budget is fully filled up. No, in World War II situation, you have empires. French is the empire. The British is the empire.
Yeah,
They're
send all the
freaking
gold.
rich. Yeah, so they have the money to so-called, they believe they have the money to pay for it. So it's a bit of a difference. And before you guys continue, I want to let Carlo introduce himself. He's new here.
Hey, ciao. No, I was listening. Very, very interesting everything that you are saying. So actually, I'm happy to listen. And Beat, by the way, thank you very much for all your reports every morning. I listen to all of them, and thank you also for publishing my article. So, yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
You need to introduce yourself more. What's your name, where you're from? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm Carlo. I'm from Italy. Yeah, but I've been living here in Brussels, so in the heart of Europe, like the bureaucracy of Europe. So I actually meet and talk with a lot of people working in the Commission, European Parliament. So I also get a bit of a first impression of what people from the inside think and say, about what's happening. So it's a very interesting place to be here now at the moment.
But you are not an AFO. You are not an AFO. You're not an AFO. Yes.
Clearly not.
What does it mean?
That means pro-Ukrainian supporters, which is
if he was an AFO, he would know.
Yeah, they have a dog profile pic for themselves.
The European Union has some thousands of people they pay to produce narratives on internet, some type of trolls, and most of them are located in Brussels, and I call them NAFOs. So sorry there.
I think it's more US aid is paying that money.
Maybe.
So I want to share. Carlo has written a few articles. He put on his Substack, but he also sent to DPA to republish. So there is a few articles by Carlo that's on the on the DPA website. No, if you guys were on the Telegram, you guys might have remembered a very long article about the history of Ukraine war. That's written by Carlo. So
thank you. You published that. Yeah, thank you.
So the part two is out, but it's actually a lot shorter. So
that could be a great discussion. I have been investigated myself in some of the early days of the war, and how something I kind of discovered, that the war might have become, well, it's a theory, it's still not proven, but that the war has come through miscalculation in an installation that Zelenskyy made during the Munich conference in 2021, where he wanted to press the other allies to give him security guarantees. And what he made on the end was to provoke a war with that inscenation of dangers and smoke screams and ghost actions. And but that's another story. Do you have some theory about those? A more.
So actually, I don't have a theory. What I have the full speech of NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg that he released in 2023. So you can go in NATO website and you can see his whole speech that he gave on 7 September 2023. So in this full speech, this is very interesting. He literally confessed the reason why Russia invaded Ukraine. So he confessed very clearly on this speech, and it's very interesting. You can basically read it by yourself. But long story short, he literally very proudly, you can read it, very proudly says that Putin contacted NATO few months and actually up to few weeks before the invasion to basically get those security guarantees that Russia was struggling to get from NATO and from the US since 2007, since the Munich security meeting with Putin, with Putin's famous speech. So actually, after so many years, they were still trying to ask and get the same exact thing. And basically, the Stoltenberg was literally saying, he came to us a few weeks before, asking us, begging us to have these security guarantees to prevent any attack, any hostilities against Ukraine, because actually we were involved in the Ukraine partnership. But, and this is what Stoltenberg says in his speech, you can see in the NATO website, he says, we are NATO, we don't deal, we don't have any discussions with anyone, we are the only ones that can decide what NATO does. So this is basically what he said, 2023, 7 September, it's in the NATO website. So we don't actually need to go in any theories, any strange, like how you say, because what these people do, they actually write and say themselves. So we don't even, because there is such a, not even like how you say, the fear, you know, of repercussion or the fear of public outrage, because nowadays what they say, what they want to do, they say to themselves. It's the NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg, 2023. I can share here.
They
okay,
had from the beginning
I wanted to object. Thank you. I wanted to.
I've been waiting for a while.
Thank you. I wanted to object to the idea that the complications in Ukraine have anything to do with anything that Zelenskyy might have said or done, because this was all set in motion in 1996 when NATO decided to expand all the way to the borders of Russia. And there wasn't even a vote taken in NATO. It was an arbitrary decision by the Americans. And that is essentially, I mean, when we talk about security guarantees, that's what Russia means, that they should not have to share a border with a NATO member, because that's a path for invasion, which they don't want. So I honestly don't think that Zelenskyy would have mattered. Anybody could have been in that position and it wouldn't have mattered. Russia spent 30 years warning about how it would react, and eventually it feels that it has been compelled to do so. Thanks.
So the point was not that NATO's arrogance that brought us here. They were drawing the path, but we have to understand as well, diplomacy doesn't matter what NATO unilaterally believe of itself. Diplomacy is still an agency that is available for Russia for all other intervenience. We should never forget that. And in that sense, Russia has, like the Chiang Kai-shek once said, Russia has a very strong tradition of statehood. They know how to deal with these things. Another thing is about a perception of smokes, screens that Zelenskyy created in order to obtain things during that conference. And in doing that, attacks on the 19th of February, over 1,000 attacks started in the Donbass just the day before the conference starts. And what Zelenskyy goes there, he wants to press European leaders and say, give me security guarantees, otherwise a war may start. The war is there. The Russians are on the other side of the border. Be afraid. So we were talking about the arrogance of NATO. This is another thing. But Zelenskyy was trying to play with the fear of the other European leaders. But he didn't calculate it that the other European leaders, it's a coincidence on time and space, that the people there were the hawkish that perhaps ever existed on European history in the last decades, all together. And they all actually wanted something stronger. On the other side, Russia was not having the responses that it would have allowed them to scale down the perception of what was happening. And for them, every day that passes, more and more attacks started on the Donbass. It was really crazy on the last day when Zelenskyy kind of said that he should have nuclear weapons again. And I believe that for the Russian military, they kind of had this feeling they can't trust Europeans. This is really going to happen. They are going to invade the Donbass. And in that sense, but what we can understand today is that this was just an inscenation, a scenario created by Zelensky in order to provoke a reaction that didn't happen. Another thing, Carlo, is would this war happen? Doesn't matter what. Yes, it could be, but like I said, diplomacy is an instrument that is on everybody's ability to be used to, and we have used it in many situations. And Russia is a country that has a very strong diplomatic tradition of dealing with these cases. Iran as well. And we must say that things didn't get worse because Iran have had an amazing diplomatic posture that allowed these to be negotiated behind the curtains, although everything was in a very bad state, and we should also pay attention to it. And because actually this theory of me came from that amazing diplomat from Singapore. Wyatt, you have to tell me how his name, because it's a very difficult name to pronounce.
Which one? Bilahari Kausikan, or is it Mahbubani?
Mahbubani, yes. And Mahbubani said one of the most, this war could have been diplomatically avoided. And this just shows how incompetent Europeans have become, how incompetent they have.
I don't see how that follows.
Well, sorry for you. Go on.
Okay. But again,
no, sorry, Garrett. Now it's Mehdi. Go on, Mehdi.
Johari, did Finland make a mistake joining NATO to begin with just because of the 2022 SMO in Ukraine, and was it necessary? That's by Johari. Okay, Benny, continue.
Prado, to your point on that, is negotiations are based on trust, and after the Minsk 1 and 2 agreements, I mean, how can anybody go in with this current set of leaders the West has right now and openly go in and go into negotiations expecting them to adhere to anything that they agreed to once it becomes inconvenient for them? That's a big problem right now. I mean, I think the Biden administration just totally blew it to shit, although it happened before that. But still, I mean, after the Biden administration, the way they smugly went and disregarded anything about the enemy, thinking that they could break these treaties because they were strong enough that if they did it, it really wouldn't matter. They would come out ahead on the top of it anyway. Well, they've now found out that
the Iran treaty.
Whatever. I'm just saying, they're everywhere. And that's the thing is, if we're talking negotiations, you got to talk about trust and what's happened before and how did those treaties and negotiations work out? Look where we are. I'm just, as an American, I'm kind of lost to speak because I always thought I was brought up thinking that my country was always doing the right thing for the right reasons. And to come to find out that's not the case. Many Americans are going through that right now, and it hits pretty hard. Even though to the rest of you, I know all on the panel are just laughing, but you got to understand that we live in a secure bubble where we are. We don't really know as much about the outside world as we think we do, and how they think about us. So I'll just leave it there.
Yes, that's certainly true.
No, but it's quite admirable that this shift is happening, and maybe it's the most positive development since, I don't know. It's the most positive development of all. But yeah, to what they were saying about how Zelensky wanted these security guarantees, he got them. Like, he literally got the full 100% support of NATO, up to the level in which it could actually support, once the invasion started. So it pretty much looks like they were looking not for security guarantees to avoid a war, but to justify the war, to to trap the Russians in a unescapable need for war, for declaration of the SMO. And to what Wyatt was saying earlier about how Russia didn't sort of deter the situation until they launched the SMO. Yeah, there is a certain perspective in which like Russia is sort of this autistic, highly bureaucratic system in which they have to go by the rules until they're too desperate, and then they just lash out in
I
a
gotta
war.
go, Chisel.
According to Putin himself, oh shit, we lost him. Well, anyway,
No.
according to Putin himself, there's no point in making this sort of media attack deterrent of narrative, like constructing the narrative so that they aren't the bad guys, because they don't own the media. They don't have the possibility of establishing their own narrative worldwide, and even so much so that their news outlets, their media outlets, are like being eradicated from the Western world, even to the point of like Telegram being like the only form of Russian media. It's also being forbidden or censored in the Western world. So there's no point. Like Russia does try systematically to do things by the book diplomatically, because even though it's going to be spinned against them in the propaganda sphere, they still keep on doing it as a form of precedence, of setting a precedent, so that people can actually like look at the situation historically and see that they were following the rules.
Bret Hart is here.
I just want to say before Boyan goes into his monologue on Serbo-ethnic history, I mean, I think everyone's like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff to think about why the war started, but the bottom line is Russia had stuff that other people wanted, and they basically cooked up all these schemes to try to get in there and get it, the friendly way, the not so friendly way, the break them up into little pieces way. I mean, like somebody said earlier, Zelenskyy, if it wasn't him, it would have been somebody else. But obviously, and I mean, think about it. You look at the Minsk agreements and all these other agreements they made, and then they all admit that they had no intention of ever following through with them. It's because they were all about making money, and they were trying to do whatever they could to get in there and get a piece of the action. And they dragged it out. We're trying to do it. It wasn't working. Then they thought, they could bluff Russia out of there. That didn't work. Then Russia called their bluff. And, just like the other day, another one of them sites, I think it is Shevremenko or whatever, was captured by the Russians. I think it was the largest lithium deposit in Ukraine that was the easiest to access. So, that's what I mean, yeah, maybe it was this or that. But, I mean, bottom line is the majority of the Western governments were trying to figure out a way how to rob Eastern Europe and Russia. And Ukraine was just part of that plan. Either a thorn in their side to break their will over time, or, like they admitted they were building up an army to actually go in and fight Russia and maybe even take parts of Western Russia away so they can start breaking it up. And then you got to look at the stands too. I mean, I don't think there was anything honorable about it or anything like that. People were just trying to figure out a way to break up Russia and steal. And it's gotten to this point. And you can tell it's gotten to this point because look how crazy some of these people are. They're literally petrified that, like Lindsey Graham and stuff, every day he says more and more ridiculous shit like, oh, let's put 500% sanctions on everybody that ever looked at a Russian in a friendly manner. Okay. And that's not going to do shit either. It's like I've said before, I honestly think some of these guys, by the way they act, whether it's Macron, Lindsey Graham, some of these other people, they must have made promises based on the money that they thought they were going to get, or made or took out loans or something based on that 0.1% of the lithium they thought they was going to get, or whatever the hell somebody told them. And now none of that shit's happening. All those schemes are falling apart, and those guys that they maybe took favors from or borrowed money from, well, they still want to get paid. They want to return on the investment. So I think that's one reason why some of these guys get wound up and so crazy sometimes, because, you know, the bill's going to come due, and, you know, it doesn't look like you're going to get any part of that money bag. So you're probably screwed. I mean, like I said, the big thing with Trump real quick is the only upside for Trump is that he can end the war and come home with a bag of money that pays for all the military equipment we sent over there. That's about it, you know. And the fact that there's a peace deal and nobody's killing each other.
Yeah, but
Lindsey Graham and all those guys are going to
get
get cut out of it, and I think that's the problem. Macron, Lindsey Graham.
Yeah,
you know,
all of those guys, Starmer, Macron, they're all fighting for that bag of money.
Hold on a second, though. Who is next? I think we were going in order.
Wait, real quick.
It was Voyen. I'm sorry, it was Voyen.
To address to what Gareth said before he left, which he left, too bad. But like he was trying to point out that it's all America's fault, that like it's not Europe, it's America, it's Europe following orders from America. And to that I say, like, it's just retarded to think that Europeans have no agency. Like, the fact that they have no agency is due to their own choices, to their own policy and their own agency.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
it's not
quite
just
true. And we see still today that one of the biggest preoccupations of the Europeans is about
order or not.
Yeah, the order was with my finger on the air for a long time.
Voyen's finger was up. He was next.
Where is Voyen now?
Oh, he's gone. Okay,
probably got frustrated and left. It was Voyen's turn.
So now it's my turn. Then I will leave, and you can have the time off for you guys. It's incredible. So the thing about these agencies we were talking about, and the perception from Vaughan is very much true. The Europeans do want a big piece of the cake, and we have to understand that this all started with decisions in 2013 when they decided to expand their influence to Eastern Europe, because Europe came out from 2011 monetary crisis in a very, very bad shape. And they needed to go find a place where they could make millions. And everything went wrong. They tried to bring Russia to kinds of process in the World Trade Organization, didn't work out. And so they decided to go around and make these kind of treaties where they would pull up the Russians from their area of influence, and they would take over. We see as well, not just the partition of Russia, because this was in the mouths and in the minds of many European leaders. One of the most lauded persons was the former Prime Minister of Estonia, now the High Representative of the European Union. She said it many times. It would be good for Russia to split apart in many countries. But on the other side, we see that one of the most, Kaya Kallas. So one of the most interesting things that we have been seeing the Europeans placing like the most important point is about reparations, or at least stay with the 300 billions that they seized. And this is very important because Europeans wasted too much money with this war, directly and indirectly. It's very important to take this into attention. The fact that the energy war provoked over 500 billion euros being wasted trying to compensate the fact that energy supplies to Europe become extremely expensive. This was 500 billion. Then we have all the money that countries gave to Ukraine, or that the European Development Bank gave to Ukraine, and many other institutions gave to Ukraine. The waste, the money wasted by Europe in this war it's unpayable. It's unpayable. And many European countries, and now to finish, and many European countries understand that in a few years, the European Union will have to start paying those loans they made in the name of all other European countries. And they understand that they won't have a budget. They will have to bring up to bring up the taxes to a level that will be understandable for their population, because we have to aid to that burden, the other burden they are trying to get from the other European countries, which is to spend more money on armament, on defense. So Europe is in a very bad state, in a very, very bad state. So they really need money. And I don't know if Russia is really willing to pay in order to stop the war. But right now, a big amount of money would solve the problem if we would just be looking at the European, many of these European countries.
So what's the topic?
John?
Thank you. All due respect to Prada, I really don't think that you know more than the leaders of all these European countries. I think they've already worked that out well in advance. They know that if you're purely looking at this like from an economic point of view, they know that this is not a winning situation. That was never their goal. At least insofar as how it's going to help the average European person in these different nation states, from Spain to Estonia, Latvia, whatever. That was never the goal. The goal was always to try to break up Russia and for the elites to carve it up and to, do what they wanted to do before Putin came to power, like in the 1990s. That was always their goal. And Putin has always been this monkey wrench in the, the elite's goal of this, hegemony. Because, he, for all his faults and all his, evilness, if you want to call it that, he is ultimately a nationalist, and he believes in the Russian state. And that is something that the globalists cannot stand. So they will do anything and everything to try to expel him from power.
Yeah. Okay. I guess Vaughn has his finger up.
Oh, I was just going to say real quick, too. I mean, we've talked about it here before. I mean, there's been plenty of ideas, but I mean, like if they were like genuinely interested in like improving European living standards and all that crap, like they were talking after the 90s and shit. You would have, like I've said before, why didn't you turn Ukraine into like the Hong Kong of Eastern Europe with all the railroads and pipelines, wheeling and dealing between the East and the West, maybe reindustrialize different parts of Europe, based on maybe what would work in that particular region. Obviously not everybody can have AI and everything like that, but maybe parts of the EU are good for heavy industry, other parts might be good for auto and stuff, because the EU is supposed to be all united and working together and everything, right? So, but they obviously don't want to do that. They want to just go in and find the quick buck and strip it out and say they did something and leave some puppet in there that won't complain about the country being strip mined. But I mean, there's all kinds of things they could have done if they had, decent people that were actually, trying to make money but make things better. Because I mean, think about it. With all the free, the cheap natural gas and the oil and the pipelines and the trade routes and the ports and, the educated population, the industrial base that was there that could probably get reignited, especially in some of the older Eastern countries, maybe where the Soviets fell behind. But maybe you could reindustrialize some of those areas. And maybe if that's not a good fit for them, maybe find something else that might work there. But they didn't do any of that shit. They just figured out who they could put in here and there. And, this guy goes in and buys all this shit out of this country, leaves it in a shithole. And another guy goes over here. Then they create all this disturbances and unsettled shit. Yeah, so nobody ever, think about it, the Balkans. The Balkans don't really get nowhere. The Baltics don't really get nowhere.
Ultimately, that the European people, for the most part, would have liked to do exactly like what you said. But once they joined the EU, like they had the, I know it's like a Alex Jonesian kind of, cliche phrase to say the elites, but that's really what happened. Once the European Union was formed, the voices of the average, European, the people that, make the trains run on time, their voices didn't count for much anymore. And, I mean, you look what...
You want to hear my voice?
I'm European.
Right, right.
Hear my voice.
One second, Yuri. I just
Sorry,
want to say that,
just
like,
a joke.
one thing
We
I'll
can
give
hear
credit
it.
for
We can
Garrett
hear it, but it doesn't mean it matters.
when he talked about when the Labour Party got elected in England. One of the first things that they did was cut back on social services and promise more financial and military aid to Ukraine at the expense of the quote unquote working, the working class.
The labor
Yeah,
class.
Labor Party. Yeah, exactly. And these were the people that were supposedly, this is the party that was supposedly representing the, you know, the working class people, and they literally turned their back on them. So, I mean, does that not tell you something? I mean, I'm curious, like, Wyatt, what's your point of view on this? I mean, coming from a Singaporean that's served in the military and also, plus have your pulse on global geopolitics.
About which topic? Sorry, I'm lost.
I can explain it. So this demand to reduce the social spending in Europe, it's not coming from Europe. It's the United States narrative and demand of EU. It's been talked about from United States for a long time before it started going in, being talked in the EU. So reduction. This is the capitalism leaning toward fascism. It's about this, right? That's the only option, and then towards the war, global war. This is the narrative that comes from United States. John, you're right. This is what is happening, but this is not started from European Union, and because EU is a vassal state of United States, and United States Army is still in EU all over Europe. It still controls it, and as it demands, it's what it is going to happen. So just as demanding 5% of GDP being spent for military, it's going to happen. It's not this narrative didn't start from EU; it started from United States. So this is obvious what is going on, right? It's not EU plan or demand.
Yeah, but Yuri, they voted for it though. They accepted it, right, at the last the NATO summit.
Because the big brother says so,
No,
Like,
but
don't believe. No, the big brother says so. Everybody have to follow. Everybody just know that. Oh no, we have to have our independent diplomacy and foreign policy. We will not listen to Trump. And then when Trump came, he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, my king."
I mean, it makes sense too, like what Yuri is saying. I mean, we would probably be telling them behind the scenes that they have to do all these social cuts to pay for their military spending that he wants. So that's. I mean, because that's the kind of shit we would do. Because they're going to sit there and go, well, we can't afford 5%. And he's going to be like, well, Big Balls over here says if you cut this, this, and this, and this, you can afford that 5%. That's probably why, like you said, I mean.
Yeah, but look
I can
look
actually.
Sorry, go.
Oh, Gabriel can go, but I just want to share the Asian situation.
Yeah,
as a comparison.
please.
If you realize in Asia, most countries, basically there's hardly any wars between Asian countries. And there's a very, very good reason for it. Every freaking Asian country is heavily militarized. Like, I'm talking about heavily militarized. If you go and check the number of soldiers of each country in Asia, it's ridiculous. It's stupid. Even if in Singapore, there's a reason why Singapore is spending 3.5% every year. We have the largest air force in the region, in Southeast Asia. Most powerful air force in the region. We have stupid amount of tanks being in the jungle region. Like we have like 300 I think leopard tanks. Like for a city state, we are like smaller than New York, and we have like more tanks than what Ukraine have right now. So and that is just for deterrence purposes. It's not like meant for like invasion force. It's just for deterrence, because the region is so heavily militarized, but that also means that the chance of war is very low. The problem with Europe is that everybody, depend on United States. After the Cold War ends, let's not spend. Russia is freaking weak right now. Then they just cut away all the military budget, put it into welfare to make the people happy to win their elections, and don't give a damn. And then it's the Americans that is paying the Americans is backing the security of Europe. I'm not sure why Juro is shaking the head. I know Serbia is maybe something different.
No. What's reality about? It's a demand from Soviet Union and United States not to allow European countries to start another world war. So it didn't allow its agreement between Soviet Union and United States not to allow militarization of any European country, not to have huge military ever again. This was agreement.
Yeah, you're right.
There's no more Soviet Union, right?
Like after the disintegration of the Soviet Union.
No, come on. You're going 50 years ahead. I'm talking about post-World War, Second War setting and agreement. Why?
I understand. They can have
this way. So that's what
the
they
Americans,
did, right?
But the Americans and the Soviets can make their own agreements.
It's not that EU is using to not to spend for military. It's demand. It's an order not to do it.
But every country still have its own sovereignty, you see. They can decide what is a threat to them. The reality is that there is no threat. That's the truth. There is literally no threat.
There was no threat,
Yeah. So that's the reason why
there was no need for security. The United States wasn't providing security because there was
you
no
literally
threat.
repeat what I just said. You repeated what I just said.
It was providing security from Soviet Union. That's what you said previously. Now you're changing the topic. Now you're changing.
No. I say after USSR collapsed, there is no more threat. So there was never a threat.
There was never a threat. There was never. Even before Soviet Union collapsed, there was no threat from Soviet Union.
Okay, fine. But
many will disagree.
There's no threat now.
Many will disagree. Many was trained to fight against the Soviets.
Yes, because that was the narrative for their population. To be united. To scare the population to unite it. To keep it united. Even though
narrative is what
it's a narrative to keep united against external threat, so they can kill presidents and the people will still be united. You see, they can kill presidents no problem. People wouldn't rebel. This was the narrative for the population, not for the any other country. It was for domestic policy.
Yeah, right. We got it.
It's the perception of the threat is why it's saying, because that's exactly what we were all fed. I lived during that time. I mean, we perceived Russia was always going to go through the Fulda Gap and attack into Europe, even though they didn't have. I'm sure they had plans for it. Not that they would act them, just contingency plans, just like we did have going the other way. So. It's a perceived threat. I think that's where you guys are arguing, where it doesn't.
But
make
military
sense.
is for deterrence purposes. By right, you build up the military is for deterrence. So you have to assume that there is a potential for a potential adversary to launch an attack. Like the Singapore military cannot build the military out of nowhere. No, we have to build our military to deal with potential adversaries. Our adversary used to be Malaysia and Indonesia. So we built our military in order to deal with the military of Malaysia and Indonesia. Malaysia bought the Astro MLRS. We immediately buy Apache. And then after that, we also bought HIMARS. Because we say that we will never introduce a new type of weapons, but the Malaysians brought in multiple launch rocket system, so we will buy a HIMARS, which is a better version of Astro, and then we also bought Apache to deal with the MLRS, because we have to hunt down all these rocket launchers. So the thing is, you have to build a military around something. There is always a potential adversary. So now you have China rising in the horizon. The whole freaking region in Southeast Asia is building up, and the whole aim, the build up is targeting China. Is to prepare for a war against China's carrier group. The Indonesian buy a lot of fighter jets is not for nothing. No, they know they can't be fighting with Singapore. They literally copy our doctrines. We use leopard tanks, they buy leopard tanks. We got Apache, they buy Apaches. They are basically buying and building their military to work together with Singapore. So despite you may say that it's politics, it's threat or no threat, the reality is that the countries during the Cold War are prepared for war. Today, the military, the countries are not. So my perspective in terms of the spending bill, I think 5% is a bit high, but but you have to put into consideration that they have not been spending for the past 20 years. They have
I was
a
just
lot
going
of
to
gaps.
say, Dwight, to add to your point, like I think that's why I agree it is high, but it's kind of the way Trump looks at it's making up for the years after the Soviet Union collapsed where they weren't even making the 3% that they had.
I mean, even Trump is spending like ridiculous amount of money this time around to rebuild up the military to prepare for this potential future war that might be coming. Because if you don't spend the money, then the war is almost certain. Because from my perspective, a lot of people disagree. The economy in China is very bad right now. There is a lot of, if they find that there is no path forward, if they are really actually cut off from global trade, then war is the only option out. Which is why my prime minister sent a whole contingent of ministers to kowtow to the emperor again. We just did it last year December. We went there again and we are here to support you. And basically do a lot of PR with the Chinese press, and then we talk about how the free trade is like somewhat dead, but China is like the shining stars and whatnot. That is what Singapore is trying to do to prevent war. Like I don't believe they believe the shit that they went there to say. We are so geared Western in the Western direction. We have a lot of investment in China, but the thing is, we can see the danger. Our defense minister, old defense minister, early this year or last year, I already mentioned, have declared that the war in my region in Southeast Asia become not 0%. It had always been 0%. There's almost zero chance of war. But now it's not 0%. That means there is a chance of war. So that is a very scary thing because we are now preparing for war, which is why Singapore spending have increased. And we are not even near Russia, freaking Russia. The freaking Europeans don't even want to increase the spending. That's ridiculous, That makes no sense to me.
Another sign you're preparing for war. I think I saw a picture of your prime minister at the Wailing Wall.
He did? No. He haven't gone to Israel yet. I can tell you 100%. No politician in Singapore right now dares to go to Israel.
I don't know if they were messing with you in the chat, regular chat. They said it was a picture of a guy that said, "Oh, it's over, Singapore bros. It's over," and it was this guy. 100%.
Okay, I can tell you for sure. Unless the prime minister is a Christian, which I think he is, no other non-Christians politician would dare to touch the wall. Because we are surrounded in a Muslim country.
Let's not get
Muslim region.
demonetized.
I got to say something. I got to say something. Saying that you have to militarize because there's some potential threat from some potential country. You militarize, and then balance of power have to be kept by other country, and then you actually cause other country to militarize even more. So you just keep going and going and going. So it's just idiocy to believe that's real, that's some justifiable way to go. No, this is the biggest strategy, really big strategy. Is as Soviet Union was kind of ruined by forcing it to militarize instead of doing the production for the civilian purposes and everything. So the militarization of Soviet Union is what really make it collapse because they were spending too much into military and they were giving military establishment too much power. This was the real reason.
Contradicting yourself.
This is no. This is what is strategy now to force it to militarize even more than it is now militarizing.
So it's not stupid, right?
This is the logic. The logic is to collapse Russia by militarizing EU as a potential threat to attacking Russia. This is the real strategy of the West to again ruin the Russia by forcing it to militarize, to spend too much on military. This is the real strategy. Just as it happened with the Soviet Union. You understand?
Drew, where are you? Why are you
grasp
talking
what
shit
I'm
about
saying,
China?
Wyatt? Wyatt, can you please grasp what I'm saying?
No, I grasp what you're saying. I just disagree because
Yeah, okay.
you contradicted yourself, saying that okay, if
How?
both sides go into a
Militarize.
military competition, build up a competition,
Balance.
then
Keep
it's
the balance.
stupid. But the thing is that you also mentioned that there's a cap where a country can only spend this much. That's the thing. There's a cap every country have to follow. If they reach a certain cap, they can't increase anymore. Then they have to cut other things before they can spend more. If not, then they'll bring their country into ruins. Well, that's what China is doing because they don't care about the economy. They just continue to spend. So the thing is, you're saying that the Europeans' idea is to force the Russians to continue to militarize, so that you can bankrupt them through overspending in military. So far, I don't think that is a possible thing because the Russians is an energy exporter. What you can do is to cause them to lose too many men or cause them to have a totally imbalanced economy. Then maybe it cause some economic problem. But I don't think you can make them bankrupt in that way. The Europeans themselves will go bankrupt themselves first because of the heavy welfare spending.
There is a difference between the plan and what can happen. There is a difference, yes. But I'm saying, what's the plan? You understand?
I think the plan was just to defeat Russia on the battlefield.
Economic shock and all. That was probably the plan because it doesn't make sense that Europe is gonna.
We jumped over Mehdi. He had his hand up for a long time. It's kind of fucked up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mehdi.
Sorry. Wyatt. I did put this in chat, is that I have been hearing China is going to collapse and it's going to have its economy implode for 20 years now. It's the same thing over and over and over. It doesn't happen in any shape or form and like it's ever predicted. And that's why I have to take those things with a little grain of salt because, if you look at China and you go and study it, like I just saw something just recently. It was a pro-Western guy. He's in China and he's showing us all this abandoned village. So, you think that, the housing bubble, people have no place to live and such like that. They're moving out of the rural areas. Turns out that the village is in an area that is about to be used for some other purpose, and they have relocated all these people into completely new homes, new city basically, or new towns these people are moving to. And it's that sleight of hand that pisses me off because nobody gets the true idea when you only know half of the story about what's really going on in China. I'm not saying China doesn't have problems. Of course it does. Every country has problems. But, I've been hearing about the collapse of China, like I said, for 20 years now. It is not going to collapse in the way people think. I don't think so. I just think
not the way people think. No, they have a closed economy, so it's not that difficult. It's not so easy for them to collapse in Zimbabwe way. They will not. They will never become in that way. The thing is, there is already a real estate bubble crash. So that is already crashed. It's already gone. The whole construction industry is gone. Like the provincial government, a lot of them are bankrupt. So the thing is, you can't see it because they are very good at PR. All the infrastructure is beautiful. They're willing to burn money through the bullet trains and whatnot. You cannot see it until it's too late. Usually, it's like the USSR situation. Nobody knows they're going to collapse. Suddenly, it appears. Yep. But the thing, it's very hard. But the thing is, you can. That's why I share about the shopping malls. I did share about on the Telegram about shopping malls, about the factories. The shopping malls that went empty and the restaurant all closed down. These are all in top tier cities, in where the industrial base are. And when you have these industrial based cities, having this kind of consumer problem, there's a good chance where actually a lot of these migrant workers from other provinces went home. So I'm just saying that they have problems. I never say that it's not going to collapse in the way people think. China is too big, and they have centralized control. So they don't collapse in that way. Like even in Qing dynasty, in the worst state, where they got invaded by all the European armies, they didn't collapse, per se, that in that way. John, I'm not sure. Sorry, I called John. Sorry, Carlo.
No, John first.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I jumped in front of anyone. I kind of just wanted to echo Wyatt's sentiments. Like, China is not going to collapse in the way that like some of the people are, talking about it as if they'll, be this like economic like implosion and they'll just fall in and upon itself. China is a country that's been around for, 2 millennia, and they'll probably be around for another 1,000 years. But the point is that they do have a lot of economic problems right now that I think that some people overestimate, and at the same time, some people underestimate. So they do have some really significant problems, and it probably will cause some sort of, instability within their country. So they may, and all countries have done this, right, in the past, right? When things get really bad internally, they look for an external adversary, like whether this is like by like some sort of like grand design, or is it just like a natural occurrence among peoples when they're faced with a kind of situation. They will if they can, they will be aggressive towards their neighbors, because they see it as their one way of surviving. But yeah, I'm sorry, was it Carlo or Mehdi?
So I'm going to say something real quick. To that point of how countries look for external rivals, or like whoever they can blame and also distract and also extract from their own internal issues. And this idea of China being about to collapse for 20 years, pretty similar to the idea of Iran being about to achieve a nuclear weapon for the past 20 years. And also, who is the country that is consistently and desperately looking for this external enemy to whom blame their internal problems, and to whom attack for like distraction and extraction? So that kind of tells you the state of the internal economy, of the state of affairs. If we're seeing that as this tendency of invasion as a response to collapse, as a sort of measurement for the level, the dramatic state of affairs, then who is in that position? And to this idea of rearming Europe.
I'm sorry, so who are you talking about? Who is in the state?
United States.
Big elephant.
I was just throwing the question out. I don't know. It's impossible.
No, I mean,
to
United
States.
States.
Do you think the United States wants? I'm not even being like facetious, but I mean, do you think the United States want to invade China? I mean,
oh yeah, we desperately want to invade China.
Okay,
they want to invade Iran.
Okay.
And they desperately want to destroy. Like who's the aggressive figure in the world affairs? Who's promoting, sponsoring, or inciting, and calling for war most vociferously?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I won't stand
Israel.
for any of this anti-Semitism, but I really don't believe that the United States has any intentions of invading China. I mean, I live here, and the United States has no intention of invading China.
Yeah, just like the people.
I was in the army during Desert Storm, and we had a huge army. And there's no way in hell with that army you could have invaded China. I mean, even if you went back to like the 80s when you had even more shit, I mean, that would just be a black hole. I mean, that just, the only people you hear talk about that are like these idiots on Fox and stuff. I mean, I'll say the dangerous thing, since Trump bombed Iran apparently successfully, I'll give him props for that. It didn't turn into a big war like I thought it probably would. So if it holds the way it is, that's great. But I mean, these guys are just like hell bent on trying to start something all the time, and it's only certain people. It's not everybody. I mean, I was gonna say real quick. Like a lot of these ex-military pundits and stuff you see on Fox News and stuff, they're kind of punch drunk and kind of got a little swagger because they pulled off this amazing bombing run, which it's pretty impressive. They did it. It appears to have worked. And now they're talking smack like, oh, now we're going to go do this, and Russia better watch out that, and China. It's like, dude, just shut the fuck up. You just won a little battle. Enjoy it. Work on getting that deal figured out before you go and start the next fucking mess. Try to get this mess in the bag and tie it shut before you move on to the next pile of shit that you want to fucking play with.
They aren't paying attention. Russia is doing it like almost every week. The same kind of bombing. No, I just want to share a bit of tidbits. A bit of tidbits is that when the first Gulf War happened, that shocked the hell out of China, because China's military was not that different from the Iraqi one. It's almost the same standard. It's very top down. It's very Soviet 80s, 70s, 60s kind of army. And they got shocked by how fast the Iraqi army got wiped out. That frightened the hell out of the Communist Party, which is why they went on the modernization immediately after that. They started to find how to modernize, and the result of today's China's military is because of the Saddam's Gulf War, the first Gulf War. That was the direct result. And
I'm not saying that China doesn't have like nefarious ideas, and maybe they do want to take territory and take out some of their neighbors. But if you go along with what you're saying, the modernization, a lot of stuff they built was to counter what they perceived were American advantages in aircraft or like stealth or. That's why I think they went heavy with the missiles and the drones, and they tried to keep parity with Gen 3, Gen 4, maybe Gen 5, 6. But everybody knows it's going to be missiles and standoff. So I mean, I think that's part of it too. That China they modernize, but they're not really looking to go out and invade Vietnam or the Philippines. I mean, maybe they could do it and pull it off, but that would obviously be a very costly campaign and brutal. So I figure they're defensively oriented, even if they have a lot of offensive power.
Super chat, Vaughn, where do you get your Wagner flags from? By Joe Public.
No, I'll post it. I'll post it in there after the show.
Yeah,
I'd give the guy a shout out.
I want one. So.
Okay, well, I'll let you know. I mean, I'd like to give the guy a shout out, but at the same time, he should probably throw White a few bucks for the free ad. So
Fair enough.
But yeah, I'll let everybody.
I think it's Carlo next, right?
On the show.
I think it's Carlo next.
Thank you. I want to just add something very quickly before dropping off. So I want to a little bit share I don't want to bring back again the full topic, but I just want to share my sympathy with what Jur said before, because what he said before is exactly like a real concept. So it's called the security paradox. So if you Google online, the security paradox means when actually we have two or more superpowers where basically they don't trust each other, they want to increase their own military, they want to increase their expanding without actually any security guarantees, any bilateral agreements. And this when actually disaster happens. And the last very huge disaster happens exactly for this was World War I. In Europe, World War I was exactly this one, the reason, exactly this. So that's the real big risk. And I don't want to say that we don't need any military, anything. I understand what Viat says, but it's very, very important to understand that if we increase military spending of countries without taking consideration, actually without getting rid of this block kind of mindset, when there is this block against this other block against this always going to bring us to disasters, always, all the time, especially in Europe, where these disasters happened many, many times. So I just wanted to share this, and I want to say thank you very much, guys, for letting me join here. It was a pleasure, and thank you also for sharing.
Carlo, did you give him the invite for the voice chat?
No.
Yeah, I will later email Carlo the link to join the lounge, the Open Mic Speaker Lounge. Okay. And also, I also plugged Carlo's Substack, So and also Vaughn's Vaughn's patch, where he get the flags.
Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
So I wanna go with the China collapse topic.
I think Mehdi was.
Mehdi, what do you wanna say? No, you muted.
You muted.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ari. I just wanted to say what Wyatt, to bring up to what you said. It was after the Gulf War that China spent a lot of money in bags of paper cash going into the Clinton White House, where we turned over to them some of the biggest computers, highest technical computers we had, which helped them build up their ICBM program that gave them the capability to strike the United States. So basically, they turned around and saw the threat and then bought a presidency to send them the technology to build up their own.
No,
And that's
Manny,
where
that's
really
absolutely
started.
true. But at the time when they did that, it wasn't for a military purpose. They were doing it purely for economic reasons. That's when the United States used to have this they used to call it most favored nation trading status, and we gave that to China, or Clinton did, or his administration did. At that time, you going back to the 90s, it wasn't like the Chinese were thinking back then, we want to take the U.S. military on. They were just thinking, how do we milk the United States for as many dollars as they could?
Well, no, John, they wanted the technology so we couldn't attack them. They wanted an ICBM to prevent that from happening. That's the reason why that computer was sold to them. And that's the way,
I don't think they
John,
would.
back in the day, people were bitching about this 24/7. People in the military were really concerned of what we just turned over to the Chinese. I remember it clearly. And that's the thing.
Hey,
is
that Tim Waltz guy that ran for vice president, there's actually stories about him from his National Guard unit, and I don't know what his MOS was. I think he's obviously a NCO, senior NCO at some point. But there were apparently guys in his unit that went to the FBI with concerns that he may have given information to the Chinese, since his wedding date was the date of Tiananmen Square. He honeymooned in China. You remember during the campaign, he preferred to visit China, or had visited China quite a bit, for somebody who's not doing business in China. And apparently these guys in his unit went to the FBI and expressed their concerns that he may have passed information to the Chinese. So,
yeah, well, all due respect, this is the same guy that puts tampons in male bathrooms. Maybe you're going to say something.
Still, you may have been compromised, and that's the thing.
No, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Like my point was, if you're going back to because I remember this. I'm old, and I'm old, so I remember when this happened under Clinton, and at that time China was in no situation, because you got to remember this is right after the Soviet Union collapsed, right? And the early mid 90s, and the United States was actually looking for concessions, what they called human rights concessions for the for the Chinese, because you remember Tiananmen Square had happened in '89, and the Chinese basically said "F you" to the United States. We're not giving you any concessions regarding human rights or anything else, but you're going to open up your trade with us. And Clinton was under such pressure from corporations in the United States that he had to do it. And that's when the quote unquote outsourcing. That's when the term entered modern nomenclature, was in the 1990s, and it was because of that. But at that time, China was the Chinese at that time, not at that time nor now, were the Chinese ever thinking they're going to invade San Francisco and San Diego or anything like that. The Chinese don't have that don't have those kind of ambitions, at least in my opinion. And I don't know, Wyatt, correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, the only way I would see that ever happening, you'd have to go to some dystopian fiction where the United States is completely wrecked and there's no, the Chinese come in and under the UN to provide humanitarian assistance. It'd have to, some catastrophic thing like that. Yeah, anybody could come in, the Mexicans, the Chinese, the British.
Yeah, the Martians, the fucking
Yeah.
yeah.
No, you'll
Yeah,
get
that's what I
back,
agree with. I
let's
mean,
get back to
I think
reality.
you will get
I think
the
the Chinese.
Quebecians. You'll get Quebecians coming in to provide the help assistance to the United States and make peace.
But yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I think China has like a lot of like a potential offensive power. Like they appear to have a pretty powerful military, but at the same time, I think they really just want to make money and keep their backyard and kind of under their control.
Yeah, but that's totally understandable. Like, I mean,
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that like it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's like you said, they're not looking to fucking those barge ships they have are not to land off of San Francisco and unload tanks. You know, they're not even probably meant for Vietnam or the Philippines. You know, probably Taiwan, but I'm sure they can wait Taiwan out too. You know, because
Okay,
they don't really want to get the place all full of holes and shit burned up.
So about China collapse. China is actually looking for the future, what to do next. They already made the plans to turn from exporting to enriching their people to satisfy demand domestically, not to export, but to produce mostly for themselves, right? So they wanted to increase the standard of living for the Chinese people. So this is the probably transitioning phase. Another issue with what you were saying about real estate and regional district collapse because they took so many loans for the building the cities, empty cities, and development. Uh, this is fake alarm because China understand MMT and there are also still communists. So combining MMT and communist is unfuckable. You can't fuck them. They have the means to do anything they want because they can just forgive any loans that those districts are in. They can just erase them, no issue. Okay, they understand how the money works and they can easily do that. So the districts and the banks that are in too much debt, they can just erase it, no problem. They can keep on going. That's the knowledge of MMT and knowing and using the communist system, where they can print money too. You combine those two, you can do anything you want, anytime. So, but now they're thinking what to do next, how to do this, increase the standard of living. They don't know, they really didn't develop right how to do it. Also, talking about military, China's militaries, it's not capable military. It's numerous, probably, but they don't have any established technology that is like main battle tank or main airplane. They don't have one plane that covers everything. They have new developments that are just like with few squadrons that will develop further, right? So as a transitional phase to the more technology. So they they experimenting with more and more advanced until before for the military. So they're still in this transition. They don't have real step forward. They don't have how to say they didn't get into the new system, new order.
Like they didn't modernize their doctrine. Like they need to update their doctrine for the new stuff.
Yes, everything is, so they're on a threshold, economically and militarily too. So that's what you see with them not reacting much to anything, especially now that they see the oil resource is getting cut off from Iran. United States. This is how United States was planning to keep China under the curb, right? keep the before it can develop indefinitely by curbing how much oil they can access. Well, by having access from Russian oil, now it's almost unlimited. Now they're looking into different options. Should they rely to it more instead of nuclear, instead of going electrical with all the EV cars and everything? So now they're in this mid step. Basically, you can say that they're not collapsing. They just didn't develop real plan for the future. Real didn't fully go in. Once they get it, they will just move on forward. No issue for them. This is the how I see them, how they in their internal planning, their internal relations and internal happening. It's not an issue. But let me say about also to go back to the previous, if I may. Do you have problem, Mehdi or John?
Yeah, I don't know if Mehdi was before me or not. Mehdi, were you before me?
Okay.
Mehdi, you can go ahead if you were before me. You're
You're
muted, Mehdi.
muted.
Mehdi, you're muted. You're muted.
Always muted. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jerry, I understand some of your points, but I disagree. I think China is far more capable than we give them credit for. Not saying they're over the top and they're better, but they're better than they're given credit for. We got to remember their pilots get more flight training hours than our pilots get, and it's by a big margin. So they're more familiar with their systems if they're doing that. That means they're spending more time training for actual warfare when they're up in the air and doing that. We're not doing the same in our country. And that's why I don't understand, because we've seen in Ukraine that the technology development, as long as you got a thermal and a decent main gun, so far right now, the margin between a good tank and a bad tank is very slim. It comes down to the defensive systems that accompany those tanks, like arena systems, like anti-drone systems, like electronic warfare systems. Those are the things that are going to make the difference for armor moving forward, I think. But, at the same time, I don't want to overrate them because, we don't know. And that's the big thing. It seems like in the West, if we don't really know something about the enemy, we automatically assume that they're worse off than us. It should be the complete opposite, but that is not how it's looked at. And that's a big problem because we've already seen it already, the overestimation in Ukraine, and we see it continuously, and they continuously still do it. Nothing's changed. The same people telling us that Russia would be done in 3 weeks are now saying that Russia's about to run out of bombs and tanks for the third year in a row, fourth year in a row now. There's got to be a point when people who are considered expert or people just step back and take a look at things as how they are, not what they're being told they are, and then start making their own decisions. Because right now, whatever the media is pumping out is something you can't trust. You got to look for yourself now. I'm sorry.
Some people saying that China is going to fall and that Iran has nukes or had nukes.
John, I go after you.
Oh yeah. I just want to say, as far as like flight time and like those kind of hyper specifics about military training, I have no insights on, and I don't dispute it. You're probably right. My point was just about as far as China's ambitions, as far as military expansion. I don't believe that the Chinese have any ambitions to conquer the United States or anything like that. Like maybe they have, intentions on taking over Taiwan or, God forbid, Singapore, because we all love Wyatt.
Right.
But I really don't believe that that's. I believe they just want to have. My buddy had this sphere of influence that they want to have over that area, which is understandable. I mean, that's what we do. I mean, the United States has pretty much done that for the northern and southern hemisphere.
You know what, John? I'm sorry. When you're done.
No, please.
No, I totally agree with you on that. And in the geopolitical spheres of influence, what we're seeing now, I think, is a shift back to that. because of logistics, missile technology now, it's basically going to be, whoever can control the geopolitical area that they're in is the big dog in the region. And when the U.S. goes and plants itself like in Israel and stuff like that, we upset that. Yeah. And eventually when we leave a void, and it crashes in upon itself and then recorrects itself. And I think that's what we're seeing now, like with Russia into Ukraine and going on like in Israel and what we're talking about with China. I think it's more that some people think it would be isolationist. It's not being isolationist. It's just being, not being interdictionist, maybe is more the word. Is that we don't want ourselves buried in everybody's affairs, nor do we want to change their political structure, their culture, or whatever. Just because it doesn't match our own doesn't mean it's not right for those people.
Right.
And that's, I think, we got to learn.
Nor is it our business to impose our will on other people. I agree with you. And also nature abhors a vacuum. Like when the United States pulls out of an area, you create a vacuum and it's going to be filled by something. But I just wanted to go back to, because I agree with part of what Yuri said, and I disagree with the other about China's economic strategy as far as trying to replace their export economy with internal consumption that has failed miserably for a lot of different reasons. And I think probably Wyatt could probably speak to this better than I can, but it's not working. The Chinese...
It didn't even start. It didn't even start. It cannot fail because it didn't even start.
Let me.
Yeah, but it didn't fail because it just barely started.
But I haven't expounded on my argument yet.
Yeah.
One of the things about the China is in the midst of what they call a deflationary spiral or deflationary collapse, because the Chinese people by nature, a lot of this is encultured, and a lot of it is just because they're not allowed to, like in America, when you can invest anywhere in the world or you can trade your currency in the world. The Chinese are not allowed to do that. There's also the restrictions on what they can invest in and how they can invest it and how much they can invest it. So, and for years it had been, when China was undergoing this massive economic expansion, they did it in real estate, and now real estate has become something that's the last thing you want to invest in China. So now they're trying to incentivize the Chinese people to invest in other things. And Wyatt, if you probably could dovetail on this topic, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. So the latest industrial profits has dropped year on year. So the clearly showing that because the main one would then be the real tariff effect that you can actually see. So because before that they have growth year on year because because everybody is buying the shit first before the tariff come in. So now we are starting to see a bit of reduction. But I think the next 2 months will be clearer. I think just this 1 month, that is, I think 9% year on year drop, but it's a year on year. It's still profitable, but deflationary problem is real. So, I mean, just now, during long time ago, I think maybe 20 minutes ago, he said, increase to increase the quality of life, give to fulfill the local market. The reality is that their local demands have always been fulfilled. They are the manufacturing base of the world. So they have everything. Like I can tell you, like they have anything you can imagine, they have it. Do you want bed, mattress, don't know what shit you want, toys, they have everything. And cheaper than we buy it overseas. They have everything. So the quality of life definitely is there if you have the money. The problem in China is that they don't have the money. A lot of people don't have the money because a lot of people are getting very low salary. That's how their stuff are cheap to export, because the people's salary is depressed. It is not low compared to, let's say, Bangladesh or Sri Lanka, because it have been raising over time. But the thing is that in China's case, within China locally, it's still low. It's still not as high as it could possibly be. It's the totally different situation from the Japan, bubble burst, because those Japan then have a much higher salary. Everybody quality of life, standard of life is much higher than China is today. So this is a big problem. So there is you want to drive domestic consumption, but they don't have money to have it. A lot of people lost their job. A lot of people cannot find jobs. Now a lot of the youngsters have to go into doing Uber Eats. They have to do deliveries, food delivery, even if they have a degree. A lot of these kind of problems. So but the thing is, China is a very special place because they are not fully capitalistic. They are still a communist country per se. They everything essential to keep the political system intact is there, and they have all the weapons they can use to control the economy. And their economy is largely still closed. The currency market is still closed, so they can control. They can do a lot to manage the problems. So yes, as a country, they will not collapse. But the thing is, the people is going to suffer. It's the kind of thing. It's like North Korea is perfectly fine. They can still send satellites into the space. Doesn't mean the people is having a very, very good life. The regime is different from the economy. And the thing is that the regime can survive without an economy. The economy is already bubble burst, largely. And there is more bubbles growing, like the EV market is a bubble as well. It will burst eventually, and then we see what happens. But the thing is, the political thing will not have a problem, because as long as there's always export, the foreign currency come in, the Communist Party will still have a lot of power because they have so much foreign exchange. They can buy a lot of shit overseas. They can do a lot of things. They can buy all the gas and oil and energy and what shit. It's not a problem for that sense. So collapse they are not going to have that kind of collapse like how we would imagine it. But the people are going to suffer. The regime will not die. But the internal struggles will increase, because then they can weaponize, right? If people is suffering in the ground, then the different parties within the Communist Party, they can then attack each other, use that as an excuse, attack each other as weapons. They can weaponize the suffering, But that's all internal politics, which honestly I'm not very familiar with. I also listen to other YouTube channels and whatnot to try to understand the internal politics. Yeah, too many people to remember. I know I don't really want to remember who are who. Too many people. It's too big a country.
So let's say you want to increase internal consumption, but you can't, because people invest too much into real estate and casinos, right? That's what Chinese did, right? You cannot increase because they spend too much into real estate. So what you do? You destroy real estate investment, and then what people gonna do? They're gonna spend. They're gonna consume, right?
No,
because
they can't.
If they don't have,
because you don't loan money from the real estate company. You loan money from the freaking bank.
Okay.
The bank loan you the money. The money go to the real estate.
There's
It
a
was
loss.
burned away.
Yes.
Then after that, you still owe the
Yes.
bank money. You still have to pay the bank money. Where are you going to have money to pay for your consumer goods? And then if you got the real you get your property, you still have to pay for the property, and the property now you cannot sell, because if you sell, it's only going to be half the value, or maybe let's say the good case 75% value.
Depreciation.
You still lose money.
It becomes a depreciating.
You're talking about old spending. I'm talking about that have money.
We're talking about what's
And
going on
instead
right
of
now.
keep investing in real estate, people will spend, while the others are tied with old ones, are tied with old investment, right? They're tied. You can't cancel that, but you cancel new people coming in and spending again into real estate. So you stop doing that.
I don't think you're
This is the
understanding
step.
I don't think you're
This is the
understanding what
no.
we're saying.
You don't understand what I'm saying. You stop.
No, you're right. I don't.
You stop spending into the real estate investment. By removing that option, the people start spending. Other new people, not old one. You understand? You know what I mean?
The
So
young
you
people
stop that. You
cannot
cancel
find
that.
jobs.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
all.
yeah.
When it's like the young. Go ahead, Wyatt.
Because the industry base is now slowly shrinking because of the oversupply. So the factories are closing down because export has also starting to move to Vietnam and to India. So this industrial base is shrinking. People are losing jobs. The young people cannot find jobs. How are you going to have this new money to spend? And even if they found a job, because there is too few jobs, the salaries are low because there is oversupply of workers, insufficient supply of jobs. So the salary is going to be low. So it's similar, problem with the United States when there's too many illegal immigrants. The salary is suppressed.
So it's a
transition, China is worse.
Right? It's a transition. It's not easy step. It's not easy
for me,
step. You destroy old system to create a new one.
No, I agree. But the thing is, the China the Chinese Communist Party destroy the old system. For me, I feel like the solution is to universal income. That's what I think they should do. They should give money to the general public so that they can increase consumption. That's what I think they should do. But the thing is, will they do it? Because they will have to print money.
What they have been doing to stimulate domestic spending has been to subsidize purchase in cars, for example, or in other electronics. The technology that they want to
there's government subsidies, like for example, like EVs and stuff like that.
Yeah, they pay you 50% of
all countries around the world do the same thing. Like they'll subsidize certain industries, and but the challenge with that is it tends to, how do I say it? It tends to make like certain specific people rich, and it kind of leaves everybody else in the dark. That's just the nature of the way these things work. So if you had like a universal, I always get a kick out of the phrase universal basic income. Like, why not a universal high income? And then once you see it that way, you realize that why it would not work, right? Because you give everybody,
it's relative.
Yeah, exactly, right. So if you give everybody like $1 million or 1 million yuan or euros or pounds or whatever it is, you realize
that becomes the minimum wage
immediately. You give 1,000 aspirins to a person instead of one aspirin. Yeah, you can always use that comparison, right? You want to give people 1,000 or 1 million. Or you want to give them
the difference between an aspirin and a unit of currency is
that's the same. That's what you do.
No,
that's
okay.
Example. You want to cure people by giving them 1,000 aspirin all at once.
In Singapore we have a system.
$1 million.
Let me read the
Why not give one aspirin? You give them one aspirin instead of 1,000 which you propose. You understand?
Yeah, you repeated 3 times. Let me talk first. Super chat. Many Von John, what are your thoughts on
President Trump's... what I'm saying.
Wait, Many Von John, what are your thoughts on President Trump's unhinged Truth Social, especially BB legal issues, 3D chess or zero cuck? So I want to say the universal income thing, Singapore did it in a way through vouchers. So it's basically, in fact, there is actually some form of universal basic income, but it's very small. The amount, like 1 year, there is like maybe a few $100 Singapore dollars. So those vouchers can only be used on specific stuff. There is one half of it is only for groceries to be used in supermarkets. The other half you can use in other shops, and all these shops have to be approved. But it's usually for most shops, most stores you can use it. So it basically it's not giving you free money per se, but this free money will be able to feed into the economy. And on top of that, we still have free money, free cash, which you can use it wherever you want. So Singapore actually is doing some form of universal income to reduce this wealth gap between the top and the bottom, because the bottom is struggling with the inflation. So that's what Singapore is doing. What I'm saying in China is they need to do something like this. Because what they're having problem is that things are cheap, but they can't even buy the cheap stuff. So they need to give them ability to buy even the cheap stuff. Then they can significantly improve the quality of life. And then no need to worry about their debt. Debt they still have to pay. They still have to go and work, find jobs and what. But then they still get some certain kind of vouchers or food stamps. In United States it's food stamps to kind of or product stamps to get stuff and then keep the economy going. That's what I'm trying to say. Not free cash. No, a free like the COVID era kind of universal income will never work. Because everything is relative. Everything is relative. If you give everybody $100, then everybody still remains the same. Nobody's cheaper. Nobody is richer. John.
I hope.
I was just gonna say, like, it's kind of funny. You were talking about like the year equivalent of food stamps. Like, one of the things that goes on in Seattle right now is like you have homeless people that literally, let's say they get like I don't know what the number is, but let's say it's $200 a month in groceries, and they will literally say to people, you can take my food stamp. It's like a credit card or a debit card, and they'll say, okay, you can spend $200 on it. You just give me $100 in cash, and they use that to buy drugs. And
yeah, 100 people will do that, while with other 10,000 people will be helped by it, and 100 people will do that, abuse it. It's always been the case, and the United States experimented with how much you spend to curb the corruption like that, comparing to how much is corrupted. These experiments have been done in 50s, 60s. How much to prevent abuse? How much it costs to prevent abuse? All the administration, all the rules and enforcement. How much it costs comparing to how much is spent on abuse? It's not worth it.
But so there's a different problem.
100 people abuse the programs, while the 10,000 benefit.
Yeah, but you can make the argument about how much does it cost to combat like bank robbery, right? Like, how much does it cost to track down like
1,000 aspirins comparing to one aspirin?
Hold on a second. Just hear me out.
You can use that always.
Whatever the crime is, you can make the argument about how much does it cost to stop people from doing that. The point is it becomes like a spiral effect. Like, one society starts to, it goes back in the 1990s in like the Giuliani experiment of how we turned around New York City, the broken window policy of policing. Whereas like it used to be like when I grew up in New York, it used to be like, okay, well, we only go after like the murderers and the rapists, and we let like the prostitution and the drug dealers and the people who write graffiti on the trains, like we'll just allow that stuff because that doesn't really matter. And then like Giuliani came into office, and he said, you know what, fuck that. Let's go after all the small crime. And then the big crime just went away. And because I remember I literally moved out of New York like the month he got elected. And I remember going back 4 years later, and it was a completely different city. And all he did was he just enforced the existing laws. That's all he did. He didn't have to. Well, actually, he made one new law, was you couldn't panhandle within so many feet of a ATM machine, and that's only because ATM machines were not a common thing back, before he became office. But the point is that people don't realize there's all these ancillary benefits and ancillary negative outcomes to these kind of things. So like, all due respect, Yuri, I understand, like, I think we all have some sense of humanity, and we don't want to see people starve to death. At the same time, if you're going to say, if your argument is that it's okay to let somebody abuse the system because it costs more money to combat that abuse, then that makes it okay. It doesn't work. I mean, we've seen that, but.
You always can have your excuses to be sadist and only punish people, never to help. You can have your rationalization. You go on and you see the difference in normal countries that function like United States used to, comparing to your desires. That is like in Somalia or in it used to be in China or in Russia. As you desire, you can see the difference. But sadists always want to punish people, no thinking of any difference.
Yuri, I mean, I don't know anything about my desires, but we're anyway.
Let me cut in. So the thing is, that the argument about people using the food stamp and then exchange for money to buy drugs is ridiculous, because we are talking about macroeconomics. So it's totally out of point. Like, we are talking about like pumping money to boost the economy and GDP, and somehow you could talk about like people taking money and to go and buy drugs. Like the even if they exchange the $20 or the $200 for the $100 cash, the $200 will still be spent. It still goes into the economy. It still works. It macroeconomic wise, it doesn't change. So I just want to talk about super chat. Tech Dup said, people smarter than me have said removing BB legal stuff remove his incentive to keep Gaza war going. And the chat is also begging us to move on from China.
Yeah, so, I wanted to jump in on the super chats because this conversation has become stale for a while now. And yeah, like it makes sense that Trump would try to sort of soothe Bibi into like de-escalating the situation, because there's clearly, beyond all these long-term strategies that have been spoken about, the U.S. wanting to put down Iran for a while, there's clearly an incentive in Bibi's hands to continue escalating war, because he has a personal incentive, because of his own corruption cases and all that, to keep the war going, because that's how he avoids, which is pretty sick if you think about it. Like the guy's literally sacrificing thousands to keep his ass out of jail.
No, it's probably true. He probably, if October 7th didn't happen, he probably would have ended up in jail, or at the very least, he would have been deposed.
Yeah, so there's definitely an argument to be made of, like, because Trump did said, I don't know if you guys saw this, and that's what Bridget Tagrib is talking about, how Trump put out a tweet, Truth Social, saying how Bibi's being persecuted, by the deep state, just like he was being persecuted. So on one hand, it does sound kind of, cookie, because he is, Bibi is clearly a monster, and nobody likes him anywhere. But on the other hand, it also makes sense strategically, because you want to try to sort of ease the situation for him so that he stops doing all this crazy shit in the Middle East. Because even if America is hell bent in its long-term plans to dismember Iran, the situation is still the case that clearly doesn't want an escalation, or doesn't want, but at least it's inconvenient at the moment to escalate with Iran, and to keep on escalating in the Middle East. And so it makes sense to try to see how you soothe Bibi into like not escalating further. Well,
I mean, I agree with what you're saying, and then the super chat about that. And also, you got to figure too, and who knows? I mean, I'll just throw it in because I'm sure other people will, and somebody will bring it up in the chat. I mean, you never know. Maybe there's Epstein shit or some other kind of shit on him. But, more than likely, it's what you were talking about, and the super chatter was talking about, and, trying to de-escalate the situation. And then the other thing is, too, you got to figure that with as much influence as the Israelis have in the American government and in Trump's inner circle, there's probably tons of people telling him how Bibi's getting railroaded just like you were, and so he, to get that empathy with him and stuff like that. So it's probably a combination of those things. If he can get him to calm down and de-escalate some stuff and not think he has to keep going to war to keep his ass out of court, maybe that's part of it. But, maybe it's, the other stuff too. He maybe somebody's telling him, oh, he's just like you. The judges are all against him. The prosecutors are all bought off and paid for. The juries are all tainted. You know what I mean? There's probably a lot of that crap going on too. I mean, like a guy like Mark Levin's probably screaming in his ear how bad Bibi's been treated and how it's wrong, and you can trust me because I'm a legal scholar. I mean, that makes the most sense. De-escalate, and then the Bibi Netanyahu's trying to, compare himself to Trump and get Trump to protect him that way, or at least present him that way to the Israeli public. Which means he probably really doesn't know what's going on with Bibi as far as all the legal stuff. I'm sure he's been briefed about it and stuff, but he probably doesn't understand it like he understood his own legal cases. He just hears things that make it sound like he's suffering like Trump did. The courts are out to get him. The judge, everybody's out to get Bibi. So go ahead. I'm sure Tegrib has some good shit to tell us.
Yeah,
Hey.
hi everyone. I just wanted to say that I think that President Trump does think he's going to be the peace president. So that's why I was asking about this crazy Truth Social he was doing that it didn't make any sense. And so I think that maybe it is 3-day chess. I don't know if I'm being too optimistic, but I really think that he thought he was going to come in and solve this Gaza issue like really quick, and that Israel is just not cooperating on that front. So I just wanted to jump in and say that.
No, yeah, I agree
I
with
would
that.
say we shouldn't forget that Bibi was the first to congratulate Biden on the victory in 2020.
Yeah,
But it's an Israeli thing.
We shouldn't forget. So Trump is saying
Yeah,
this
but Yuri,
after the Supreme Court
the
of Israel
Israelis
didn't extend the court case, right?
But
So
Yuri,
this is fake now, no purpose.
don't the Jews like always just congratulate like whoever wins? Aren't they always the first to just like it
Yeah, it's
doesn't
an
matter,
Israeli
like,
thing.
like
He called Biden before the media even called the election.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
But
it's
Trump
still
announced
pretty.
this after the court decided not to extend it, right? So no effect.
That
It had
Elon
no
Twitter
effect.
starts making sense. Save Voss.
Yeah, it might, but keep this in mind, like, because Trump should have no love for Bibi, because even though Israel always says, recognizes, like, is the first to congratulate the elected U.S. president, it's still kind of a bitch move, considering that Trump like did so much in favor of Bibi's agenda, and to then go in and ratify his opponent when he's like contesting the results and pushing thereby the whole sort of Zionist establishment in the U.S. on the side of Biden is kind of a thing. It's not nothing. Just saying. But anyway, to what Bridget was saying about Trump wanting to be the peace president, and also to this whole idea of sort of the presidents have no power, or they're all in on it. They're kind of disingenuous positions, because on one side you do have the case that both Ukraine and Israel, for example, are completely dependent on the U.S. on all sorts of ways, and therefore should be under the command of the U.S. for anything that comes out of their rears. It still is the case that the fact that they are dependent on the U.S. is that it's not dependent on the particular state, but on all the lobby institution or infrastructure that is providing the U.S.'s assistance to that state. So it's not that sort of Israel or Ukraine have power over the U.S. It's more like the internal structure of the U.S. that provides for those countries are the ones that have the power. And so from Trump's point of view, you might think that, oh, I'll just go and tell them what to do or else. But then he has to face with the internal opposition, with the internal pushback that is like the institutions that make all these policies. And so it's not a straightforward thing. It's not like he can just command and be obeyed, because he actually has to negotiate with all these internal powers. Go on, Wyatt, please.
What if this is not just 3D chess or 4D chess, it's 5D chess? What if Trump knows that by saying it, the justice system in Israel will be like triggered, and then they will like even more hell bent on and pinning down Netanyahu. So it's like he just double down. Trump just said to force them to double down on it to make sure that they will not delay at all. Because if they listen or delay it even a little bit, it will look like they have weakened their position and they are become like puppets of the United States. So they must do it now. Maybe it's the 5D chess, no?
Yeah, well, that does make a lot of sense, Wyatt, and it's not like a super complex form of thinking. It's something that's pretty predictable, and that Trump or his team could definitely have in mind when they do that.
Trump
And
does such things very often.
I get the
Maybe he
impression
was
he
also
does that.
pleading with the Senate to vote for this bill by showing that he's supporting Bibi, right? He's supporting
Yeah,
Bibi.
but it's actually a trap.
Yeah.
But it's a trap.
Well, something else that might be a trap.
Gabriel, it's kind of like a joke
It's a
though,
trap.
because we never know like what Trump is, because we don't know if like Trump is a complete moron or a super genius. Because I'm not fucking around. I'm serious. Like, you don't really know.
Yeah, I see that. I see that same thing, and I wonder the same thing constantly. Another thing to point to that theory is, for example, this whole bombing Iran issue. It pulled out of the woodworks all these, Siocons and neocons that were like super stoked and, like frothing at the mouth, and having massive hard-ons for what was going on. And a bunch of senators and, representatives went out and spilled the beans, and they totally exposed themselves, calling into attention the influence of the Zionist lobby in the U.S. You had this whole Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson, and you had this huge separation of the waters, between what is like the America First MAGA movement and what is like, all these Boltons and these disgusting creatures that appear as patriots and as Republicans, and they just went out and exposed themselves, which is also it's bad. It's terrible PR for them before the American people. So that might just have been a massive blow to the next round of elections for representatives and senators. I don't know what you guys Americans think about that.
Well, that's the Gabriel. That was kind of my point. Is like, to be honest, like as an American, like we're not really sure what to think, because at first, like when, like you go to VC, right? You hear us in the private chat. By the way, anyone in here that's not a message Wyatt. At first, like we were totally against it, and I still think it was a bad idea, but now it's seeming like it's not as bad of an idea like what he did, because it seems like we did what we did, no boots on the ground, and it's over with and we're done. The Iranians and the Israelis apparently agreed to some sort of ceasefire. Whether it will hold, I don't know, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's looking like it's not the disaster like it initially looked like. Like we sent like 6 fucking B-2 bombers over and fucking bombed the shit out of another country, and normally that would be like World War III, but the way Trump did it, apparently 24 hours later he got the 2 countries to agree to a fucking ceasefire. So I don't know if he's like Mr. Magoo. Like, I don't know if you remember that cartoon, the guy that always just
massive glasses, doesn't see anything that's going around, but he's super lucky.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, so I can't tell you. So you're asking me maybe Vaughn. I'll let Vaughn talk.
Well, I mean, I kind of agree with what you're saying. I mean, like my problem was I just assumed if you're gonna take out those sites in Iran, if you just go with the odds are that Iran's gonna lash out and fire missiles at all the American bases, shoot up the Strait of Hormuz, probably take shots at the U.S. Navy, which would induce us to bomb even more and attack in all kinds of ways.
They didn't, though.
Well, let me finish. I mean, that was what I was thinking was going to happen. I was like, well, if we do this, and my other thing is I'm just not comfortable as a human being with bombing nuclear sites. I just think that's a really stupid fucking idea. I mean, I know people can say, oh, you can guarantee this or that. It's like, yeah, whatever. You can guarantee there won't be a leak until there's a leak. I mean, I'm sure the fuckers at Fukushima had some hellacious guarantees, but, they didn't have the guarantee that they needed for what came that day. And that's the thing. But like you said, he bombed the 3 sites. It appears that he's halted the Iranian nuclear enrichment program. He's forced Israel and Iran to the peace table and have ceasefire, which, like you said, if it holds, great. If it don't, it's not like it's going to be a surprise. So it appears that he gambled and he won. I'm glad he did. I just assumed, like most things in the Middle East, it would go to shit and would be dragged in somehow. But, I'm not going to complain about it working out right now. So, maybe he's lucky. Maybe he's doing some kind of 5D chess.
Yeah,
Maybe,
exactly.
maybe he had a hot night at the fucking roulette table. I don't know. But, when he's on, he's on. And when he's not, he's not.
My point was more to the just slight correction. My point was more to the idea of the exposure of the internal betrayal of the Zionists in the U.S. politics. Like, how's that?
I don't think there was any kind of exposure of that. I just think it showed people how embedded that influence is, and how maybe some people that because like there's certain like pundits and stuff like Mark Levin and other people. Sorry, mate, I'll shut up real quick. But those guys like that, in 2016, they were never Trumpers. And there's video of them saying all kinds of hateful shit about Trump. Then Trump won. Then now all of a sudden they want to be MAGA. They're Republicans. They're conservative. They want to be in the, And then, of course, he runs, and loses. Then he runs again and wins. And, these guys, all these Johnny-come-latelys, they got a lot of influence. I mean, the stuff these guys were saying, like, the bloodlust for war was ridiculous. So the fact that he was able to navigate through this, appease the neocons, satisfy Netanyahu's bloodlust, allow Iran to save face and look like he did something in a couple days. I mean, definitely.
Yeah, it's like, is he a genius or is he missing a go? Like, I don't know.
I mean, it might be a combination of stuff. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he should go buy a lottery ticket that night.
I think. Hold on, Manny. I think Bridget was ahead of you.
Bridget, go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree that it was a successful military mission. They achieved their goal that they set out to achieve, but I don't know if the underlying objective was complete. Like, nobody knows what is going on under the rubble of Fordo. So, I mean, even Hegseth came out and was like, the Iranians don't know, the Israelis don't know. You'd have to go out and get a shovel to find out what's under there. And then, so who knows if even there was anything important under there that we buried. Some people have said that they like trucked out everything that we were aiming for before we even hit it. And then the other part was that, brokering the ceasefire, that seems tenuous at best. Like, I don't know that striking those 3 sites is gonna create a lasting ceasefire. I feel like we can't trust Bibi, and that even if he says like, oh yeah, we're gonna do a ceasefire, somebody else was saying that they're planning strikes like imminently. So who knows about that? Go ahead, Mehdi.
Tomorrow you're going to have the Iranians, and the Israelis, like Aragorn, for Fordo, charging into battle.
For Fordo.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, if
the
you look at
nuclear side is not.
Let's I tend to agree with Vaughn on this. If you look at events and how they happen, first of all, you got an attack on Iran where they don't engage their air defense systems. They hit a target. It's unclear if actually they hit anything at all or whatever. You have an attack on U.S. missile bases, which falls out of the news cycle after about 3 days, and there's no response whatsoever. It leads me to believe there was some type of agreement going on that everybody got their shots off, and this was hopefully gonna create the ceasefire. If that was the case, Trump is playing, 5D chess or whatever. Sorry.
By the way, Mehdi, it turned out that the Iranians did give us a heads up before they launched their missiles. So at least that part is correct. Now, I'm not saying Trump is playing 5D chess. I don't know if he's
right.
Mr. Magoo or
well, I mean, he gave a way to save face. They fired their missiles.
Right.
empty bases. Maybe they blew up an aircraft revman or a tent.
But Voss
it-
said
it's
the guy
also-
bombed a nuclear site. That's nuts.
Well, if you look
It's
at
also
the
Trump that
drive,
gave them the
if you look
notice,
at the
forward notice. It was also Trump that gave Iranians forward notice. Remember saying, "Oh, you have 2-3 weeks before we come in. Oh, you have 3 days." So he was giving them notice. No, this is openly public, but also, and if anyone saw the Iranians were burying entrances to those in order to keep the pressure in, not to let it blow out, which will make more damage. But I don't think any bomb penetrated into the caverns. It could have collapsed the ceilings of the caverns, but it wouldn't penetrate. So you would have a rubble from the seismic shock, which can transmit pretty far down from the point of the penetration and explosion. Seismic shock can really travel far and cause the ceilings collapse, but that wouldn't be destroying machinery and supplies over there so much as
the point is we have no
causing.
idea about what the internal damage was inside of those structures, and
Yeah,
we
we don't.
may never know.
But people underestimate, this kind of destruction. Like imagine 9/11, the building fall, and you're on the surface, and how long did they take to dig the people out? That took a long time, man. You're talking about underground. It is actually quite bad. I'm quite sure it's almost impossible to dig it in, and by the time you dig in, it's like you have to bring so much things.
If there was any people in there, they're dead. Like if that's your point.
Or they got stuck there.
Yeah, they're not. They're gonna die there because.
Well, maybe instead of those massive ordnance bombs, what they actually threw was jet fuel, and that melted the entire.
Stop.
With passports, you send passports. It wouldn't work without passports. You have to send jet fuel and passports.
Now the stream is
Daniel
demonetized.
Build the bunker with passports.
Yeah, let's have a separate.
One point I would like to make is that nobody builds anything underground without multiple exits to it. So bombing just one entrance or exit is not going to shut down anything. Nobody, every military book will tell you don't build underground unless you have multiple exits.
They said that they bombed all 6 of the portals, which are on the sides of the truck. But there is a guy that was saying that you can bet that there are smaller exits and entrances for people that maybe they're not big enough to carry equipment out of, but they're big enough for people to go in and out and check things out. Or at least
I won't be surprised that there's a freaking tunnel from Tehran all the way to the nuclear site, Like, you wouldn't know. You see, the Hamas have done what they have done with their limited resources. Iran could have built a freaking highway, underground, and nobody knows.
I think they even have some boring machines. So who knows what the hell they've been doing?
Let's beam back to reality for a second, because this is like hyper-speculative.
That's not reality. Oops.
No, yeah, they probably have a tunnel that goes straight under Tel Aviv, and whenever they nuke Tel Aviv, it's going to be like, they moved the fat boy all the way to Tel Aviv through the tunnel.
The ballistic missiles is just diversions. It's like they look at the sky, they forgot to look underground. You see, we discovered Iranian tricks.
The tunnel wars. Yeah. For extra super chats, we might give in more secret intel.
Mossad, please remember to transfer me the money. We did the research for you already.
No, but seriously, back to like the I think it's really interesting, this evolution of world diplomacy through like Twitter or Truth Social. Like the tweet diplomacy or the tweet wars, in which everything, instead of being a press conference, an official statement, you just have a tweet coming out like, we're gonna do this. Oh no, we're not gonna do this. We're gonna do it. And on that line of thinking, there's like, first of all, there's a clear indicator of like red lines. Like when the oil started to spike up Trump immediately jumped in to try to stop it from jumping, and it actually worked. Stopping the war over there actually, but sort of looks like the ceasefire, instead of being a negotiation between diplomats, it was just the guy called out a ceasefire, and both sides, kind of had to comply because they were, both depending on what the hell Trump was going to do. Bibi's there desperate for Trump to go in, and Iran, of course, doesn't want going out with the U.S.
Hey, I was going to say, too, another thing that's kind of ridiculous on the media here in the States. Fox News, I mean, just because they have politicians that are right about stuff doesn't mean they're that great. But they were talking about the Iranian Ayatollah making a statement, and then the Iranian foreign minister following him up. Like the Iranian Ayatollah made a public statement like, "Oh yeah, the program is damaged, but it's not that bad. They didn't do shit to it really." And then the foreign minister came out and said, "Oh, that's not, basically that's not true. The program, is basically dead. It's completely obliterated. Just like Daddy said, it's gone." He didn't say that, but he basically went with the Trump version of events. And this guy on Fox is like, "Yeah, he goes, he probably won't be the foreign minister very much longer." And it's like, and the guy's like, "Yeah, it seems like there might be some division there that, maybe will cause friction in the government and, some kind of, regime change." And it's like, or maybe the Ayatollah is an old man who's a fucking retard that doesn't know when to shut his fucking mouth. And the other guy's a pragmatic politician diplomat, and he knows he better sing the song and tap the dance because he doesn't want to get thumped again. Because he already saw what happened to the other 27 motherfuckers that talk shit. You know what I mean? It's like, "Hey, dude, yeah, you fucked this up. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Yeah, I'm good. Hey, look, my face is fucking, my nose is crooked, my eyes are black. Yeah, I'm good." And this motherfucker's over here, "Oh, you didn't do shit." It's like, shut up, old man. You ain't gonna fight.
Well, but
usually politicians often talk to their people while the others are listening. Other politicians from other countries are listening and just dismiss it. That's normal state of the affairs, how the politicians do it. They dismiss, they understand that politicians talk to their people, not to other countries' politicians.
Yeah,
they dismiss it. But this is the case where they want to make fun of it.
Yeah, but I kind of took it too by the way they were talking about it. It was like they were searching for cope, like anything they could grasp that would show that this regime change is going to happen and this is another good thing. It's like, or it's just two guys, one's a dumbass and one's smart enough to fucking, tap the dance. Sorry, Bridget, go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. I just wanted to say one more thing about the Truth Socials that the press secretary, I forget her name, Levitt, she said that they should be treated as official White House statements, which is funny to me. I mean, it's fine. But one of the things I really do like about President Trump is that he does so much media and answers so many questions, which is so different than our last president. But thank you guys for changing the topic. I'm gonna go. I'm looking forward to the rest of the show.
But you got a good point though, because that is, I think that's one of the thing that people like. Even people who disagree with Trump, they like that when Trump says something, like for example, when Biden would post something on Twitter, like someone else wrote it for him. Like when Trump says, when something comes out on Truth Social, maybe Trump didn't actually do the actual typing on the phone, but every word was Trump's fucking words. Like that's just the way he talks.
Hey, just real quick,
he showed it before.
Just real quick on that, like you said, he doesn't type it. I've seen videos of him where he's sitting around a table with his people talking and bullshitting, and he'll say something smart, and he'll say, "Go ahead and tweet that out." This chick will tweet it right out, and it's a quote of whatever he said.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
They actually show it to Trump first before they press the post. So everything that's on his account, actually Trump actually review it and say, "Good, go." Then he post. He don't type it, but he basically says it. So they have the transcript, the person just typing in on the spot.
Even if it's misleading or if it's like 5D chess or whatever, it's still it has an intention. It's it's a statement of affairs versus what Biden would do with his social media, which is basically recitation of cliche. Oh, we stand with Ukraine until as long as it takes. Like, you know, grandstanding recitations of cliches and taglines.
Yeah, it's all virtual
slogan.
signaling and talking points and
Yeah,
you know,
bumper stickers. I call it just bumper
Yeah,
stickers.
and also you also have the case that, you know, whatever Trump is doing, he's like, you know, he's constantly on the job. Like you can see his hand is on the, you know, on the wheel, and versus Biden, who was like, you know, half dead. Every other week he was on vacations, you know, on the beach showing off his wonderful physique.
Well,
Super
if you
chat.
put rice
yes,
in your
with his
ears,
blonde hairy legs.
Super chat. Toronto Brad. Iranian have subways. They have TBMs, obviously. I think that's tactical ballistic missiles. Yeah, I don't get the joke. Sorry, I'm a bit daft about this. No.
Tunnel, I guess, ballistic missiles.
Yeah, it's tunnel ballistic missiles.
Okay. That sounds correct. So, yeah. I think because Trump is the kind of PR guy. You know, he totally subscribed to there's no bad PR kind of philosophy. Like, he don't give about a damn about the good news is good or bad. You know, he just want to be, you know, on the front page. No, I think no other people in this world is able to capture the front page like him. Like, not even Zelenskyy. Zelenskyy can only, like, you know, cry when he see how Trump is dominating the headlines, and nobody give a damn about Ukraine because everybody's just talking about Trump. Nobody cares about Ukraine. You know, he have to struggle so hard.
I don't know if you saw, Zelenskyy actually wore a suit for the first time ever.
Yeah, that's the title of this stream, right?
Oh,
no, Zelenskyy wear a suit.
He actually wore a suit. I didn't know.
The end is near.
I think.
Yeah, his nice black suit.
No, I think he was forced to wear it. I think Donald Trump said that if he want to come, he must wear it because NATO wise, Trump is the boss. No, in NATO, Trump is the boss. So he said if you want to attend, he better wear a suit. And then Zelenskyy is very reluctant.
The other thing is too,
he
it's
wear
like,
a tie.
You know, like what, you can't wear a fucking suit for 5 minutes. I mean, look at everybody else there. I mean, it's either suits or like evening gowns.
Yeah. In fact, Zelenskyy looks really reluctant to wear that. If you look at what he wear, he actually just wear a button shirt with a coat. It's not actually a suit. No, that's basically what I wear when I go to a conference. No, there's no tie. He didn't wear a tie. He didn't wear it like a proper suit. So no, he's very reluctant to do it. That's why you see everybody is a black coat or no white shirt inside. Very standard. He's the standout. He's all black. So he's still very reluctant, but he get forced into it. And then I heard that I read that he got kicked. He was disallowed to join all the groups, all the small group chats.
Just like for
Really?
beginners.
Yeah, all the NATO.
Yeah, there was working groups they kept him out of.
Oh no shit. Okay.
Because Ukraine is not part of NATO. Why the hell is he there?
Yeah, like it says in the book, right? When you're losing the war, wear a suit. That's from Sun Tzu.
But I'm bummed. Good one. What was the joke about? Who was the guy that called Trump daddy? Like, that's the new meme that's going.
That's the
NATO Secretary General.
Secretary General, yeah.
So they all.
So actually, I think
he's the ex-prime minister of Netherlands. What's his name again? Rutte. Mark Rutte.
I think the context is like because NATO generally is trying to force all the member states to spend more. So it's like I think the context was just simply like United States is here, so the daddy is here to take care of, make sure the children do their part. I think it's just something to that extent. I think that's the context.
That's the way it was. That was the context of it. Like, dad's home now. He's taking care of business. Not like, ooh, daddy. Not that kind of.
Yeah. Then Donald Trump immediately, Truth Social just said the daddy is home. Yes.
Yeah, but it came across like in a way.
It's the same thing.
They tried to turn it on Trump like in a bad way, but like Trump being
weaponized.
On it. Yeah, exactly. He just turned it around on the reporter that asked the question. Like, I don't know. Like that's the whole thing. Like, is he Mr. Magoo or is he a super genius? I don't
We
know.
you need to find out like how much money has he made off the Daddy's Home T-shirts since he got back.
Yeah, it's like it's like they said
He
Daddy's home, and and plus, and not only that was they agreed to 5%. Like, I thought it was only supposed to be 3.5%, and he got them
Yeah, it's
to
crazy, right?
5.
It's always the Trump ask, right? The Trump big ask, like instead of the 3.5, he suddenly say, I want 5. Everybody was like, oh, holy shit. And I think the 5 is not entirely all military. Like there's 3.5 is for military, and then the other 1.5 or something is to improve their cybersecurity and something else. It's not like all
Okay.
military.
I was gonna say, because some of these countries can't. There's no way they could afford 5%. Like,
But then
No,
even they have to spend that 1.5 on the other things. They also don't have the money. So it's the same.
yeah, sure. Well, let me ask you this. I don't know why you know about this, but like, because Garrett was on earlier before I was on here, and he lives in England, and he was talking about how they're like Starmer, who's actually what's the Liberal Party in England? Is it Labour? Is that what
Labor.
Labor,
Yeah,
yeah.
labor.
and they're the ones that are actually cutting back on social services to fund Ukraine, like more, and they voted out the conservatives, so like they're even more. I don't know, how do I say it? They're even more conservative than the conservatives were, at least as far as like the war
Yeah,
goes. So
word is in England, at least what I've heard from British people. Not Garrett, because Garrett isn't very communicative in that sense. But what I've heard from British people is that sort of the right wing, the conservatives, the Tories, they're the cuck party. They're like the official cuck party. They're there to like screw the domestic population as much as possible, and the left, the Labor, their typical strategy is to flank the Tories, the conservatives from the right. So the right tries to like be more liberal to outcompete the left, the Tories. I mean the Labor Party. But the Labor Party, since they know that all the left policies are unpopular, then they bring they start doing right wing thing issues. They flank the right from the right, and that's how they disarm. And then you have like Tony Blair, being the most hawkish on the whole Gulf War uh, 2.0 situation, and then you have the Tories, bringing in mass migration and stuff like that, and being all tolerant and etc. So yeah, the British in that sense, they're completely fed up of the conservatives, because they have proven time and time again of being completely cooked. And they had some hope on the Reform Party, that was like the new based party, but they've come out consistently being like trying to be even more cucked than
yeah,
the Tories. And so,
but again, my point was that the Liberal Party that took over now is in power is literally going against their own agenda. Like, they're cutting back on all the social services. Like that was my understanding.
yeah, but that's what they consistently do, is what I'm saying. They do that. They fuck up their own base, but they appeal to the more central slash conservative, because like the base of the Labor
No.
government
You're misunderstanding me, right?
is
I wasn't
actually.
communicating right. My understanding was they don't have any bait. Like the neither the conservatives nor the liberals, that's what we would say in the United States, likes what the government is doing, but they're doing more of it. So in other words, my point, what I'm trying to say is, like, they're going against the current party that's in power is going against both the conservatives and the leftists.
Yeah, but that's the thing, that the left, the Labor Party, they are their actual base isn't the working class. Their actual base is like the liberal college students. similar to what happens with the Democrats in the U.S. Like the base of the Democrats isn't, the working class, Rust Belt, etc. of America. It's the liberals, the college students, basically, and the middle high class intellectuals, and the same thing in Britain. And so the Labour government can flex power, can have power by doing stuff that appeal to the conservatives, which is like, when Keir Starmer said that this whole discourse about being in an island of strangers, about reducing immigration, stopping. So that's how they appeal to the population, to the work, to the proletariat, and they screw them by reducing spending on welfare and on domestic needs, and throwing it out to Ukraine, which no one understands why they're doing that. Actually, it's probably like what Toby would say, it's the grift, or like the money laundering, or they have some level of compromise. I don't know, like Starmer doesn't want his femboys to be cut out. He doesn't want to lose his stream of femboys or something like that. Something like that must be going on, because it makes no sense. Like they came into office saying that they had a deficit of I don't know how much billions, but we're going to send money to Ukraine. So, that's the state of affairs in Britain. Starmer really likes his femboys, I guess.
Voss in the lounge say that there's no difference between the New Labour and the Tories in the UK. He said he tried to super chat, but it failed. Yeah, so
No.
YouTube don't want a lot of people to talk about.
Well, you can go to jail over there if you say someone just went over.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think UK is nuts now.
Yeah, it's all
UK
because of
went nuts now.
Putin. Putin is to blame for that.
It's Putin's fault. Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
There's a ninja below.
Toby is going to tell us about how we all just need to pray for the apocalypse and Jesus will save us.
No. Toby jumped in to explain why Starmer wants to support Ukraine until the last penny.
No. He's just going to tell us that we just need some nuclear cleansing.
Hey, before Toby starts, Toby, I wanted to bring this to your attention because it could be disturbing. It could just be a misinterpretation of the visual cues, but there is a chance that there is a furry soldier, possibly a small unit of furry soldiers employed on the side of the Russian forces fighting the Nazis in Ukraine.
Yeah, everybody knows that Russia has a quadruped problem.
And you know where I found this out? Have you seen the video of the guy driving down the road? It hits his buddy on the motorcycle head on, and he flips up into the thing, and he's like, cussing at him and shit. I mean, he appears to survive, probably uninjured. But when it's zooming up, one of his morale patches looks like it's 3 furries of different types of animals that are holding guns. And it says some shit in Russian. And I was like, son of a bitch, them furries are even in the Russian army now.
Yeah, no, they're right. They're all the way through it. Look, you guys are misrepresenting the whole nuclear redemption position. I actually, I don't want it. I'm just saying you'll deserve it. Well, and, collectively we deserve it. And on account of the furries and such.
Yeah, and you stand in judgment of all of humanity, Toby. We love it.
No, not at all. Not at all. No, your theology is bad on this, John. I don't stand in judgment. I'm just saying that if we were to be judged, right, there'd be a case to be made. Huh?
Yeah, and you would be the first person to make that case.
No, I wouldn't. No, I'd be Abraham. I'd be going, no, man, there's 50 good people in Sodom. And he'd be like, really? Is there? And he'd go check and he'd come back. And then, I'd have to look. I'm just saying. I can see both sides of the issue. There are positives to be considered. Anyway, nothing ever happens. Nothing happened in Iran. I was listening to your talk around that. It's like Trump bombed a patch of desert. Iran, it's like What does Iran even want nukes for? They've got China as a trading partner. We've got 90 million people. Are they really going to go to nuclear war with America? Like, for what purpose? It's like you have to buy into the idea that Iran is a bunch of homicidal maniacs that have like a complete death wish. That's the narrative, but I'm not sure it's true.
You know, the only reason the Iranians want a nuke or the ability to build one is a deterrent, not to destroy, the world, or certainly not the United States. It's the one thing that you can have where if you have the nuke, people leave you the fuck alone. It's the same reason North Korea has one.
Even John knows that.
That's why I disagree, because it's up to me. I will target the hell out of that country. I'll make sure that that every other country will learn the lesson that you should not get nukes. But anyway, super chat. Toby, what's my right of being able to super chat by voice?
English, Foz. Come on now. I don't understand what you're asking here. But listen, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy this idea that like Iran are super ideological. Like what they are is they are like super Iranian and they're people, right? So they're making a lot of money selling oil to China. I don't necessarily more. Like Australia could have nukes pretty easily, but we don't.
Right.
There's lots of countries that don't have nukes.
You don't need to have nukes, and
and Iran doesn't need to have nukes either. It's not like nukes are going to save Iran.
That's why That's why they have the deal. They've enriched uranium to the point where, if they needed to, they could have a nuke. It's the same.
No, that's not true.
For example, Japan, for example, could have nukes if they so chose to. Do they have them? No. But if they needed to, yeah, they could probably have them in a month.
Yeah, hang on, John. I dug into this, right? Iran has not enriched uranium to the point where they could have nukes tomorrow. This is fucking horseshit. And even if they did build a uranium bomb, right? How are they going to deliver it? You can't put a uranium nuclear weapon on a ballistic missile. That's not how that works. They're really big.
It's something called the miniaturization process. It's like,
well, that's called getting plutonium from a reactor, right? And they don't have the plutonium unless they bought it off Ukraine.
Without miniaturization, it can be done. The point is...
Yeah, if you've got a bomber that can fly over Israel and not get shot down.
Exactly. But that's my point, that it's not... Look, the whole idea about if you can get the material and you can enrich it, you can make the big thing is about miniaturizing it, right? Putting on a delivery device, like you said, a ballistic missile or something else. That's how it becomes deadly.
Yeah, but John, Toby's going to something. Don't interrupt him because we're going around in circles.
No, this is a legitimate conversation. Like I didn't know this. I learned this listening to folks talking about it. Like there's different types of nukes, and the idea that Iran is just about to go nuke Israel is like it's fantasy, right? And more to the point, it's fantasy that serves Bibi Netanyahu's agenda, which is staying out of jail, right?
Yeah, no, I agree.
It is. That's what's so absurd about this whole situation is what we're really talking about is a corrupt politician staying out of jail. And like tens of thousands of people, including women and children, dying because of it. Yep. It is absurd political theater. It's grotesque. And so here we come back to nuclear redemption, right? It's like you could make the case that it's like it's well deserved.
Yeah. Like if we're dealing with
the case.
No,
perfectly
Toby,
fine as long as it's not dropping on Singapore.
I just want to say, like, Toby, like, I agree everything what you said about Bibi. Like, I totally agree with that. But at the same time, that this agenda of Israel wanting to, like, destroy Iran existed before he was having all. Because Bibi's been in and out of office. His whole, I don't know, since I heard about the fucker.
Since before the fall of the Soviet Union, he's been. On the same job.
I don't know if he goes that far back, but pretty close.
Yeah.
And
I remember him saying that if you destroy the Soviet Union and the PLA, then terrorism will disappear in the world.
Right. So, but my point is like it's kind of been even when there was different prime ministers in Israel, they've always had this hard on to get rid of Iran. So it's and that's not taken away from any of the points that Toby was saying. I agree that BB, a lot of this stuff is I think you said you used the phrase political theater, and I agree. Like, to a large extent, that's true to keep him out of jail, because he was doing a lot of shenanigans, and so was his wife, by the way. You can Google. Was all sorts of.
Well, it's not just that he's doing shenanigans. It's like his trial for corruption had reached the sentencing phase. It was like it was time. It was time. It was either you're going to get judged and sent to jail, or you create some kind of national emergency. It's not just that he was doing shenanigans.
Right. But I actually don't think he was going to go to like jail. He would just probably hop on a jet and go to fucking Miami.
Politicians do.
But point taken.
So, what do you guys think about Tulsi Gabbard's switch? Like, she goes from saying that Iran does not have a nuclear weapons program to just towing the line overnight.
Vaughn is a resident expert on that.
The cope would be that she's doing it to keep her job so she can keep, trying to tell Trump the truth. The reality is she probably changed her mind because of the influence of AIPAC and everything else, and the fact that she probably wants to have a career down the road, either in the private sector or politics in some other fashion. So,
or she doesn't want to commit suicide.
Yeah, basically, she's going with the program so she can keep her job. Or if you want the cope, she's going with the program so she can still be there to try and influence Trump 1 out of 100 times, whatever.
Yeah, patriots are in control.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's another thing, too. I'm glad you brought that up. All this Q bullshit is so ridiculous and fucking pathetic. And the fact that people are still trying to push that shit out there. Even now, you see like random things.
No one believes that bullshit anymore.
Oh, I know. Well, there's apparently there's a lot of boomers that do, because these fucks are out there, I mean, and I was watching, there's that show, The Boys, with the superheroes that are all degenerates. And like one of the sayings is, where we go one, we go Voight, which is the corporation that created all the evil fucking. So it's just like, it's like, you're being mocked but yeah, like Toby said, Patriots are in control. The plan, 2 more weeks. It's like, and they always talk about 5D chess and 4D chess, and it's probably more like he's probably got some good ideas. Maybe he's got a few slick moves, but it sounds like he got lucky at the table. And like I said, so far it seems like it's working out.
Yeah, that's the whole point, though. Like, it does seem like it's literally working. Like, that's the whole point. Like,
oh, I know, but I mean, it's like the Patriot Q people are just like, it's working because it's part of the plan. It's not working because it's a mix of diplomacy, brashness, and just pure luck.
Yeah, exactly.
They think it's all part of the plan, and like. And they'll, it's like the 3-year delta. Look, the pin and the watch are at the same angle.
Yeah, it's like. Well, I'm more likely to believe a flat earther than I am like some of these QAnon whatever. But yeah.
Now, come on, it's about to happen. The signs are there.
I get the impression that about Tulsi in particular, like throughout her career, she's done a balancing act of being like a dissident, voice. Yelling at the power, but also, very obsequiously, or, maybe it's prudently in line with certain key narratives that must be towed, because if not, you're definitely not going to be anywhere close to power. And that's how she's got into the place where she is at. And that's what she did right now. Like, she was one of the main sort of anchors of outrage at Trump's decision to bomb Iran, because she had stated that then they didn't have the bomb. They weren't on their way to the bomb, and so then Trump tells her to shut the fuck up. She shuts the fuck up, steps back in line, and then this whole ordeal can unfold as it has.
Well, in fairness, when you like
was
her
that
position as like DNI, like that's a cabinet position where you can be dismissed by the president at will. She serves at the pleasure of the president. So, in some, like, there's no autonomy.
Wow.
Yeah, like so.
I hope it's not literally.
Cabinet positions. All of them are appointed by the president, and they're confirmed by the Senate. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but that's how I understand.
Yeah, I mean, she's there as long as Trump wants her there.
Yeah.
The fact that she's still there, and it's probably like whoever was just saying that about, she's got to dance the line if she wants to be there and be in on the decision making, and at least have some input. Which you can say it's cope, but she could be one of the good guys. Because think about it, there's plenty of guys that probably were in the military during all this tranny gay shit that just laid low, played the role. And as soon as Trump got in, it was like, yeah, fuck it. Now I can be me again. I can live my truth and hate the trannies. Hate the trannies.
And be homophobic all you want.
Yeah, exactly. So it could be kind of that too, where like I said, she's playing the game so she can still be at the table, even if, they don't give a fuck what she thinks. Maybe she, like I said, out of 100 times, maybe her input's taken one time.
Yeah, and in fairness to Tulsi Gabbard, like if you remember, like she was running for the Democratic to become the Democratic nominee for president, and the way the Democratic Party like just abused the living shit out of her. I mean, I don't know if you remember that debate she had with Kamala Harris back in 2019 or 2020.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, she took her out with that one line.
Yeah, and like she I mean, Kamala Harris was actually that's what like kicked her out of the race. Like it was before the first fucking primary. Like she did so poorly in that debate against
back when Democrats still had primaries.
Yeah,
well, and to remember also when she was running and Hillary Clinton called her a Russian asset and all that. So I mean, she does have credibility as being an outsider. But like I said, she's probably playing the game where she can stay in there as long as she can. But then again, if she bucks the system too much, someone like Mark Levin or somebody will whisper in his ear and get her fired, or Laura Loomer.
Yeah, you serve it.
And they'll find somebody else.
If you're in a cabinet position, you serve at the pleasure of the president. So
there is there's a broader aspect to the whole Iran thing, which I reckon is kind of interesting, which is that like the assumption from the American administration is that they get to dictate who has nuclear weapons in the world, right? Now, I'm not necessarily saying they don't get to dictate that, but it's a heck of an assumption. It's like the assumption of world police role. And this goes against the whole isolationist bent of the traditional America First position, that America is like a country in the world. The idea, like the rhetoric that came out about Iran, like I found it kind of interesting because there's no kickback at all from the corporate media against the idea of this unipolar sole superpower role of America, where they get to speak for the world about who has nuclear weapons, because it's like North Korea has nukes.
What are you saying?
Pakistan has nukes. Israel has nukes, for goodness sake. It's like, well, who made America the boss of the world, right? And is that even tenable in a multipolar world?
Well, that's what I think I get confused, but I like for example, if you're talking about like there's countries like India and Pakistan that have nuclear weapons, right? And but if it was up to like the neocon types, no one would have nukes except for Russia, because they would need like somebody else to have them. Like that, we would need a boogeyman. So I'm not sure what you were saying. Were you saying that the media?
Well, I just think it's yesterday's narrative, right? This idea of a unipolar world. I think that,
what you're saying,
I just wonder how people in China enjoy America going around saying that Iran can't have whether or not Iran does have, right? But I wonder how people in China enjoy America dictating that Israel can have nukes and we just don't talk about it, and Iran can't. It's assuming a unipolar world, and I'm not sure it's not very modern. I think that's from the 90s.
I think like with what you're talking about, Toby, like if you're a country out there and you want to have nuclear weapons, the only way you can accomplish that in the modern day is you would have to go full Manhattan Project, because that's the model. Nobody knew. It was completely secret until it pretty much popped up. Because, like Iran's mistake was probably making threats and talking about it, or openly buying things that could be interpreted by the right people to say it could be used to make weapons grade stuff. I mean, and if you can't afford to run your nuclear program like the Manhattan Project completely, then maybe you shouldn't have nukes. Because I mean, really, you got to come out you've got to come out with your nuke threat with already having warheads that are on the deliverable system at a certain number that would be a deterrent. Like if you come out and say, I got 2 nukes and you used one for the test, the U.S. might be like, well, that's fine. I'm feeling froggy. We got a 50% chance of shooting down your missiles, so we'll just shoot 4 at it instead of 2, and no worries, will be gone. You know what I mean? It's like, I think that's the only way a country like Iran or anybody could get a nuke now would be, they would just have to completely hide it and do it secretly.
Why wouldn't they buy them off Russia or China as part of the SCO? I mean, Medvedev brought this up. It's like if Iran gets brought into a security alliance with Russia and China, and for the sake of peace in the Middle East and a nuclear deterrent, Russia and China arm Iran with nukes, right? Why is that illegitimate? Why can't 2 other countries in the world decide to do what the US did by giving Israel nukes?
Well, in fairness, the United States did not give Israel. No, hold on. I got to speak to this point. I'm sorry. The United States did not give Israel nukes. They stole the technology, and then they actually work with South Africa.
Poor things.
What? A couple of million people got everything they needed to build nukes without the help of the United States. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, think about it. That movie Karen Silkwood is about the theft of the uranium.
Yeah, no, the United States actually that's one of the Kennedy conspiracies was.
Dude, aiding and abetting. It's called. It's called aiding and abetting.
The United States did not give
Israel.
Arguably, the United States murdered their own president so that the Israelis could.
Well,
have
I mean,
nukes.
then we're going to get into the argument. It's like, who is the United States?
The point is that if America didn't want Israel to have nukes, Israel wouldn't have nukes, right? Like, and this goes back to this whole idea that like America gets to fund and support all of the shenanigans and then say it's not us, it's them. It's absolute fantasy, and you see the same thing in Ukraine as well. It's like Trump was president for an entire term, and how did that pan out in Ukraine? It's not like all the CIA activities in Ukraine got shut down.
The way the United States works, as you know very well, Toby, is like the United States doesn't work as a dictatorship the entire time Trump was in office. One, he was impeached twice, which has never happened before in the history of this country, that you had a president impeached twice in one term. I mean, granted, he was found, not guilty, whatever, but that's never happened before. And then also the whole shenanigans, like during when he was up for re-election, or in my opinion, they stole the election. I don't want to get Wyatt's channel taken off, but that's just my opinion. And then, for Christ's sake, they fucking put a bullet in his ear, and they missed his head by a fucking 2 centimeters. And during the interim period, he was convicted of how many fucking felonies for like made up charges that no one else in the history.
Yeah, listen, I agree with you, right? And the war machine rolls on regardless of who is president. And as Kennedy showed us, it might roll right over the top of you. And I agree with that, right? And like, so yeah, okay, maybe Trump was a good patriot and didn't want it, or maybe he didn't pay much attention to it, but it went on regardless. And it's the same with Israel, right? Like everybody talks about AIPAC as though it's a bunch of Israelis, it's a bunch of non-Americans driving AIPAC forward. Like there's a reason that it's called the Israeli lobby and not the Jewish lobby, is because there's so many Christian Americans in it, right? Because there's so many Christian Americans making so much money out of it. Israel is a profit opportunity. And a lot of Americans are making a lot of money from that project.
I just saw an ad the other day. I just saw an ad the other day that it was some lady with, she's been on other ones like October 7th, and she's like, Israel's in desperate need of your donation. Iran has attacked Israel. This is like 2-3 days after the ceasefire. Nothing's really happened. Send $45 now to urgently aid. I'm like, fuck off. I mean, really?
A starving Jewish family needs your $45 a month.
The war. I know the war was only 12 days long, but you kind of missed the window there.
Yeah.
I tried to ask Grok regarding the source of the Israeli nuclear weapons. It looks like the core technologies is from France. They learned the general idea of the nuclear reactors and everything is from France. Then there's possible foreign aid coming from either the United States or South Africa. That's where they get the.
It was both. Kennedy was. There's actually a tape of Kennedy talking about this, and then there was a joint program between South Africa and Israel where they actually detonated did a nuclear test. And Kennedy was against it, and to be honest, most presidents were against it because they just didn't want. It wasn't like they had anything against Israel. Most of them were pro-Israel, but they just didn't want proliferation of nuclear weapons.
Yeah, they didn't strike Israel then. You see, this is what you get. No, that's why they strike Iran.
Yeah, and the program going through South Africa, do you think that was like an indigenous South African movement, or do you think that might have been the CIA working through a third country for deniability?
No, actually, it was there was a lot of to this day there's a lot of Jewish families. Like for example, De Beers, the diamond company, they're all Jewish. And so,
I mean, ask Counting Teeth. He lives in South Africa. He's got a lot to say about this particular.
He's closely involved in it.
Yeah, well, where is he right now when you need him? No, but to Toby's overall point of
hang on, Toby's over. I've got to go to work. I'll see you later.
Oh, well, motherfucker. Well, anyways, to his overall point, it kind of touches on what I was saying earlier, that this whole idea of being the world police, the unipolar hegemon and all of that, it's unsustainable. It's not something that you can, it hasn't been done in history before. They tried it. They had the upper hand. They had everything to do it, and it lasted 10 years. And that was it. And now it's just falling apart. And the idea to cling on to it in spite of it falling apart, even though you had the upper hand, and now it's a worse situation to maintain it or to even try to enforce it than it was in the 90s, that's just madness. It's sheer madness.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, Gabriel, the United States is in a more powerful position than it's ever been. Like, for example, the United States could, for example, my buddy came up. I don't know if he came up with it, but he's first heard Fortress Americana, and that's his theory on what Trump is doing. The United States, just by an accident of geography, has enough natural resources, as far as food, oil, natural gas, energy, brain power, everything else, to be completely self-sustainable if we needed to be. I'm not kidding. If the rest of the world disappeared,
yeah, we all know that.
Yeah, but that's not true of any other place on the planet, with the possible exception of Russia. But they have their own set of problems, like demographics and stuff like that. But the United States, or at least North America, if you want to say Mexico, the United States, Canada.
But there's a huge abyss between being self-sustainable as an island continent nation than to control the entire world, and that's the whole point.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that the one, if there was one entity that could, I don't believe control the whole world, but my point is the idea that I'm getting from Trump is he's basically saying to the rest of the world, look, we'll trade with you only if it's beneficial to us. If it's not beneficial to us, by us, I mean the United States, if not, go fuck yourself. We are totally self-sustainable. You are not. In other words, you need us more than we need you. And that is a truism. There's no place on the planet that the United States needs more than they need us. And that's basically the way things are right now. No, I agree with when you're trying to say the world police thing. Yeah, you can do the world. You would say, well, you can't do this forever. Well, yeah, you can't do anything forever. I mean, eventually the fucking sun's going to explode and we're all going to fucking, die. But nothing lasts forever. The point
No,
is
I'm not saying that you can't do it forever. I'm saying that they had better odds at doing it 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and now they're in a far worse position to do it than they were then. Like then, China wasn't a power yet. Russia was in tatters, and Iran wasn't a thing, And so now they have lost relative power, and they have also lost objective power, like in the sense of industrial capacity and output and all of that. And so, yeah, you can have a self-sustaining American continent, fine. That's totally possible. But how much does that get you to go around, controlling that all other nations don't, poke their head out of the seafloor,
a lot, because if you look at these other countries that you talked about, let's say like the rise of China only happened because they're the United States and the Western countries open up their markets to China. If they were to all, close their markets for China for whatever reason, then China would just all of a sudden become irrelevant. I mean, they would just become like a rogue state, right? Because they no one would have jobs anymore because there would be no one to sell anything to anymore. So that was the distinction I was trying to make. So all these other countries that you mentioned, they're dependent on this globalization, where the United States is the only country that I can think of that literally could be completely autonomous and totally exist, with great difficulty, but still be told, no one would starve in the United States. I mean, literally, if the rest of the world disappeared tomorrow, no one would go hungry in the United States. There's no other place on the planet that you can say that to.
Russia. Only Russia and United States can do that. So
yeah.
So the rest of the countries a bit more dubious. No, I'm not entirely sure. I only know Russia and United States 100% self-sufficient, which is why I always say Russia is going to become a superpower again, because there is a prerequisite to become a superpower. Like the British Empire used to be able to do that because they have so many colonies. So they were a superpower, just like Spain before that. So but
the British Empire nor the no other empire attempted to have world dominance. Like the British did attempt it, and you could kind of say that they vicariously achieved it through the United States. But no one actually achieved, a global hegemony status except the United States. It's the only one.
But my point is the
British
is doing the opposite. They're no longer trying to achieve that. This was something that happened after World War II, where it was kind of an accident of history. The United States is not, at least under President Trump, and at least the mindset as an American that most people have right now is we want to retreat back inside our borders. We're realizing that the rest of the world needs us a hell of a lot more than we need them, and we don't want their fucking bullshit.
I literally was thinking about this just these 2 days. I was rethinking and reanalyzing the global economic system, and my theory is that the trade is always zero sum. So which is why you always need a balanced trade. So how the world becomes so wealthy in these past 100 years is basically really at the expense of United States. But of course, United States gain in other ways. Because it's a reserve currency, right? So the only way for the reserve currency to be a reserve currency is that United States is always buying more from the world than they sell to the world. Then so everybody keep gaining wealth, but then of course everybody also have to pay the interest, because we are basically using future money globally through the United States printing the money. So the United States basically gain power and control over the world through this system. But then the United States also have to pay for this with this enormous debt that is continuing to accumulate, which is why this system can no longer work anymore, because it has been weaponized by EU generally as a group, and also by China, especially China. China totally broke the system. So United States cannot play on this game anymore, because it will be at the detriment of United States. And in fact, United States, I think for the past 20 years have proven that this system doesn't work anymore. Since the subprime crisis,
Yeah, well,
I think
I agree with you.
US cannot carry on this.
Yeah, in principle, you're right, but the United States, the way they've chosen to deal with their debt crisis, like I think it's like approximately like 120% of GDP right now, and you know, there's countries that have higher debt to GDP
Yeah,
ratios,
like Japan.
Yeah, exactly, and they don't even have the world's reserve
Yeah.
currency. And basically, what the United States is going to do is they're going to inflate away the debt, right? So you can borrow money now, and I'll pay it back to you with inflated dollars. And there's all sorts of shenanigans the United States can do without.
Yeah.
You know,
Countries always do that.
But the debt number don't decrease. You see, that's the thing. You know, eventually, because like I said, that's why, you know, the whole world grow, but we are also growing on future debt. And when you talk about US dollar, it's basically global debt. Like it's a collective debt. So because everybody uses the US dollar, so it's just it's a bit like, you know, when we talk about China print money, like they're building. Sorry,
I'll make a counter to your contention, Wyatt, of the world developing at the expense of the US. I'm going to make a counter narrative to that. Not saying that that's actually true and that you're wrong, just to, you know, push back and put another perspective. So let's say that the world's, you know, massive increase of wealth is actually due to technology, you know, to extraction technology, processing technology, output, you know, to material
definitely also
technology. Okay, and that's been constrained, not by the US necessarily, but first of all by Britain, by the imperial power to stop nations from rivaling, to achieving a level that will rival their power. And that's been a systematic you know, strategy of sabotage and occupation, you know, through economic means, by sort of dumping the currency of a country or investing in the country, giving it free money, and then dumping it. And that's been suppressing, like, every country that develops through either their own achievement or through investment, then gets hammered, you know, and cut down to avoid them achieving a status that would rival whoever is the current imperial master, whoever has the monopoly of force. And that's constrained the wealth of mankind through wars and, you know, basic dysfunctional systems and like underdevelopment. And that's why humanity is now hitting a limit of what it can, of the growth it can develop, and it's starting to contract. That's just a counter theory.
Yeah. So for how because this is my own personal economic theory, but but if you look at the colonial era before the United States, in the colonial era, what happened is that the colonial powers get very rich. You know, you see the British become very sophisticated. You know, the way they talk, the way they dress, the way they live, but at what expense? Is basically at the colony's expense. So the colony remains poor. The people living in the colonies are poor, except for the bureaucrats and, you know, the elite traders. Everybody's poor. So then all this wealth is sucked into the empire. So it's all go one way. So that happened with the Spanish Empire, you know, the British Empire, and the US did something totally different. Basically, you know, they with the fiat currency, basically US allows this borrowing of future money and to fund the development, and everybody grow together, and eventually becomes at the expense of US. In the beginning, it's not that bad. You know, it became at the expense of the US, where, you know, the industry started to get gutted, and then people start to struggle in the US, which is never the case in the post World War II era. I think post World War II America, you know, everybody have a job, everybody's doing well. I think even up to the 90s, which was the golden age, you know, where we watched Top Gun and all these incredible movies. I think after that, you know, things just went downhill. Like, you know, since the 9/11 thing.
You're giving me flashbacks to when I was in high school and college, but I would take issue with, like, some of the things you were talking about, like, for example, the colonial power, like when Britain was at its height of being an empire, the disparity of wealth actually increased. The more colonies the British owned, the gap between the rich and the poor as in mainland England actually increased.
Yeah,
so
only the people with the means able to get their power. But
Yeah,
generally, the same thing is the wealth goes into UK, into the British Isles.
you're right. It did
If-
all go to, but as far as like helping out the average, because if you look like during the time of the Industrial Revolution in England, for example, like there was extreme poverty. I mean, people were working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and barely having enough.
children in the mines and all of that.
I mean, read like Oliver Twist and stuff like that. So it wasn't like the
Yeah.
quality of life for the average Briton actually decreased.
So we should-
during- Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
is why
that's
the
something
Americans
we all
actually did. That's why the Americans have this own system which works even better, that seems to raise more people up. But of course, I'm not saying that Americans did it for the world. No, Americans did it for themselves and to able to control the world. And because there must be benefit, right? When you say that no, you follow my lead, I'm become your big brother. What's the gain? The gain is that okay, I get economic growth. That's the trade, right? So I use US dollar, I get economic growth, so I follow you as my big brother. So that's the game then, right? So, and it's just that this game cannot be continued to play. That's why I agree with JS, regarding like the Trump's plan is to get back to this more normal trading situation, which is actually generally, if the world cannot be productive, then it's going to be bad. Like, you need to trade with each other. If you can have equal trade, then no, we will be back to the era before the colonial era, where everybody, kingdoms and empires trade with each other, and there is no crazy economic growth, but no, everybody grow. Generally speaking, no, but it's not going to be like so. The growth is not going to be so rapid anymore. But no, we can grow together. But
Yeah,
you need this balance.
You wanted this huge disparity, and like for example, like you use the example of like the British Empire, where they were the ones that were growing exponentially at the expense of all their other colonies they were extracting wealth and resources from. And basically, my understanding of what I think you were alluding to this, of like what Trump is doing, is basically he's saying like, sure, we'll trade with you, but not if it's at the expense of the best interest of our nation. Like if it's mutually beneficial, sure. If it's not, well, then go fly a kite.
I would imagine it's a bit closer to like it's like the system would be like a more complicated version of the Bronze Age trading system. During the Bronze Age, like all the different kingdoms depend on each other. There's a clear balance in trade where everybody grows together, because each kingdom have its own unique stuff that they sell, and everybody needs it. So everybody keep this peace. But after I think after the Bronze Age ended, they came out with a new material, and I think the whole thing just collapsed.
There was
I think it's iron, right?
Bronze Age collapse in 1180 something BC. You Google it. Bronze Age collapse.
I think
there's a like bronze had the particularity that it depended on different materials to produce bronze. It was like the motor of the economy, of the military power in the economy. And then with the discovery of iron, that was much more common and didn't depend on these complex networks of logistics. Then all these trading systems basically collapsed, because sort of iron was in the backyard of every other nation. And so nations became more autarkic. Self-sufficient. And so you have this new development of much more localized, and that's something that could happen. And
I mean, there's a lot of other things that could happen. Like, for example, like if there's like if let's say there's a massive, like a global drought, for example, like there's a million other things that could destabilize geopolitics. Like for example, when people can't feed their families, they get uppity, right? So you could have a drought, or some sort of other natural disaster, or whatever, and that could change everything, right? Like what would happen if
Also, there's this thing that, like, we look at the Bronze Age as if it were an event, and the collapse of the Bronze Age as if it were an event. Same thing as the collapse of the Roman Empire and all of that stuff. But now that we're in a process of history, it seems like things are much more stable. But back then, even when the Roman Empire collapsed, I'm pretty sure that 100 years before the Roman Empire collapsed, people were thinking that the Roman Empire was just fine. Yeah, there's problems, there's probably decadence and all sorts of issues, but we're still the Roman Empire. And so it's hard to see, like, it's easy to see these issues as particular events in history, but they're actually processes that we can look in hindsight as this happened or that happened. And that's
we were actually having a discussion about it was last on the night before about the decline. Gibbons wrote a book called The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. I think it was published in like 1789. But there was many people that were living, like, to this day, like, historians debate when Rome collapsed, the Roman Empire collapsed. So there was actually people that were living in what, was previously the Roman Empire, and they lived their whole lives believing that they were still, inside the Roman Empire, but the Roman Empire didn't exist anymore, except in, I mean, how do you, when does something, who is the arbiter of saying, this is when the Dark Ages began, this is when the Enlightenment began, this is when, so the idea of, like, when it collapsed is subjective, right? Like,
yeah,
you only know in hindsight, right? So, like, the end of the US dollar might already happened. Maybe in 50 years time they look back. Now we already, like, past the beginning stage. Like, a few years ago might be the beginning. So that might happen.
Yeah, like 1,000 years from now, they might say was when, like, it was in 71 when Nixon took us off the gold standard, right? Like, who knows? I mean, I'm just pulling that out of my ass, but I mean, yeah, we don't know. Historians would debate over this, like, a century from now, they'll be writing, like, dissertations on this. There'll be college students writing, this is what it is, and they'll be making all these arguments and citations, and they'll probably be quoting, like, Wyatt talking in DPA, using Wyatt as a reference,
This Gabriel just now talk about the Iron Age thing, right? It's like it feels like we are now in the kind of, like, the beginning of the Iron Age, where like we have nothing to trade with each other. Everybody is, like, very similar, like, generally, other than the resources. You can make. I also can make the same thing. It's just that now a lot of this.
In the Industrial Revolution, you had Britain, France a little, but Britain was the main power. And the main power, what it basically did was supply industrial products to all of the world in exchange for the raw resources that would be specialized. And that's why it was so, like, detrimental to the colonies, in the sense that sort of you don't need to make your food, you don't need to make your clothes, you don't need the basic stuff you need. What you need is to trade with us, and that's it. So you give us cocoa and you give us sugar.
That sounds like China, right?
Huh?
That sounds like China, right? Because that's literally what China is doing. They buy only resources and also high-tech stuff, but also is OEM, and then they sell you back all the stuff. And that is why I say it's a bit unhealthy, because eventually all countries are going to get poorer. This is why I keep saying that why China's system is unhealthy, and they don't give people a chance to survive. Like, that's the problem. Like, they don't say that, okay, certain industry we don't touch, we let other countries do it. Like, what Trump's saying, Trump's administration is saying is that United States, despite they're bringing back the industries, they're not going to go into the low end. They're not going to do clothes. They're not going to do shoes. They only want to do the high-tech stuff, the most advanced stuff. They will leave the shoes and the clothes to Bangladesh, to India. And you see, that's what I mean by healthy trading system. What China is doing is they produce literally every single thing. And they don't just produce enough for themselves, they produce, like, overproduce for the whole world. And that's what I mean by unhealthy. And the British Empire is very similar with the Industrial Revolution. They produce and they sell you back, and everybody just keep being poor, you see, because you produce the raw materials. You can never make enough money to buy the produced goods. It's never going to
you're
be
always
enough.
going to be in a deficit. You're always going to be in a deficit. And but the difference I see with China, and maybe history is going to prove me wrong, but or Wong, is that the British like literally invaded countries to establish their economic system. They would invade countries, they would promote wars, and they would destroy any like autarky. They forbade the Indians from weaving their own threads because they wanted to just buy the cotton from India and sell them the clothes. They didn't want them making their own clothes. And so that's sort of the difference.
So that was what's the Opium War is about, because China during those days sell porcelain and also tea, and the British love their tea, and there's a problem because the Chinese don't buy shit
to pour the tea inside.
Yeah,
and
but the thing is that and the Chinese don't buy anything because Chinese empires generally is self-sufficient. The main reason is because they are the middle kingdom, right? So they don't need anything. They are the middle of the universe. So
they're middle earth.
Yeah, so they don't need anything. They feel like they are very sufficient in everything. So and that is a problem for the British Empire because that becomes the trade deficit, which is why the Opium War happened. So because they sell opium to China to create this trade. If not, there's no balance of trade. Then all the wealth will just go into the Ming Empire or the Qing Empire, and then collapse the whole thing. So that was the problem.
Sorry for cutting you guys off quickly. I have a question. Does anybody know why the translation is disabled on Telegram?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I don't use it.
This is...
No, yeah.
I don't use it.
Like that for 2 days, and I'm wondering why. Maybe it's a matter of censorship. Maybe it's a matter of updates. It's crashed. There's a lot of things happening, and Telegram is becoming a pretty protagonistic source of information for the world, like raw information or direct source information. And so maybe they're just starting to cut it down. Who knows?
I think this is a way to disable all the information that coming out that make people that understand things not to. In fact, I think this is disaster behind this is worse than anybody could ever think. In my view, that's what I could say there. I just want to say, good to see you. That's the question I came to ask. Good to see you guys. Have a beautiful day. Bye.
That's all. Oh my God! I thought he was gonna spit all the beans.
So I just want to answer a bit on the people from the live chat. Deus say that I'm bashing China. It's not bashing China. That's the reality. He say that people can choose not to buy Chinese. How do you not buy Chinese? Everything is made in China. That's ridiculous. So don't be
made in China.
Deus is being irrational. How can you avoid Chinese goods now? No freaking nonsense. Even all the Singapore goods that I think is from Singapore is freaking all from China. So then I might as well just buy directly from China. It's cheaper.
Look, I disagree with Wyatt a lot in his idea of China. And sometimes I think that he's literally saying propaganda. But in this, I totally agree with Wyatt, and it's true, and it's a risk that I do see that if China, becomes the only dominant production force of the world because of its efficient logistics or cheap labor or monopoly of raw resources, whatever the reason, if China becomes the world factory, then it's going to be a problem for the rest of the world because we all need to produce stuff to have viable economies. If not, we're just colonial states. And so I agree with that on Wyatt. And
I will argue that it's already happened. That's the thing. Anyway, I never buy made in China. Iranian Putin.
I've seen it happening. I've seen a lot of industries in South America, collapse and die out because they just can't compete with Chinese products.
Yeah, and it's not a case where people don't want to buy South American goods. It's not they don't want to buy domestic goods. It's just it's impossible to compete.
Yeah, it's because cheaper.
Yeah, so the thing is, that's why the argument that you can always don't buy Chinese goods, that's nonsensical. It's like unless the government step in and put a tariff on, why would you spend more money to buy the same shit? This is ridiculous. So that is irrational way of argument. The reality is that China is so successful in dominating the world trade is simply because there is no is nothing tariffing their goods. Their goods are very cheap, and they are out competing every single other industries in all around the world, and that's the reality.
Now,
And
to be fair,
how they do it, of course, no, people can argue about it.
Yeah.
No, my perspective is the Chinese government supported. They have a lot of subsidies, and the countries are all believe in free trade, where
No,
they
and you
cannot
can-
sell shit to China. That's all.
you can also make the argument that it's like an extremely sophisticated and efficient logistic chains. You can say it's for positive reasons, that there's no foul play, whatever you can describe it however you
I
want.
don't even know
The
if you
fact
have to
is,
go into this like moral judgment about whether foul play or good or bad. But I mean,
yeah, it's beyond the moral
if
judgment.
you look at the last 30 years of like what China looked like 30 years ago and what China is today, you wouldn't believe it. Like, you look at what China looked like in 95 and what China looks like in 2025. It's
I was there.
Yeah,
I
so
literally visited China in like 96, Beijing. So I literally know for how much they changed. And it's real. The change is real. The effectiveness of their policies, to bring all the wealth and suck it all into China is real. They have gamed the system very successfully, and kudos to them, because it's United States' fault for not defending and the system.
Well, yeah, and
So
I would say that they gamed the system that was created by the West for the profit of the West, and they stole that profit for themselves. Stole not in the more like it was stolen profit, so to speak, because it was a global financial and trade system that benefited a particular empire, and they managed to hack into that and gain that advantage for themselves, which is like strategically speaking, kudos, as Wyatt says, good for them. Now, what I see in this situation, and like the question that I pose to it is, like, if China continues on the path of the West, then it's going to fail, as Wyatt says. So if like China, if it actually has like a smart central planning, and it is a capable and aware system of central planning, then it would design a form of balancing their trade. They should, because if not, it's going to be unsustainable. Either the world becomes too poor to be able to buy their stuff, or the world simply cuts them out. And that's something like, I don't know, maybe you concentrate your production into like industrial material, and you export like the machine tooling and you export the industry so that other countries can produce their own stuff, and you sell them the material so that they can. That's a possibility.
yeah, well,
Or
I don't know if Wyatt was saying that they're gonna
but that's exactly.
fail.
But Gabriel is exactly saying what I said like 1 or 2 years ago on open mic. Is this what I said? It's the exact same thing.
you need to separate the things. You can't capitalize on everything, because if not, you're gonna drain the world, and either you get cut out or the world simply dies out. And that's a bad scenario.
Then we'll just cut China out eventually, out of necessity. We rather have no cheap goods. We rather have lesser if convenience, but among ourselves, we just trade among ourselves. We can grow. If
Now,
we
something
just
that I
take,
would say
we die.
also about the destruction of internal industry is that there's also an issue of extractive power, like in the sense of how every country locally, wants to rip off its own population as much as possible, and therefore the population is in the necessity of getting the cheapest goods possible. And that also makes them like, pasture of the Chinese in the sense of their industrial output. So like China exports deflation, and countries are constantly inflating their because they're and this has to do like at a local scale, how the elites are constantly trying to find how much more they can rip out of their population, but it also has a lot to do with the financial colonialism. That is what I was talking about earlier, how countries are forbidden to achieve certain level of autonomy and development, as to not challenge their financial overlords like the IMF and the World Bank and so on and so forth. And so, as the people are constantly being squeezed dry by their own internal economy, their wages are stagnating while prices go up. The more they need to depend on Chinese cheap goods, on the deflation that China exports. And so it's not just a matter of cutting China off. It's a matter of actually, creating a balance of economy in which enough goes into the production base so that they can actually buy locally and, help their neighbor.
That's basically the U.S. politics, right? In the U.S., that's what they argue against Trump's tariff, right, on China. The Democratic politicians are saying that if you tariff the Chinese goods, then there's going to have inflation. But totally ignoring that if you have lesser goods being imported and produced internally, more people is going to have more salary, and they will be able to buy more. So this is a chicken and egg problem where, like, it's always been like this. So I don't know how you're gonna resolve this, but eventually, like, China is making their move. If you're following the DPA newsroom, you will probably see a lot of every day there's a Chinese report, and every day you can see that China is doing something geopolitically. They are talking to Azerbaijan, or you're talking about with some Central Asian state. They are doing some geopolitical stuff, talking to all different countries. They are making a lot of moves because they need to counter these Trump's moves by bringing more allies or friendship or partners with China. Totally. But however, like I always say, the problem remains the same. It's the trade balance problem. Eventually, all of these partners is going to still face the same problem. They're going to have this unbalanced trade where they will just find it impossible to just work with China and ignoring United States. Because the only way you can work with China is that you also sell to United States. So you buy cheap from China, you sell and earn money from United States, and that's how you get your trade balance. But then again, that's at the expense of United States. This is how the past 20 years how it worked. Everybody grows because we all are benefiting from cheap goods from China, and we are earning US dollars from United States. That's how it worked. Which is why every country in the world is pissed off now, because Trump is going to upset this system. So everybody is living good life except for the Americans. in that way.
The Americans are having pretty good lives, except for the poor Americans.
Gabriel, can I just speak
to please go on.
what was said there? Yeah, I largely agree with that. Basically, the challenge that China is facing is like when they make these trade deals, like with other, especially these smaller nation states, like say Azerbaijan or whatever. These countries are, they're small and they're pretty much at the mercy of their surroundings. And let's be honest, if the United States wanted to influence a country one way or the other, they could, put more pressure on them than whatever beneficial trade deal the Chinese could offer them. So that kind of puts China in a bind. Also, unlike China, the United States has always been a country that's very like open. Like, for example, like our language, our culture, our movie, everybody wants to be in a, I mean, this sounds very, chauvinistic, but everybody wants to be an American, right? In one way or another,
it's true.
Like Wyatt was talking about, like the 80s movies, like Top Gun and stuff like that. I mean, those kind of movies don't come out of China or Azerbaijan or, anywhere else. So there is this allure of Americana that everybody wants to have. And so the United States does have that. And also, the other advantage the United States has in any sort of global competition is, like, we suck the best brains out of pretty much all the nations in the world, right? So the best and the brightest, they come to the United States either to study here or to work here. One way or another, the best and the brightest, they end up in the United States. And that is a real challenge for a lot of countries, especially the smaller ones that can't afford to lose those. I mean, China, for example, can get away with it because it's got 1.2 billion people. But I mean, I was taught, there's a couple of guys in the voice chat, like from India, and they were even talking about how dangerous it's become in India. Is so many of the best and the brightest just flee, not just the United States, but they go to Europe and other places, and how it's really having such a negative impact on the country when you lose your best and your brightest. It really has this horrible trickle down effect. Yeah.
Yeah, but that is the problem with when the local governments do not invest properly and plan properly in their own country. And then of course the brightest is going to find better opportunities. If you look at like Rwanda, a lot of the top guys return because there's opportunity. So there is a hope, and then people believe that they can do better. That's why they came back and develop their own country. If they feel like the situation, the politics is a hellhole, like in India, is a total mess, and you don't even know how you're going to contribute because the country is so fucking big, then it's going to be very dependent on the state. The different state and places, different governments, they have all different rules. Then depending on where it goes, like Tamils tends to go back to Tamil Nadu, and Tamil Nadu do pretty well. So it depends. But for the others,
No, but
and generally it's the countries that can least afford to lose their best and the brightest are the ones, sometimes the damage can become irreparable, right? So you'll reach a point where a country can reach a point where it goes into economic freefall, like Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, same country, different names, where they basically the most productive people all just left or were murdered, like literally, right? And then their currency literally collapsed, and now it went from being the breadbasket of Africa to the point where they were literally having to import food just to keep people from starving to death.
So I can talking about like brain drain. I can example Malaysia and Singapore. So Malaysia have a big Chinese population. So a lot of these Chinese, they left the country, especially and of course typically they are the people who are more well-to-do, more well-educated. They either go to Singapore or they go to Australia. They all leave. Many of them leave, and this brain drain is affecting Malaysia's growth. And the why they leave is because of the internal politics. Is because the policy is pro the Malays, because they have this Malay supremacist kind of ideology, which is why Singapore got kicked out at the first place, because we are against that, so they kicked Singapore out. Yeah, because if Singapore is in, then the Chinese population will be too high, and they can never enact such a policy. So they kick Singapore out, and because we are Lee Kuan Yew during those days will keep arguing about Malaysia. So then the Malaysia side is what they want, Malaysia. So there was a conflict. So as a result, because of all these policies and politics, that's the brain drain. That's why I say sometimes. But Malaysia is the best performing Muslim country in the world. They are the most advanced Muslim country in the world. Until the Gulf state decided to build all these Palm Islands and whatnot. Before that, Malaysia is like the
prime islands that they built.
Yeah. But before the UAE, Qatar all become smart.
Until the Gulf countries starting getting all the OnlyFans models in.
Yeah. Before that, it was Malaysia. Malaysia was the priming example and star for the Muslim world. But the reality is that it was the Chinese businessman that was pushing it, and when many of them left, it really impeded their economy quite a bit. So that's the effect. In my region, that's how it was quite obvious. And yeah, but I'm not sure how the rest of the region is going to be like. For in terms of the brain drain situation, I think India is quite bad because the Indians, they have very smart people, and they're now all in the United States, hating all the big tech.
Oh yeah,
every single big tech is an Indian leading.
I live in Seattle. Half the city is fucking Indian here. I mean, I think literally like where I live, half the people here are Indian. I mean, for the most part,
If they assimilate, it's good. If they assimilate, it's good.
Yeah, well, I mean, initially they did. The problem is like, India. There's a problem that's happening in the tech industry in the United States. Is inside of India, they're very class conscious, or I guess you call it caste conscious.
Yeah, caste.
So there's a problem now. Is like in companies like Google and stuff like they have a huge amount of Indians, and they literally discriminate against other Indians. Like they have like the Brahmins are like the highest, and I don't know the name. I forget the name of the other caste system. So there's literally like this caste, and I don't know how much of it is a conscious thing, or some of it is just like part of your culture where you just you just do it, or how much of it is outright discrimination. But it's literally going on. It's like a challenge.
I think
Google
it's all true. I think it's all true. It's both. It's cultural. It's conscious, and it's just asshole to each other. I think Singapore Indians kind of dropped the whole thing mostly. Like I hardly heard about the caste thing in Singapore Indian community. Like we kind of totally dropped it. But the new Indians who come in, they still are very conscious about it. Like even I used to have this customer, this client who is from India, and yeah, he was like from the warrior class. I forgot what's the name for it. Like he does share with me a little bit that like it's still very real for the Indians that is coming from India, and he's proud of his cars and something like that. So it's like it's still a pretty real thing for them. But for the diaspora, like Indians in Singapore, it's like we are too meritocratic to think about that. But I think the Indians in Britain, in UK, that have been there for like 1, 2, 3 generations, I think they also kind of forgot
British,
about it.
The reason is that I think it was actually the British that actually literally outlawed it, or I mean, technically it was the Indian government that did it, but it was under the British. How do I say it? When India became a nation state, when it freed itself from Britain, one of the things they did was outlaw the caste system, but it still was.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
It was going. Well, I mean, it did.
The city folks take it, but the rural folks, which is the mass majority, don't. They still follow it until today. So which is quite sad.
Yeah, like I mean, just an anecdotal story. So I had a neighbor of mine, and he, he's Indian, and he was born in, but he moved to the United States to go to college, and he married a girl. Like he was a Brahmin, the high, and he met her on like they have these Indian dating sites, and they probably have them there too, but whatever. And he met, and they married, and like his mom never like shined to his wife and the way they tell is like your last name. Like apparently that's one of the ways they can tell now is like your, based on your last name, that gives you a hint on as to what caste you're in, because it's
interesting.
It's illegal to, but they, mothers are very careful about who their sons marry. Anyway, but it was kind of I don't know what they ended up getting divorced. I don't know if that's the reason. I mean, he ended up remarrying another Indian girl, and they're all well and good. They had 2 kids now, and they're happy and everything. But I mean, he didn't give a shit about it. Like he could care less. He was very westernized, but his parents were very. I don't know if the right word is traditional or whatever, but it was like a big deal to his mom, and he was just like, why do you give a shit? I love her, but whatever.
Yeah, but I think it does make the caste thing really. It really makes they really behave differently, So like yeah, they really buy into the caste. But I can understand the whole concept of the caste system. Like if you have like. You have to continue your empire and kingdom for the next 1,000 years. You can't have everybody, become university graduates. Then you start to have, people learning, gender science, and after that, the whole society they become useless people.
But see, that was the thing that because you were talking about like one of the unique things about America, at least in recent history, is that up until very recently, the United States, like you rose or fell based on your own abilities, right? Like, you know, before there was a welfare state or anything like that, you either made it or you didn't, right? Like, you know, you came to this untamed continent, you know, called the United States. I mean, the United States, I don't know if you know this, but the United States used to place advertisements in newspapers in European countries saying free land. Like, if you come out here and you settle it, we give it to you. You know, they didn't tell them, you know, how far they'd have to travel and the fact that you'd have Indians shooting at you with bows and arrows and, you know, all that other stuff. So you had people coming here from, you know, every place from Ireland to Poland coming to the United States, moving out to the, you know, the untamed, you know, everything west of the Mississippi for free land. And, you know, a lot of these people didn't know what they were signing up for. So they got on this boat with their last penny and they arrived here and then they, you know, a lot of them died, you know, I mean, it was horrific, but that was what the United States was based on, was this kind of frontier spirit, was like, you made it or you didn't. Like, you know what I mean? It was kind of like like accelerated Darwinism, if you know what I mean? Like the survival of the fittest. Like, there was something about the United States that kind of accelerated that Darwinism. Like, if you didn't have what it took, you died, you know, and your children died.
Reminds me of the Chinese diaspora. No, the story is about the same. It's like they told the Chinese people that, you know, the sand is full of gold. You know, the whole beach is just gold. You know, then they just they sail down, escaping the wars and famines. They down to Southeast Asia and then realize, fuck, I'm gonna have to carry rice back for the British merchants. You know, like, you know, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
very similar.
And also a shit ton of Chinese went to America as well, and like. I don't know,
literally
like a million died building the railroads and shit like that.
But then the diaspora, you know, that made it, no, they are the richest people in those countries. Like in every country in Southeast Asia, the richest guys tends to be Chinese. So
even in South America, the same thing as well. They gave free land in Argentina and Chile and to German families, to European people that like, and they would offer, you know, like sort of a bit of equipment, a couple of animals, and a plot of land. You know, wherever you built your fence, that was your land. And they also had to fight the Indians and all of that. Yeah.
He's always a trap, right? He's always a trap.
Put your stake in, like, that was the thing in the United States.
That was the catch.
You'd have to put your stake in, and you could claim your land by just.
But
you know.
But you could buy a Chinese girl for a wife.
Yeah, well, the Chinese in the United States were terribly discriminated against, and you know, during that time period where they wouldn't accept the female, like the Chinese workers that came over, most of them were starving because things were so bad in China, so they were willing to come over here and work in the harsh conditions. And but full disclosure, it was a lot of Chinese exploiting other Chinese. It wasn't necessarily Americans doing it. And
no, of course. Just like the slave trade, right? You know, it's the African that's selling the African slaves.
Exactly.
You know? It's not
that's not the way they tell it in the
it's not the white people go there and then snatch them, you know.
If you see like the TV show, like from the 70s Roots, like they made it sound like the white people were going into the jungles of Africa and throwing nets on black people and dragging boats. I'm not kidding. Like that was, you know, and it was not true. It was like other black tribes would literally set up trading posts and they would conquer another tribe and sell them to like Europeans and
two niggers for a musket.
You know, that kind of careful with that, you know, white channel. But that was the same thing that happened with the Chinese. Like they weren't allowed to bring their wives over, and eventually they did. But they, you know, they set up like many of the Chinese became very well established here. Like in San Francisco, like there's a massive Chinatown, you know, that exists to this day. Some of the Chinese became extremely wealthy and successful. And to be honest, if you want to go back many generations, probably due to the exploitation of their own people.
Yeah. So it's again like the evolution, right? You know, the natural selection. So the one that survive are the one that is like really good, like really practical. Yeah.
And in South America there's a massive Chinese community, and you know most of them came to Peru, which was like the main port of South America, and as a matter of fact, still today, like in the folkloric language, the folkloric female is called China. You know, a Chinese girl, like China in female, because the people, the frontiermen that would travel to conquer the wildlands down south, they would first, buy a Chinese girl to take her south to have a woman. And so, like the traditional folkloric female is still called China. Like female Chinese.
Very interesting.
Historical tidbit.
I really don't know enough about South America. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but back to
do I need to protest? Do I need to ask for reparation for the Chinese people?
I have to write you back, Wyatt.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Wyatt, you and I are even because I've given you a bunch of super chats over the last couple of years. I think ideas. But I mean, I think that's like there was that expression of American exceptionalism, and to some extent that's true. I mean, and it's basically because anybody could come here from anywhere in the world, and they did from anywhere in the world, and a lot of them made it. Like whether they were Chinese, they were Irish, like my people, or whatever, and they became extremely successful. I mean, yeah, did some people have to struggle more than others? Hell yeah, some a lot more than others. But still, like there was all sorts of people that overcome. This was like a country where you could come. How do I say it? Where you could literally start with nothing, and
and survive, right? No,
not just survive, like prosper in a way that you couldn't anywhere else in the world. And that's and now this is everybody lives in a certain time in history, and they think that their time in history is special, probably just because they live in it. Now, maybe there was other times in history that was true. Maybe that was true in ancient Rome, like during the early days of the Republic, where if you went, you moved to the city of Rome in the early days and you came from wherever and you could make it there. It's like, the old joke about New York City. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. But that's been true of the United States for a very long time. Now, I think that's going away now because we've developed this kind of welfare state where people are coming here more so not so much to make it and see themselves like to want to become an American, but they're coming here because where they live sucks. So they're just coming to the United States for, free shit. And it's no longer the best and the brightest. For example, we are literally rewarding people, and by rewarding people, I even mean it in the Darwinistic sense, rewarding people who are, how do I say it? Normally Darwinism would weed these people out, but we are rewarding them and encouraging them to, procreate. I know that sounds very eugenicist, but it's true.
Yeah, you're right. So the smartest and the richest people don't have enough babies, and people who kind of like a bit irresponsible, tend to have more. And then I also sometimes I also think about it. It's like how come the world become like this? Like how would the evolution be like? The human species will become worse off, like become more stupid, over the next 120, 200 years. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw you saw the movie based on that, right?
It might be divided into like what's that called? Ellipse. Like we have like two different class of people. Like you have the commoners and then you have these elites. Like because the elites will be like
in the commoners. No, but that was a movie. Literally, it was a comedy where the guy they took a guy that was literally totally average. Like he wasn't smart or stupid. He was like literally baseline average, and he was like put in a state of cryogenic sleep or something, and he awakens like 500 years later, and he's the smartest person on the planet because and it was a comedy movie. Someone in the chat will probably know what, I can't remember the name of the movie, but it was a comedy, and it basically showed how smart people.
Idiocracy.
What was it? Oh, Idiocracy. Yeah, Idiocracy was the movie. So you could, that was basically the plot of the movie, where the guy that was, in his own time, he was literally average. I mean, the guy, it was the guy that would like be working at McDonald's or something, but when they wake him up, like, hundreds of years later, he's like literally like a super genius. And it kind of speaking to what Wyatt was talking about.
I mean, it's very possible, right? We have like the elites or the people who study a lot, who are rich, have lesser babies. Then you have AI coming as well, which means people will focus less on acquiring knowledge and or seek knowledge for themselves. They just ask, and then they expect the answer to be given to them, and they probably will just take it as it is. Like people who read the newspaper, they just believe whatever the newspaper writes.
Yeah, they read. Like, they don't even read the article; they read the headline, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, though, there's a counter argument to that. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with the Strauss and Howe wrote the book, The Generations, and then Howe wrote the book, the Fourth Turning. Basically, these things that happen in human evolution, they end up being self-correcting, right? Because there'll always be a time, like, things are really good now, and they have been for like the last 80 to 100 years. But then there'll be a cataclysmic event, like a war or a famine or whatever, and then those people end up getting weeded out again. It's like
and then return of the monarch, right? Because the smartest will end up become the monarch, because the stupids they become sheep again.
Yeah, well, I mean, the expression that people use, I don't know where it came from. It's like strong men create good times create weak men create bad times create strong men. And then the cycle just repeats, right? So that's that's basically a thesis. Now, whether that will play out in perpetuity, no one knows, but that's pretty much how has been played out for centuries.
Yeah, I don't think I will live long enough to witness it, despite I want to.
Well, no one wants to live forever. I mean, the point is like if you subscribe to the theory of Strauss and Howe, we are in the quote unquote fourth turning right now. This is the we are in the midst of things going from good to bad. Like we're in this period of time where shit's hitting the fan, so to speak, and depending on no one knows what's going to happen, but so we're entering I think we already are. It's like you were talking about, like the United States, where the 1950s was the heyday. Like everybody could have a house and a car, and you could get married and you could have a job. Like literally, you could have a job as a bus driver. And you could afford to have a wife that stayed at home and raised your kids, and you could survive on that. Like now, that's not true. I mean, you could have a job as a lawyer now, and or some other white collar job, and your wife would still have to work for you to have to afford a house and have children and all those other things.
Yeah, I wonder how the future world is going to work. Yeah, I've been thinking about this as well. It's like if everything is automated, then how the economics going to work? I have no idea, man.
Well, we'll always need you, Wyatt.
Well, will we? I mean, that's hi everybody. Long time no see. It's nice to see you. I was actually thinking about this the other day. I watched this VEO 3, I think it's called, which is quite impressive. A few prompts, and they have it looks pretty damn realistic. The first thing I thought when I saw that was, so when is the open mic going to be obsoleted by these AI? When are all these open mics going to be entirely hosted by an AI Wyatt, and all of us being copied into the AI, and they're basically just replicating what we're saying? And more importantly, will the rest of the peeps be able to tell the difference? Like, are we not maybe
Well, when
already
you hear everyone saying retarded shit that makes no sense, then you will know it is the AI.
Or maybe
Sometimes
that's
that
when you
already
know it's
happened
not
in
the
the open
AI.
mic, right?
Yeah, go into the voice chat, and that if the AI could simulate that, that would be pretty crazy. Wyatt doesn't go in there very much, but I mean, could you imagine AI simulating that? That would be pretty crazy. But anyway,
Don't feed them those ideas, man. Later they.
yeah.
No, because AI have to be trained. So if they don't have that, then no such problems. There is this company, there's this app that actually is like offering me to get me to sign the rights so that they can sell my videos to AI companies for training, only for AI training. They're offering some good money for per 100 hours of footages or something, but
Well, you got
I
plenty of
haven't
hundred
agreed.
of hours, but you also have a lot of participants that want to cut in that one.
Oh, but well, probably it's not going to be open mic. I'm going to like just
No,
only
hey,
the
it's
Ukraine war stuff.
your channel. You can do what you want. You want to make money off my
Yeah.
my views or my voice? Go ahead.
I'm just thinking whether what's the downside about like the mainly I'm gonna say like the Ukraine war stuff, like those are the main channels, like, but I'm just not sure what is the implications, like what would they do with everything they learn from the way how I talk, the way how I present, like.
Well, I think it would be interesting if you had full transparency of the data. Like if you could know what data they have used to train what and they get what results, and that would probably give you some insight into not only the mechanics of AI but also how the open mic works. Probably you will recognize quite a bit of features from that side. Oh, super chat.
Super chat off said post-labor economics will run on social credit entirely. Yeah, that's a scary thing. I think I saw the discussion. I wonder it's from where. I think it's from Joe Rogan. I think it's like the danger is that if you have everything through AI and robotics, then everybody will have to be paid some kind of a universal income from the government, but then that will give the government tremendous power over the people, and that will make the government like dangerous, super dangerous, because then everybody have to depend on the government for money, and yeah, that is also quite a scary thought. So
yeah, well, I mean that's pretty much the way we're going now anyway, right? Like I remember like 10 years ago when I first heard the idea of like UBI, universal basic income, and everybody just like scoffed at it, like, oh, that's ridiculous. And now people are going, yeah, I think that's okay, So I think in some form or another that will eventually be adopted in the United States and Europe. But
well, we did that. We did have a preview of that in the COVID era. Everyone was locked down and had some form of
but it was like
universal basic income.
Well, you just got 2 checks because you were forced not to go to work, and then, but you saw the negative impacts, right? Because in the United States, I don't know what it was like, where Wyatt lived or you guys lived, but in the United States, we had that massive inflation, like double-digit inflation, because everybody was just giving all this money, and and at the same time, there was a scarcity of everything because no one could produce more goods because everything was locked down. So, and people were given, so you had the worst of both worlds, right? You had a shortage of goods and services, and you had an excess amount of money. So that caused everything to just go topsy turvy.
Yeah, so we have a good example of how it could all go to shit with that. But mostly, I think that if we have no productive capacity as a population, then we have no bargaining power, and we're ripe for the cooling. So, like if we have any self-preservation in ourselves, then we should avoid that at all costs, like whoever still can.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're giving us the duality of an option of saying, should we all just like live in pods and let the AI do everything for us, or should we all like live on a farm and uh, milk cows and raise wheat? The latter would be the better of the two. But
Raise weed.
weed, yeah, weed or wheat, whatever. But the point is that I think we'll work out some sort of happy medium. I mean, AI is really interesting, but it is flawed, and ultimately AI is entirely based on what other human excuse me, is entirely based on human beings, inputting into it, right? So that's all it is. I mean, it's how do I say it? Like there's a theory that the creator can't make a creation greater than itself. Like in Catholicism, that's why you have the idea of the Trinity. Like there are three gods, but they're all the same, because the idea that that they're begotten, not made, because the theory is that if they were made, they would be lesser than the creator. So there's a theory like that, when it comes to AI. So AI could never surpass human intelligence because it was created by a human. So that's its ultimate limitation.
Very optimistic.
Well, it's a theological argument. I don't know if it applies to sort of technology, but if it would apply to technology, then what it means actually is that AI simply cannot be intelligent. It can only be a sort of programmed automaton, a golem.
No, that is actually, the thing is, we are now like talking about like the top notch of the humankind. They may not be the more intelligent than the best of the humans, but they're probably more intelligent than the average of the humans. That's what I think.
Yeah, I want to say that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kopi.
I was thinking if we're changing topics. So if you're still on topic, go ahead.
Yeah, we can change topic too.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to change topic, but we're just on this point, just to put a cherry on it. I think that it's optimistic to think that AI will get better and will eventually threaten your job. Like, surely it will. We're just watching the beginnings of it right now. But anyway, go ahead, Kopi.
Yeah, thank you. I've been listening in on the background from most of the open mic. I think you guys have talked a little bit about Iran, but I didn't pick up that you talked about the implications of for Russia here, and also Mossad's gangsterism. If that would be of interest. I also had another thing I figured might be interesting is the what I consider to be a strategic miscalculation by both Hamas and Israel, which I thought it was an overlapping miscalculation, which was interesting.
Well, when it comes to the Russia thing, it was interesting because they actually said something about what lessons they learned from the Iran-Israel war, the so-called 12-day war. And some of the things were like, Donald Trump is non-agreement capable. Any agreement that you make with him is not worth the paper it's signed on. There are some other conclusions, like Iran has some good rockets that are worth taking a look at, and that following this diplomatic path, basically North Korea was right. Kim Jong-un was right about everything. Following this diplomatic path, it just gave the West an into Iran's kind of nuclear back end, into their nuclear infrastructure. When North Korea decided they were going to get a weapon, they kicked everybody out, and shortly thereafter detonated a weapon. Iran wasn't doing that, so the Russians also paid attention to that. So there's actually, I'm sure you could read about it. I'd have to find the article.
Yeah, well, it was interesting that you mentioned that they considered their criticism of Trump was that agreements with him is not worth the paper it's written on. They're not incorrect necessarily on that, but also at the same time, you should consider that Russia had some fairly comprehensive strategic partnerships with Iran, and neither Iran nor China really stepped in to help Iran. They just Russia and China didn't step in to help Iran. They just left them under the bus there effectively. And with Russia, I think that is a really bad signal, because you have already, I mean, it's understandable that you have your thing going on in Ukraine, and that's where you should be doing well. As far as I can tell, the Russians are doing quite well, but you're ditching your allies, and that sends a very strong signal compared to, I mean, the United States is kind of known for being a little bit duplicitous, but this is very damning. First, you have Assad just falling, and they're not really able to do anything, and then here you have Iran, and they're just getting pummeled. It's quite hard to actually believe that they. I mean, it's so surprising. You would at least expect a few planes to be shot down or something, but here they're just kind of cruising. And what are the Russians doing? Well, the Russians are quietly just walking away. Oh, the weapon systems we sold to Iran are completely ineffectual, and we are not trustworthy as allies. I don't think that's a very good look for Russia.
So I'd love to hit on that too, because the Russians actually did mention that as well. Oh, sorry, Wyatt, I didn't see your finger up.
I also want to say that this reminds me of our culture shock when we first watched the Ukraine war. Like, when we first watched the Ukraine war, it looks so different from the war that we understand, because we are so used to how the Americans fight, that suddenly when the Russians fight in a totally different way, we got this culture shock. I think the same thing applies to this foreign intervention or aid coming to help Iran, or the lack of. Like, we are so used to America going into countries and helping their allies that we think that Russia or China is going to do exactly the same thing. End up they don't, because only United States can do something like this. Bradley.
So yeah, just want to say that Vladimir Putin did touch upon that as well. It actually went almost a little viral, his response, because he said that Russia had been trying to get a mutual defense agreement with Iran going for over a period of decades, and Iran would basically would not cooperate, and they wanted to be like the dominant partner or something like this in any defense agreements. And so the Russians said, okay, well, let's do an agreement where we actually help you develop an integrated anti-air network, and we'll even help you integrate it into Russia's sensors and into our satellites, right? So they gave him a really good deal. And Iran said that we want to be the dominant partner in that deal too. And the Russians were like, well, it's all our stuff. So
how do you be a dominant partner in that kind of arrangement?
So exactly. So the Russians were basically pissed off about that, and Vladimir Putin said it's a little bit your fault that you're in this situation. And then Khamenei came out and he said something like, or somebody, maybe not him, somebody said something like, that doesn't tell the full story, and they never really brought it up again. So maybe there's something more complicated in the background, and they just don't want to talk about it out in public, or maybe that is a little bit true, and they're just leaving it where it is. Go ahead, Kopi.
Yeah, I came across something similar to that. That the Islamic Republic kind of insisted to having a dominant role, ridiculously so. I thought it was kind of too ridiculous to take seriously. The place I came across it was an anti-regime, dissident news source. So you can kind of expect that bias to be there. But with Putin coming on top of that, I guess there's some that validates them a little bit.
Yeah,
is it a pride thing? That sounds really weird, right? For Iran to reject help from Russia.
That's what everybody says. Everybody says this.
Or maybe they have a deal with China. So maybe the deal is with China, and they cannot take Iran, or they cannot take Russia help. There's a possibility, because they work with China, right? So
that's interesting.
Yeah, that is a possibility, because ultimately, I always say, Russia and China they are still competing geopolitically, just that it's under the table, more covert, not so obvious. John?
Yeah, I was just going to say 20% of all Iranian oil is that they export goes to China. So we get really deep in the weeds here. But one of the reasons is that the hostilities came to an end there was because if the regime in Iran was legitimately threatened, in the sense of like being militarily overtaken, they would close the Straits of Hormuz, which would not just affect Iran, but it would literally decimate the economies of pretty much all of Europe, and also have strong negative impacts in the United States. Although the United States would survive because we can get our oil domestically and from Canada, Mexico, Venezuela, etc. But it would it would destroy, the Chinese economy, and it would make them super dependent on Russia, which they don't. They don't. I mean, they have they have a symbiotic relationship now, but it would give Russia the
Yeah, it
upper
would
hand.
be preferable not to.
Yeah, and so that was one of the reasons why that didn't happen, because it's not just closing the straits. If you look along, what's that waterway, in the straits, there's all sorts of refineries and docks and stuff like that that are in very short range of Iranian missiles, and I'm not
Like
talking about
34 kilometers.
yeah, I'm not talking about really high tech stuff. I mean, this is like basically like World War II kind of technology. Could take all those ports and those refineries, offline for years, if maybe even decades, and that would cause all sorts of mass chaos. And so that's pretty much why the hostilities ended, because no one wanted that, because the Iranians would only do that as a what's a dead man switch. That's basically their dead man switch. And no one wanted to see that happen. The United States, the Chinese, nor the Russians might have been like, hey, go for it. And as far as like the mutual defense pact between the Iranians and Russia, as far as I understand it, the most technological advancements that the Russians have given the Iranians are the S-300s. They haven't given them their more advanced air defense systems like the S-400s or the S-500s. Well, I don't think they've given anybody the S-500s, but they're still giving them just
Yeah.
they're more
Supposedly, Iran had one S-300 and their own domestic reverse engineered examples of the S-300. But the thing is that it wasn't all integrated into some kind of sensor fusion thing. So you had a lot of localized air defense it's not one big network, and that like the Israelis have. Go ahead, Toby.
Well, the Russians offered to do that, and they declined.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about. Just crazy.
So might be a China thing. Like, yeah, it does sounds like it. Because I
Something in
think
the
from what I read is that Iran's balls is totally inside Chinese hands, because like they can only sell oil to China and no one else, and only China is willing to buy, which is why they like totally trapped in this Chinese relationship coping.
Yeah, was exactly on that note I wanted to talk on the because what was my train of thoughts here? Oil and the Strait of Hormuz, and China being maybe a more principled backer for Iran, but I don't really see that being the case. First and foremost, I mean they're convenient for China. They are very dependent, and the oil that the Iranians are selling to the Chinese are on a discount. So the Chinese are actually benefiting from their quote-unquote allies being in such a desperate situation that the only place that they can sell their oil is to China, and when they sell it at a discount.
Yeah,
And
similar as with Russia.
Exactly, right. So for China, I would say that they would be probably a bit concerned if the United States were to actually succeed in any regime change operation, and be able to dictate more how the terms of then they'd have to pay a market price for the oil or something like that.
I think Iran is China's main source of oil right now, if I'm not mistaken.
It was 20. John said about 20%. I believe that was what I've heard as well, which is of course very notable. But it's not something the Chinese.
Somebody else was saying it's more like 10% because they divide up their suppliers 10% from 10 different places, because they don't want to be solely dependent on one particular source. But who knows?
And also China uses a lot of purchase diplomacy. But yeah, if they lose Iran, then they'd only have like the Gulf states, which are allies of the US, or Russia, and they would be like more like 100% depending on Russia.
But correct me here if I'm wrong. As far as I recall, when the Iranians were going to try to close the Strait of Hormuz, the Chinese were one of them who stopped them and said, like, no, you're not
So
going
I
to
think
permit it because we want the oil.
There's no evidence they were ever going to close the straits. That was more the media in the U.S. trying to egg them on than anything.
Oh, I can
I mean,
acknowledge
just
that
because there was
political.
some random Iranian guy that said something, or they voted to do it, they obviously didn't do it. I watched the maps as much as I could and the trackers. The shipping activity pivoted away from the straits for a little bit. Most of it just went farther south or hung out. You know, I mean, the air traffic was pretty much going right through there until the Iranians responded. Then they dropped the air corridor down below Qatar. I mean, if you look at what was going on in civilian air traffic and shipping, none of those people, I don't think, believed that the straits was going to close, because a lot of ships were still moving of all types from all countries. There were some small clusters that were hanging out outside the straits waiting to see what happened, but I mean, I think a lot of that was Western media hype. Like, well, the Iranians could do this and the Iranians could do that, and we saw the Iranians really didn't do anything.
Well, it will be probably more damaging for them than the effect they would. I mean, they wouldn't stop Israel, for example, who were.
Well, they were going for a regime change, and if they had actually succeeded in knocking out the regime or trying seriously, and they lashed out, you know, it doesn't really matter how long it lasts. It just matters that they're going to bomb every base in the Middle East and close the straits and shoot at everybody that had a thing to do with it.
Like I said, it's a dead man switch.
Yeah, I mean, they might die, but they'll go down. I figured they'd go down swinging.
So I looked it up, and maybe Iran is even more tied at the hip to China than it seems, because I don't know how much of China's oil Iran is supplying, but China is apparently buying roughly 90% of Iran's shipped oil, which has limited. Yeah, so China purchased an average of 1.3 million barrels of oil per day of Iranian oil, according to Kepler data. I don't know who the fuck KPLER is, but
And I also read that Russia really want to sell more to China, and China refused to buy because they want to buy the cheaper oil from Iran, and that partly pisses off Russia, and also China was worried, like I said, because of the geopolitical concerns, they don't want to be tied to Russia too tightly. They want to have some leeways. If not, if they only buy exclusively from Russia, then they're gonna get trapped. They literally get controlled by Russia. It's basically like the EU worries again, all over again, but in China's case.
So this is interesting because it's like I believe I said it a year ago or so. There was someone who super chatted a question if the U.S. and the Russia would ever have a reconciliation. From my perspective, it's just a matter of time before because they're actually in a sense natural allies, especially vis-a-vis China. And so here, when you see, for example, the fall of the Islamic Republic would be most to the detriment of China. Russia would actually be better consolidated, as like Wyatt pointed out. And for the United States, well, I mean, if they manage to get control of Iran, naturally they will be quite happy with that. So that's.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing these theories for the longest time about how Russia is a natural ally of the West, and I understand that, ethnically and somewhat culturally, Christianity and such, and to a lesser extent culturally, but the West has lied to Russia so much for the last 30 years that I don't think that. I think we're a long way from seeing that. Now, at the same time, I don't necessarily believe that the Russians and the Chinese trust each other at all. I think it's just a marriage of convenience, so to speak. It's mutually beneficial, so they agree on it. It's not because they necessarily like each other. They just happen to need each other. But at the same time, the Russians are to the point right now where they don't trust anything that comes out of the United States' mouth anymore. And they just by the way our government changes every 4 years, they're never going to make an agreement with us in the foreseeable future, and for good reason.
Yeah, something interesting about this whole Iranian nuclear potential shenanigans is that Iran kicked out the atomic energy institution. How's it called again?
International Atomic Energy Agency.
They kicked them out, you know, and they're not letting them back in. And so, like, for this whole thing of, you know, stopping Iran from achieving nukes, it's like similar to the Korea scenario, right? Korea kicked them out, and then they had the nuke. So now Iran kicked them out, you know, and now we're all like, you know, peace and love. So just food for thought, you know?
Yeah, but I just have to again say, North Korea, Iran is not North Korea. North Korea is beside two very massive military power. They are next to Russia and China. Both guarantees North Korea. So Iran has no big brother. And China don't behave in like the United States. No, they don't defend their partners like United States does.
No. I'm not talking about that. But what I'm talking about is that
they can develop the nuclear bombs. They could. But the thing is they get bombed.
And they have no reason to let them back in because, like, according to Iran, they were giving targeting information to the Israelis.
Yeah, spies for Israel.
Yeah, well, that's where Russia and China come in, and maybe India and Pakistan or something. They propose an alternative group of technicians or scientists that maybe somebody, you know, maybe try to go through the UN, and the UN says, hey, these guys are, you know, experts in the field. You know, they weren't personally bombing Iran. I mean, obviously they're going to have to do something, and that's what Iran needs to do. They need to comply as much as they have to comply, and go along with it as much as they have to go along with it to not get thumped again. So, I mean, they're going to be inspected, and they don't have a choice because either they get inspections or they're going to probably get thumped again. So, you know, why not offer up an alternative plan that most people will hear and say, oh, that seems reasonable, as long as somebody's checking on them and it can be verified. And like we talked about in the voice chat, it has to be a committee of people that all have a vote, all have a veto, because you don't want a report written by the three Western guys that contradicts what the other 3 or 4 guys said, because they're the big guys on the committee. It has to be like, hey, we all went in here, we all looked at it, it's legit. These motherfuckers ain't doing shit except building some stuff for a peaceful reactor. Or, yeah, these motherfuckers got some shit hidden in the closet. Yeah, go ahead, take it out. I mean, either way, the best probably thing you could do is, you know, if you're Iran, is because they need some protection. And why not bring Russia and China in that way to where they help you sit at the table and maybe have some input on what happens to you, or at least can, you know, advocate on your behalf because they're stronger. But they're going to have to take inspections. They just need to figure out the game that they can play and not get bombed again. Because Israel's looking for a fucking reason to bomb them. Trump probably won't, but if they start doing stupid shit or get caught doing something stupid, then he probably will. Like if in a couple of weeks you see some guys up there digging the tunnels out, they're probably going to get bombed. But, you know, if they lay low, play it cool, you know, do what they're told, or at least start doing what they're told, then they could probably ride this out, and maybe someday they will have a nuke. Like I said earlier, if any country wants to have a nuke at this point, you literally have to go full Manhattan Project where it's completely secret. You can't talk shit. You can't make threats or make innuendos. You can't have some congressman out there, you know, winking at you. Oh, nuclear weapons. Oh, that's horrible. Wink, wink. It would have to be totally secret, because obviously if the United States gets wind of it, we're probably going to stop you before you get to the point where you can have nuclear weapons like, you know, maybe Iran was or something with the enriched material.
I'll remind you that North Korea got nukes in 2006.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how much they were out there bragging about it. And plus, they may have tested some rudimentary stuff prior to that, which was enough to scare people off. But I mean, I'm just assuming when they announced it, they probably had more than one working weapon. They probably had several, maybe even had something deployable.
Oh yeah, you definitely need something deployable.
But you can't be out there like Iran is, you know, talking shit and talking crazy. You know, obviously someone got to the point and called their bluff. You know, it's like if you're going to do that, you better just do it in secret.
The language I heard used was latent nuclear power, that Iran liked the idea of being able to be like a latent nuclear power where they had the ability.
Yeah, that was what
apparently
Steve was
refining
saying.
to 60% is massively more dangerous than refining to like 40%. Apparently 60% is some kind of threshold that after that point they could start to refine them in like really not super advanced and easily hidden centrifuges. This is what I've been told, and that it wouldn't take very long for them to be able to have actually weaponizable material. And at that point in time, it would just have to be, how would they put it in a weapon? So that's this whole thing where they hid the 60% enriched uranium. It actually is supposedly a big deal. Go ahead, Coping.
Yeah, I just think that this thing with the nukes seems to be very, it's a bit counterintuitive, because obviously it is used as a pretext for getting involved. And it's obvious that you're not going to be able to develop this thing very, like, I mean, maybe you'll be able to do so, like Vaughn said, do it in complete secret. But how secret can you do it when you have an enemy that has acquired complete air dominance with a fairly decent ISR? And they already have a very well-entrenched and expansive espionage infrastructure in the country.
Yeah,
I mean, if you look at also like there were some recordings that came out, and I thought it was pretty interesting to listen to, because not only it was a Mossad operative. I'm not sure if you guys had picked this one up, but it was a Mossad operative who
that threatened the general.
Yeah, he called the IRCG general, and there were a few things I found interesting. One thing was the Farsi, not necessarily the language itself, but it's, they sound very melodious, but a very typical thing for Iranians to do is to kind of pepper it with a little bit of poetry, such as this thing about like, we are closer to you than the vein on your neck, It's quite intimidating in some ways. So they when they were calling that, like if you're an IRC general, the enemy has a complete air dominance. They have already taken out several of your colleagues. They're now calling you and just telling you, hi, I'm calling from a country that just a few hours ago took out this dude and this other guy, and you are on my list, and you have about 12 hours to get away with your family or find yourself destroyed alongside them. And, you are to be filming yourself. Why is this one? This one had a fair deal. I got an impression this one had a decent amount of success, and I think it is primarily because the Mossad is so well entrenched already, and once the air dominance is acquired, they can really just pick off as soon as they find them. So if you're an IRC general, you probably already detect that, okay, even if I'm safe now, the clock is ticking, they're eventually going to find me, and there's nowhere to hide, right? Like,
So,
two things.
But I think this goes.
Hold on, before I forget, okay, I'll just say the one thing then. Syria makes a lot of sense now. They totally pulled this shit in Syria. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, that's all true, but you got to figure now that the Iranians are going to do everything they can to root out the Mossad guys. And
they already have.
Well, there's probably more. I mean, I would imagine some of the more, closer, Mossad guys, maybe if there was actual Israelis there or something, they're probably out. They probably left, and they left behind their patsies and operatives and all that. But they're going to root those guys out, and you can imagine that they'll probably get help with that, maybe from the Russians and the Chinese. And then the air dominance thing, that's something they can slowly take care of without attracting any attention. As long as nobody's being aggressive or making aggressive comments to give anybody to come in, they can replace those radars, integrate them. Maybe other things can happen. So, I mean, it just depends how Iran plays it. If they shut up and just go back home and quietly rebuild, then maybe they'll come out of this better than they were. Maybe they'll end up with a nuclear weapon. Maybe there'll be some like new super great developed country that's rich, and
I think
they all love Donald Trump and they're best friends. I don't know. I mean, but
I'd say that is likely. Like the clock is ticking against Israel's favor, because right now they might be seated very well, but if they we all know the basics of the arms race, right? The more you're utilizing an asset, the more you expose it, and the more the Iranians can analyze it and eventually be able to negate that supremacy. Of course, there might be some other factors that are involved when it comes to escalation, where their ability to recuperate is going to be lowered. But it's not over yet. That's for sure. I'm not convinced this is over yet. Yeah,
so
sorry.
okay,
Super
the
chat.
other point that you brought up. Oh yeah,
wait. Super chat. Thank you for the reparation for all the Chinese wife that got sold into South America.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say, I don't know what exactly was going on with the with the Iranian air defenses. I have a feeling that it wasn't as bad as what we say, and maybe they literally, just like the Iranians warned the Americans for their telegraphed strike on the bases, maybe this was Americans warning the Iranians for their telegraphed strike on Iranian facilities so that they could finally just be like, okay, we did it, we won the war, we're going home, and we're not escalating any further. So I think that there's a chance that when the situation with the air defense, we're not understanding all of it. One of the things that the Russian generals said about lessons learned from the Iran-Iraq war is that Western missiles are far too expensive. That's one thing they said. There's no way that Israel could have kept this up. But they didn't say that about Iran. So, and they all, in fact, what they said is that Israel massively underestimated Iran's strategic depth. So that tells me that maybe there was, and there were some stories that were coming out at the time of air defense installations being hacked by Mossad agents that were on the ground. So there could be a lot of things that are going on with the air defenses that we don't really know about, and we might not ever know about. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, you know, you got to give them credit. They conducted an excellent SEAD mission, and they suppressed the Iranian air defenses where they needed to. I mean, like I talked about it, and other people did. I mean, it's pretty obvious what they did is they targeted some corridors they could open up so that would allow them to penetrate the Iranian airspace by clearing out radars and SAMs. And then they probably, at the end of those corridors, probably created a bubble where they could launch whatever ordnance that was standoff that they were launching at any place they wanted to in, western Iran and south, maybe parts of central southwestern Iran. I mean, and they could come in from the seaside too if they wanted to. I mean, they only controlled about 20% of the airspace, and most of that was up in the northern part. And that's all they needed to control. So that's all that they controlled, because they don't need to fly all over Iran's airspace, and show dominance. I mean, they flew in there and dropped whatever they wanted whenever they wanted. They didn't lose a single aircraft. So,
and think about this:
they basically cleared a workspace and worked in that space, and they worked very well in that space, and then they left.
And the B2s,
the B2s didn't need. They created a workspace for them too, because they had like 22 F-22s. They had F-18 Growler jammers, and they talked about how this entire wave of tactical fighters and jammers swept out in front of the bombers and basically cleared the skies of any potential threats. And the bombers went in completely unopposed. Who knows if anyone saw anything? Maybe the Chinese saw a little fuzzy something on one of their radars if they had something close by. But, they worked where they had to work and did what they needed to do. And I mean, and they obviously have some tricks up their sleeves too for fucking with these air defense systems. Maybe some of the stuff gets figured out. Maybe they learned some stuff in Ukraine going against the Russians. I mean, we got all kinds of sensor aircraft up there and stuff. So maybe they learned a few tricks that they could fuck with the Iranians' analog S-300s. I mean, but like I said, I mean, it was a focused mission. They went in and did exactly what they needed to do, which was clear the lanes so they could go in and bomb the targets. They take out the generals and the other targets. And then the B-2s, obviously, same thing. And then they left. I mean, Iran still has air defense. They still have fighter aircraft. It's just they're not probably going to turn it on or send anybody up because they don't want to lose what they got left. Right now, like I said, is the time to just lick your wounds and shut up, or you're going to go start another war again that you can't obviously respond to very well.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance that Iran starts hostilities up again. I know there have been some reports that there might have been some more Israeli strikes today. I'm not sure if that really, if that was true or not. At the ceasefire is broken.
I heard it was quadcopters in like a couple places, but that's all I heard, and I don't know if there's any proof of that.
So they're sort of, if that's the case, they're just kind of towing the line, trying to, I mean, that's how it is with these people. They are looking for the boundary consistently. But the thing is, it's in Iran's, interest not to start this again. Not because of any goodwill, that they might have, but because it's simply the case that the longer this goes on, the lower the population of Israel becomes. You know, a large portion of Israel's population, I believe I saw it was like 40% or something, is dual citizens. It might even have been higher than that. I might be wrong on that stat. So these people can run away from Israel. You know, you might have seen the news that the Israeli government barred Israelis from leaving the country. As far as I'm aware, that only applies to Israeli single citizens, not to dual citizens. So this reduction in population of people running away, you know, I feel that it's going to deeply damage Israel over time. It won't happen all at once, but the longer Iran waits, the weaker and weaker Israel will become. Not to mention, the longer Iran waits, the less and less support America is likely to have for Israel, just as, you know, the generation shift happens. You know, it's a very marked correlation between age and support for Israel in the United States at the very least. And, you know, as people get older and as these older people die out, you know, you already saw this with the Zohran Mamdani election for the mayor of New York City, which is, you know, important to remember, has the second most Jews of any city outside of Tel Aviv.
Yeah, it's the real
Yeah, and people,
capital.
it's funny how much the politicians in that Democratic Party and just, you know, New York people are totally freaking out about this guy potentially winning. Like, I mean, it's like, you know, all the doomers, businesses are already talking about leaving or leaving. There's like some grocery chain that he's talking about open like state-run free grocery stores or some shit. And this grocery chain is like, if you do that, we're out, you know. So, I mean, there's all kinds of bad shit that people are already planning on doing or threatening to do. And this
That's
guy,
right.
they're trying, you know, they're trying to encourage Eric Adams, the former mayor, to run as an independent, and Cuomo to run as an independent, and throw their
So that's
support
why
behind.
that's
You
why
know,
they elected this
they're
guy
freaking out.
in New York. They elected him so that people won't flee from Tel Aviv.
Well, you know, New York, they might just flee from New York too. You know, that's the thing. There's lots of other places in the United States. I actually thought that it was more centralized than it is in terms of the Jewish population in the United States. I believe it's about 7 million, of whom about 2 million are in the New York metro. So, you know, the good majority of them, 5 out of 7 million, are not in the New York metro. And yeah, so
That's still a lot. 2 million is a lot.
yeah, I mean, it is a lot. I should say he wasn't elected yet. He just won the Democratic primary. It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility that a Republican wins. New York has been shifting towards the Republicans significantly. Huh?
But it has never happened before.
No, it's happened. It happened recently. Giuliani, right? Famously Trump's lawyer, I believe, or something, was New York's mayor from, God, what was it? I don't know. It was the 80s
During
or
the
90s or some
9/11
shit.
time.
In the
Yeah,
boomer
the 9/11
times, you know. Yeah, it was 9/11, but he was also mayor before for quite a while. Anyway, I don't remember the dates on it.
Super chat by
But yeah, I
Jones.
mean, yeah, there
Please
you go.
hit the like button, subscribe, and comment. Please send a super chat. Thanks.
Oh, what a great
Fuck
comment!
yeah, John.
Excellent
Finally making
advice.
some sense.
Another piece of advice I would add to that is join the panel. Hop on.
Come on, don't be scared. We don't bite. Except for Archie.
Most of us don't bite. Archimedes definitely bites.
Yeah,
I bite.
Archimedes is very bitey.
Yeah, well, maybe if you're like a, you know, communist degenerate, you know, I'll bite you. But that's only because I'm willing to take one for the team. I miss you, Gareth. I do. Okay, has he been on VC? I think he might have been in the chat. I'll say this. You know, Gareth, you'll live on in our hearts. And Wyatt, if you talk to the next time Gareth's on open mic, get him back in the group, man. Motherfucker ran away.
He should have the link to join the group back, right? I don't know.
Wasn't he here earlier today? I think it was on earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on for
he
short
was
while.
in there
for like half a second.
I don't know how there's like this like DPA like conspiracy where I always hear about these ridiculous things that Gareth does and says, but like I never somehow I'm never in the same chat with him ever. Like he was on today, not when I was on.
Yeah, you had Gareth and Prada, And then I don't know if John came in and then Prada and Gareth left.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Yeah.
so John is kicking everyone out. Now I get it.
No, there's just people that are afraid of John for
There's
some
a common
reason.
denominator.
They can't cope.
He's ruining all our good fun, man. We're gonna have to organize some type of boycott or something.
There's not enough room on the internet for John and everyone else, you know.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us.
But
One
you're
horse
fine,
town.
John. We still love you, but you're still ruining all the good fun, man. No, anyways.
We love you, but you suck. That's what you just said.
So,
close.
Do you all want to do closing, or do you all still got conversations, topics to talk about? It's 5 hours anyway.
I'm glad that we finally hit Iran and that I was part of it. I think the only other thing to add that I was completely wrong. I did not expect that the war would be over by now. I'm glad to have been wrong.
You fucking neocon. All you want is to hit Iran, right?
Right.
Such a neocon, god damn it.
Bomb, Iran.
But just now, just now I was saying, like a lot of people, in the MAGA movement, they jump very quickly, like they very emotionally get triggered, by Trump bombing
defend
Iran,
Trump.
and then
No.
they just condemn Trump and.
No, see. No. Why you've got a half right. You're right. A lot of people in the MAGA movement condemned Trump after he bombed Iran back in. That's very homo, John.
So gay.
A lot of people did.
I love you guys. No
condemn
homo.
Trump from the MAGA movement. I mean, including prominent politically powerful people, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. A lot, even people like Steven Crowder, who are a little more normie, we're really condemning Trump for this, condemning Israel for getting us into this, and condemning Trump for not standing up on what was really the cardinal virtue of Trump, which was his unilateral condemnation of the Iraq War. Politicians really weren't doing that until Trump came in. And to get us into the Iran war, would have been a disaster for him. Now, the thing is, it was emotional. You're right, Wyatt. But what happened next? Because on Saturday, Trump bombed Iran. On Sunday, there was a huge reaction. And on Monday, there was a huge reaction from Trump, too. Either it was always his plan to do the 180, or he genuinely saw his support slipping rapidly. He was flustered as fuck when we saw him on Monday. That's when we had that famous
F-bomb.
the famous F-bomb. Maybe the first F-bomb recorded, broadcast by a president. I think that's it's a historical piece of trivia worth noting.
It was referred against Israel too.
Yeah. It's to both sides.
He said they no. He said they both didn't know what the F they were doing. Okay. He said they both didn't know what the F they were doing. And to my ear, what that told me is that he was saying Israel didn't know what the F they were doing. Because he has to say that about Iran. But for him to say they both didn't know what the F they were doing, he was basically saying the Israelis screwed this up.
Yeah, so the Israeli bombed Iran first before the Iran fly the missiles back, right? So
no, yeah, but to continue Archie's point, to go on from it, to you, Wyatt, is that like here in the group we have very hardcore MAGA, okay, very hardcore MAGA. So it's a good litmus test to what the feeling. And like I understand that you're in Singapore and you've been a fan of Trump since forever. You really like the guy and all of that.
But he's not MAGA though. That's different.
But that's different. That's more like fan. Because MAGA is more than Trump. MAGA
the problem with the MAGA thing is that you had all these guys like Mark Levin and these other guys that were neocons that all latched on to Trump after he won Johnny-come-lately when they were all never Trumpers. And then they had the gall and the audacity to sit there and accuse people that were with Trump since prior to 2016 of not being patriotic and not being MAGA because they weren't going along with this, bombing of Iran, which people, they may have supported the idea of like, there may be a reason to bomb, but the thing is, we didn't want, you to bomb them and then get us involved in a war. You know, like we said earlier, it worked out great. You bombed them and you rolled the dice and everybody blinked and you got a fucking ceasefire.
Like Archie said, it
No
might
harm,
have
no
been.
foul.
It might have been even because of the backlash, and that's something that I want Wyatt to understand, that it's not lack of patriotism. The thing is, there's so much force in the United States pulling for war with Iran that, you know, it might just be the case that without a backlash, like even if Trump doesn't want the war, without a backlash from his base, that the forces that are inside, the Lindsey Grahams, the Pompeos, and so on and so forth, they would have pushed Trump to the edge.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
that's what probably helped him, is the backlash and the fact that they were doing polls that were legit with like way more people than you need for like what, you know, you consider a baseline, you know, 10, 20,000 people. And it's like 60% plus do not want to get involved with Iran.
I believe it's called Mad Duh, Make DPA Great Again.
Super chat. John Steele says, Wyatt is MAGA. So, I never call myself MAGA. I always say I'm pro-Trump. Because I'm not American.
I was going to say exactly the
MAGA
same
don't
thing.
applies to me. But I want a strong United States because that's beneficial to Singapore.
But I think that's why
United States. I'm not MAGA either.
I mean, and I do think that's one reason why I got so emotional, because you had guys, like I mentioned, literally accusing people that were with Trump from the very beginning of not being the real Americans, not being the real MAGA. And it's like, you know, like I said, I mean, it wasn't hard to find these guys, you know, and then the way they turned on Tucker Carlson, it's like, oh, what? Because he doesn't want to have another stupid war. You know, like I said, I'm not going to bitch. It worked out, apparently. He bombed them.
Yeah.
There's a ceasefire. You know, my concern was it was going to get out of control. It didn't so far. So, you know, I was wrong. I'm glad it's working out so far. I hope it keeps working out. But, you know, that was why it was emotional, because you had these warmongering fucks like Lindsey Graham and all these other guys just, you know, basically you're a piece of shit if you don't want to bomb Iran.
But I am surprised by
I mean,
the
and
lack
I
of
liked
faith.
it because it
That's all.
unmasked a lot of these people. You know, a lot of these people that claim they're so MAGA, and they turned on the base, half the base, over Israel.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, stuck to her guns. I think she.
Gabriel, you're muted.
Another thing, Wyatt, is that every time the U.S. goes to war for whatever reason, the people in America get screwed. You know, like they get a shit ton of veterans with PTSD, mutilations, and all. But worse of that, even, is that they get laws that screw them. Like, for example, the income tax was for the First World War, and that's fucking screwed. Like that, like how much millions of dollars have the American people lost because of that stupid war 100 years ago, 110 years ago? You know, so every time they go to war, they put like a Patriot Act, you know, an income tax, some new way of screwing them under the excuse of war. And so you have to understand that the Americans are absolutely in the right, and it's absolutely legitimate for them to be absolutely freaked out everywhere that the Americans government start getting like even a little bit close to another war.
Super chat. JS have declared Wyatt an honorary MAGA. So, okay.
You're MAGA now. Okay, I'm wrong. Go ahead, Kobe.
Look, conservatism is
Make Asia great
whatever
again.
it is, the right wing in the United States is going to evolve in a very interesting way, right? And Trump is eventually going to go. But if he can make it to the end of his term, if he can make it to the end of his life, you know, without starting a proper war in the Middle East and moving us in a healthy direction away from an excessive Israeli influence, just in that direction, you know, then he will have been a great success. And I'm interested to see what happens after he's gone, because in a lot of ways, I think Trump is the one holding MAGA back.
Copy.
Good.
Yeah, a little bit on what it's kind of related to what Archimedes was saying. I kind of have an inkling suspicion that when Trump is kind of going about with this, I'm not happy with Netanyahu or something, it's quite possibly political theatrics. And the reason for that is because there is a split in the MAGA base for pro-war against Israel, as already noted. So I suspect that, like, I mean, I don't know, but it might be quite possible that because Netanyahu is ultimately doing what Trump wants him to do, and I think Trump and his administration has recognized that any involvement in Iran, more than absolutely necessary, is not preferable. So the Israelis have been given somewhat freer reign, and then the Americans can be saying like, oh no, you should stay in line and whatever, and that kind of gives a little bit, America first illusion. Whether that is true or not is a different thing, but I kind of suspect that to be a bit of a mind game that Trump is doing. On the final note, before I just let the word, I wonder what you guys have to think about the so because Trump said something about the legal prosecutions that Netanyahu is facing in Israel, and he was going out about being fake and whatever. It's like he basically equated it with the same kind of legalese witch hunt that he himself was subjected to. I kind of suspect that might be because I recall shortly after Trump came into power that there were some overt, unabashed accusation of Biden trying to coup Netanyahu. And if you kind of look at it on the political landscape of the United States and Israel, the two parties that they have there, they have that kind of a duopoly as well. And they seem to be having like an alignment. So like the same as in in Norway, we have the same. Like one of the dominant parties are more Democrat leaning, whereas the other one is more Republican leaning, even though it's the United States we're talking about. And I suspect that has a lot to do with like social connections between politicians and stuff like that. And in the case of Netanyahu, I think that stunt that Trump is making here is Wyatt pointed it out. This is possible. It's to kind of make them double down in order to kind of keep Netanyahu chained. That is possible. But I also suspect that Trump might want to have Netanyahu to be loyal to, like, I scratch your back here on this part, and then you're going to do me another favor. What that favor is, I'm not entirely sure. But it really looks like look, here for show, I'm going to do you a favor. Now, behind the scenes, you're going to do something else for me.
Trump trying to outfox Netanyahu sounds like a chicken trying to outfox a fox. I don't think.
Well, he is a veteran statesman, also, right? Like he is in the position that he is because he's pretty shrewd, right? So, if you're Trump, then this is not going to be an easy game. But also, Trump is no newbie either, right? He is pretty versed at dealing with quite duplicitous people. So
have you ever noticed how, for some reason, after Trump's like second stint in office, everybody keeps talking about how great Trump is? Like, none of this would have ever been possible without Donald Trump. Everybody speaks like this. In NATO, they were speaking like this. Who called him daddy recently? The freaking Chancellor of Germany?
Rutte.
So even the Russians are talking like this. Even the Russians are like, oh yeah, Donald Trump really, even though behind their back, they're saying that like this guy's non-agreement capable. So I think this is just the way to speak to this guy. Anyway, sorry guys.
Although Trump is almost certainly not going to run again in 28. If you've seen what he's really said about that, he only makes jokes about it, and he would be simply too old. So I don't think I think Trump's time in the spotlight is coming to, it's coming towards its end, right? We're over the hump in a sense. We have about 3 years to go.
I mean, he really needs to lay the groundwork, for the next step forward. That'll be his legacy. De-escalate, unwind a little bit, and get ready for the golden age. He needs to lay the groundwork for the golden age.
A question for you Americans. Do you think that Trump has any long-term strategy that pertains, for example, to Vance or something? Like, is he trying to make a protege or an acolyte of sorts?
Barron. I mean, Vance is clearly the chosen successor. There's a reason that Vance was chosen as the VP. I mean, if you guys recall when this happened, it was about a year ago. There was the Republican National Convention coming up in a week or so, and everyone knew he had to pick a VP candidate by then. He hadn't. It was getting a little late, just as it was on the other side. And he chose to to put Vance in only the day after he got shot, right, in Butler. The day after he made this long awaited decision, and so that's a very clear sign, that he's picked a successor. And I'll go ahead and read John's super chat. There you go. Trump equals God Emperor for $2.
He who knows not God prays to any saint.
But you said Baron Trump. I haven't noticed him on the media or anything like that. Like, has he been politically active? Because as far as I just known, he's just been Trump's son, and that's it. Like, there's nothing more to it.
No, there's no public activity or anything. I mean,
yeah, actually,
I think he likes the game.
Baron has been
a lot of
active.
chicks hit on him, but he's not stupid.
Baron has been pretty active and like politically minded, giving strong opinions and all the controversial stuff, like in favor of Russia against Ukraine.
Vaughn, can you please move the fan away from the speaker? It's making a lot of background.
It's not his fan. It's just atmospheric. No, he's.
But yeah, Vance is there clearly to advance the agenda of Trump. He's a good next candidate. He's a strong player for the next election. He's like the perfect guy. He's like the good old red-blooded hillbilly American, but articulate.
Well, the whole point is you get Trump in here, his 4 years, he lays the groundwork. You get 8 years of Vance, so you get 12 years to actually get this agenda going in the right way. That's what your goal is. But and hopefully Vance and those guys are the guys to carry it forward.
And then Baron Trump can take over as the emperor, as the god emperor of humankind.
Yeah, Baron's still a good 20 years away. I mean, well, I suppose, Zoran Mamdani's only 35. So Baron, I think he just went to college a year ago, right? Let's say he's 19. So, we're still waiting until 2040 to really see Baron Trump even enter his 30s, right? Very young kid. It's kind of funny.
He still need to become the field marshal to lead the army to Mars and conquer Mars first.
But a much more relevant point today is, although Craig in the chat made a good point that Baron Trump was advising Donald Trump on which podcast to go on, which is fantastic. Now, there's an interesting point here in the chat by Off6848. This guy, I think Vance's techno-Puritan faction is at odds with Trump, but he keeps his enemies close. Now, this is interesting, right? I mean, this is clearly, one of the power factions that makes up the coalition of Trump 2024, right? There's Tech Wing. There's a wing of the Silicon Valley that's coming over to Trump's side, right? And Vance absolutely represents that with Peter Thiel and Musk.
Tulsi Gabbard's part of that. Techno.
Well, I think Tulsi is part of another one. Tulsi is one of the genuine, anti-imperialists, I guess you could say. Like, I would say, like most people in DPA generally fall into. Yeah, like anti-empire, anti-Iraq war, anti all this bullshit, America first people. And I feel like Tulsi. I don't know about Tulsi. I mean, she's in a position now, so who knows what her politics are or her political requirements are. But those kind of people, I mean, people like Judge Napolitano, people like Tucker Carlson, who not only interviewed Putin, he interviewed Dugin. Okay, I mean, that's significant. Okay, so that's one power faction, to the Tucker Carlson people, and then the third one, the third major one, which has been around, is the Israel lobby. Okay, and it's an interesting point that guy made off in the chat. That perhaps this new faction, and remember, this is kind of what won him the election, man. I mean, this is these, techno-Puritans, okay? They're culturally conservative, but still sort of pro-technology and progression in society, as opposed to sort of a, they're still postmodern, ultimately, okay? We can get more, as opposed to real paleocons, right, who really do want to go back to to their own ranches, right, to their own homesteads. The techno-Puritans still want to live in the cities, but they want to eat meat. They don't want to eat the bugs, right?
So they're like the libertarians, kind of, right?
No, because they're actually culturally conservative. The libertarians are fucking, urbanite faggots,
Do
right?
whatever you
They're
want.
interested in the strip clubs and the cocaine. They're
They're,
interested in the
they're
gay bars and the
degenerates.
pride marches. Okay, I'm talking about conservatives, like cultural conservatives, but who are still, perhaps want to see a society more like China's in some sense, right? A society with a muscular government, or a society like Singapore's, right? A society that's advancing in technology, or a society like Japan's, right? For one obvious reason, their ethnic homogeneity, but for other reasons too. They are quite a litter on the street in Japan. Okay, if you go to jail, okay, maybe not for littering, but you get my point. Probably in Singapore. If we did that in the United
You get
States, we're
fined.
quite away from
You
that.
don't get.
But that's what a lot of people want, even if they're not total sort of, even if they're not really interested in going back to the very simple rural life and milking cows, not simple, but that more traditional life. That faction, right, clearly includes a lot of the tech bros, right? These are super high IQ guys that grew up in a time of radical free speech that gave them these ideas that are very outside of our open window. Zihan is a CIA fellow. He's interesting to listen to for the same reason that CSIS is interesting to listen to. It tells you what the regime is thinking.
Good point of view. I think he's a freaking
People like to raise him, when I talk about China, but I don't really give a damn about Peter Zihan. I don't watch him at all. I don't listen to him at all. So.
He's one of those guys. Like every couple months, he's trying to sell you more subscriptions and telling you how you'll find out if you watch him why China's about to collapse. And I mean, anybody here that's been following the war, anybody in the DPA army or watches any of the sit reps, watch Wyatt's information and then go watch Peter Zihan's takes on the Ukraine war, and the guy's a joke.
Yeah.
So I want to add upon the Trump's theme is that I find it really surprising towards the towards until the voting day, the election day, is that all the people that I felt like was the who's and who, the really awesome people that is in US politics, everybody is on the Trump's train, which is a surprise. Like Tulsi Gabbard, like Jeff and RFK. You have who's that? The Indian guy. I forgot the name.
Vivek.
Vivek was with Elon Musk. They are both in the Doge
Elon was in
thingy.
there.
Yeah, then
You're a big Elon fan, aren't you, Wyatt?
Huh?
Joe Rogan.
You're a big Elon fan. You've been a Elon fan for a long time, huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a bigger fan of Trump than Elon, but I like what Elon is doing, particularly as he doing SpaceX and everything. I was like, wow, this guy is incredible. So
100%.
And before that, I was like, okay, he's a PayPal guy, I was like, I wasn't thinking that much, and Tesla guy. Then I'm not particularly sure about his solar city thingy, But then once you go into the SpaceX and Optimus things, then I started to really get impressed because the chips to the brain thing. It's like, wow, that's all crazy tech, man. So and then he buy Twitter. That's the turning point. I really like this guy after he buy Twitter. So and it's all the best guys is on the Trump side. Even the the podcast, the podcast
Rogan.
with the four tech. Not just Rogan.
All in.
Yeah, All In podcast.
Yeah.
All In podcast. Joe Rogan. Everything.
With Chamath, right?
Everyone, the UFC boss, everybody is on the Trump side. It was like, how can it be this unimaginable? Because if you look back 3 years ago, Trump have almost nobody with him, almost seemingly. He's getting lawsuit all over the place. The media don't want to talk about him. Every time he's mentioned, it's negative news. Then Biden is screwing the world. Then Ukraine war started.
Right, there's an easy answer to your question. The answer is the alternative with Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Hey, in Kentucky today, I saw my first campaign ad for somebody that's a Republican running to fill Mitch McConnell's seat. And this guy, I didn't catch his name, but he's like, I grew up with a single mom on food stamps, and then I got a loan for $10,000 and turned it into a multi-million-dollar business and created thousands of jobs. And he's riding down the street on a brand new trash truck. Pulls up to a pile of trash with a cardboard cutout of Mitch McConnell. He's like, Mitch McConnell's trash. He's part of the D.C. swamp, and I know if there's one thing I know, it's how to get rid of trash. And he starts shoving McConnell's cardboard thing in the trash, and he's got.
Yeah.
And then he starts talking shit about the other two Republicans. He's like,
That's an overturned window
those two
shifting
guys
right
are
there.
McConnell puppets. They ain't no better. Basically calling them all trash and how he's going to clean up the swamp. And he's super MAGA. He'll do whatever Trump says. He won't. He won't.
That's
pull
going to be
Mitch
super
McConnell
interesting.
bullshit. So
Because if
Would
in
you
the
vote for him?
midterm,
No, the big question is, will Vaughn vote for him? No. Did he want your vote?
I mean, not yet. I mean, it's early. We got lots of time. I mean, he's got to win the primary. So
Super chat. But CNN says Zelensky is like modern day Churchill. And then one more by off. Predictive History Channel rules.
Predictive history, yeah, this guy that popped up recently, huh? Yeah, I listened to a couple of his episodes. He seems pretty good. He's but I don't know. I'm a little bit suspicious of how rapidly he seemed to blow up out of nowhere. I mean, I guess it did have to do with him catching the wave of the Iran war and everything. But yeah, but still, I mean,
no, it's
he
easy.
popped up on
He's
my
all right.
thing recently too. He actually he had similar theory to mine because I was thinking we're gonna probably go into the Iran war, and he was saying similar things. So I was just like, all right, I'm gonna definitely give this guy a follow. But now I think it looks like we're both wrong. So I got to see what he has to say about that.
no, yeah, I mean, the guy doesn't seem like very astroturfed in the sense that he's not like super produced. Like most of his old videos are like a class giving and his new videos, like his updates, are like him walking in the park with his kids, and doing shopping, like while he's shopping at the super, like I'm gonna tell you what I think. So he doesn't seem like very astroturfed in that sense, and so it might be the case that he's jumped to prominence because he had stuff on the issue from before. But yeah, he has some interesting points. Some are very like he puts a lot of emphasis on the scatological, Zionist,
Not just
Christian
that,
Zionist,
but other kind of weird
which
I
I
try to
do
listen to
think
some
is
of his
interesting.
lectures. They're definitely
I
a
do
little
think
bit
it's super interesting because it's a really weird take. It takes us away from like the whole geopolitical, economic issue, and he puts it on a
He does game
on a
theory.
Well,
on a
look,
religious.
but that's the thing, right? A lot of our geopolitical, our basic geopolitical theories, right, have to do with or realism anyway, right? Has to do with the belief that states prioritize self-preservation, and that's the foundation of MAD, right? And it's really a true a thing that we do assume, right? And so all of the
realism.
relations that we have, realism is more than that, right? But it's not as though this tenet is rejected under a liberal framework, not entirely rejected. The point is, though, I think if you include a state like Israel in the system, there's an argument to be made that because of the eschatological nature of certain segments of the beliefs of certain segments of Israel society. Yeah, certainly, and you do see some evidence for that. I mean, they might not really be fully analyzable by being for self-preservation. They may have some kind of drive towards Armageddon, right?
No, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That even though it sounds weird to frame things, who else does this a lot? Alistair Crook, which is also a very interesting analyst, ex MI6 British guy, British diplomat, old fellow, and he also goes a lot to that subject, which is very interesting because he's from a different perspective. Like he's a British guy who works as a British diplomat, and he goes to Judge Napolitano a lot, and he also goes a lot to the scatological thing, and this makes sense to me. Like even though it's very far fetched for our usually more materialistic analysis of geopolitics, but it kind of resounds to me personally because for a long time I've been seeing the evolution of contemporary history and politics, as something that is fundamentally irrational. So, like, if you want to understand, there's a lot of things that you might, blame to rational or to, realism or hardcore national interests, but then there's a lot of things that actually don't. And if you look at the broader picture, then there's more to that than simply the material interests. And that's something I wanted to say about the tech bros that are supporting Trump. That, like this sort of tech conservative group, I don't know if they're like just sort of playing the conservative because of the sort of the popular rise of these traditional ideas as a backlash to all the progressive madness of the recent times. But fundamentally, as you say, Archie, they are progressives. They are progressives and they are transhumanists, both in terms of social engineering as in terms of body modifications.
Yes,
And
but
so
they don't reject the premise. They don't believe that that means that it has to be towards a more, freer, quote unquote, progressive liberal society. Like there could be also these progressive uh, actions taken to enforce a society that is very traditional. And is enforces traditional gender roles and so on, traditional ethnic values, traditional division of labor and work, and household formation and family formation, and taboos on certain types of sexuality and so on and so forth. All of this could be brought in by a technocratic, techno-optimist society. And that's one of the things. You look at Star Trek. One of the important points is that they have very advanced social engineering. They actually have genuine social engineering, and they build a society. And a lot of it obviously is influenced by the 60s, the gayness of it. But fundamentally, they were not nearly as gay as they are today. And yet they built a society, right? I mean, that's the thing, is that in space, right, in the future, we are still going to need to build societies. And that means that we can't just go on destroying ourselves. Ultimately, that's the problem. The reason that I'm a conservative is because I am a progressive. I want humanity to go on. I don't want it to fucking destroy itself, okay? I want humanity to achieve greater things. More beautiful art than the Mona Lisa. More impressive buildings and constructions than the Eiffel Tower was in its day. More lasting monuments than the pyramids, okay? And those were built by men, not women. The women were in the kitchen. Okay?
Fuck! You
So-
talk this so far away. I forgot what's my point. Fuck.
So, all right. Well, here's my.
I want to say.
I just want.
I want to say
I just
something.
want to argue
The tech bro thing. So from my observation of the tech bros, how they appears now conservative is because from my observation, they would never actually focus on the politics at all. Like they just believe whatever they read from the mainstream media. That was the reason. So it is only after the past six years, I would say 4 to 6 years, they start to realize that what they read is nonsensical, and what was reported on Trump is fake. A lot of the things got debunked, and then the economy went to shit under Biden. The first 2 years. Then a lot of these tech bros, they don't understand what the hell Biden is doing, and then they start to all get black pill, and that is or red pill. So it is this thing that caused them to transit into supporting Trump. Before that, almost if all of them is anti-Trump, from Elon Musk to all the tech, basically all the tech, a lot of the businessmen involved with tech and startups, they all don't like Trump. No one likes Trump.
Yeah,
I think a lot of them, Wyatt, though. I think a lot of them were agnostic. Like they weren't like these anti.
Yeah, but then
Trump. They were just like,
they don't care. But they read when they read the media, right? They read the newspaper. It's all anti-Trump stuff. So they got affected. So they just don't trust Trump at all, and then they just believe that Biden is okay. Because it's because most people are not so political, you see. But it's that over time they see it for themselves, the effect of what Biden's decisions were, and then contrasting with the effect that Trump brought in versus what Obama have done.
Yeah, but how much?
And then they start to wake up.
But how much of this was like the gaslighting that, because obviously it got to the point where Biden actually, everybody could tell he had rice pudding between the ears, and the media was telling him it was fine, and people were just.
That was the main trigger, I think. That was the main trigger. I believe, even if you watch the All In podcast, I think they were never political. They were never pro-Trump per se. Then there was this switch. They start to get more and more political because they start to get very unhappy about Biden's decisions,
COVID,
and they start to get
COVID
more and more
broke them.
hype about Trump.
First, COVID broke them.
Yeah, a
Yeah,
lot of
COVID.
things
Well,
happened
and yeah,
all at the same time,
and the Democrats got a lot more socially progressive. Okay. Yeah, and I should clarify. I don't mean that women need to be totally excluded. I'm just saying that the idea of total equality among men and women as being something, or total interchangeability between men and women as a definite thing that is going to happen in the future, and is necessary for further, juster, better run society is totally false. And it has been false many times, and there's many other
No,
things
and
that are
it's
anti-progressive beliefs,
absolutely
which are still for
undesirable.
the progression of humanity, ultimately,
It's absolutely undesirable, especially for women. Like
Yeah.
women are getting like men are getting the short stick end of the stick in the sense of the inequality. Like, and it's mostly in female interest to like avoid going down into the mines and going into the wars and all that stuff.
Yeah, but
So
that's always been true. But I think like it got so far crazy where like the women, like the women who have like XX chromosomes, where to the point like they were getting the short end of the stick, where it just like went so far crazy where they were like,
well, and that's what happened between 2020 and 2024, is when the Democrats went so much further to the progressive cultural left. They lost they lost pretty much their entire lead among racial minorities. Okay, because racial minorities in America generally are rather conservative in terms of these social issues. They just like the gives. Okay, they like the free shit that the Democrats give us. The Republicans don't give us the free shit. Okay, but ultimately they're aligned with the Republicans on cultural issues, certainly. Okay, and yeah, dude. So that's why there was this reaction, I think, among these, these people that you're talking about. They simply rejected the insanity that the Democrats got themselves into between 2020 and 2024. There was a huge acceleration in their leftness.
Bradley.
So, regarding this predictive history thing, so here's my conspiracy theory, right? Here's why predictive history, not only did it explode in recent I don't
last
know,
3
months.
videos.
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
But not only
videos.
that, but also it's exactly our audience, right? People like us and people on this panel that are like, oh yeah, we know about this guy. We're the ones that have been giving him those views, right? Is because watch. So I pulled up his channel, and here we see 11 days ago, geostrategy update, U.S.-Iran war incoming. Oh my gosh. If I see this on my, like, if I'm watching, DPA, for example, frontline updates, and this comes up, I'm going to be curious, right? So you click on this, next video that comes up 7 days ago, video that you said went viral, right? 1.2 million views. Geostrategy update number 2. World War III begins. Let's game theory. Oh my gosh. I would freaking click on that video. I'm tempted to click on that video right now. So I see where I'm coming from. This is why it went viral.
Yeah.
Then the next videos that he has. Okay, so let's say you watch a couple of this guy's videos. The next things that are gonna pop up are gonna be like the videos that he has a year ago. Oh my gosh, geostrategy number 8, the Iran trap. You were like, oh my gosh, what if I don't understand that much about what's going in Iran, right? This guy, I just listened to his other videos, might as well hear what he has to say. Boom, this is exactly why he's gone viral. I guess in a way he had that backlog of stuff going on, but also he just, number one, those titles are great, and number 2, those topics are in vogue. Nothing surprising.
Yeah, speaking of which, why don't you guys like not only just like, comment, and subscribe, but why don't you share the link to this this stream?
Amazing chat.
Yes.
Yeah, but you go to YouTube, just search predictive history. I mean, even on Google, you will find it. You will be the first recommended. But I think somebody shared it to me.
I want like DPA Open Mic to go viral.
Yeah, so someone shared it to me, the predictive history. I saw the video and I was like, so boring. So I just set it off. I can't stand the way he talks. Like, oh fuck, never forget it.
Chinese talk so boring. He has such a Chinese accent. It's so boring.
I don't know. I'm racist against myself. No, I don't know.
Look, dude. We can't. If we say China one more time, Drew is going to show up. You guys.
Yeah, where's
Be
Drew?
careful.
Where's Drew? Get Drew. China number one.
No, but you see, sometimes YouTube is very fickle. Like it's just title, and then if people complain about clickbait, it's like if I don't fucking clickbait a little bit, people don't even fucking click it. No.
Yeah. It's true. It works.
First law of YouTube: always clickbait. You never don't clickbait. Okay.
So
There's a difference between like clickbait and false bait, but yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I go to
don't
like,
make it clickbait, and then the term might not be clickbait. Then actually make it worthy of.
Now I know who you're all talking about. I've seen this guy before. He did a video about the American Civil War, I guess, in the current times. And I believe he did a video a few days ago about how Iran could conduct asymmetrical warfare against the United States. And I
You
was
could
like,
imagine some shit going down in the United States, right? Between some happenings driven by Iran or by Israel, false flags. I mean, you've got quite a few enraged leftoids that are becoming lesser and lesser in number and more hysterical. And they can be driven to do some things. And you've also got, who knows what else, right? There's recently been some action. I think there was apparently an incident of arson, someone starting a forest fire near Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, an interesting town if you haven't heard of it. And they were, when firefighters responded to the scene, they were shot at, and I'm not sure what the end of the day, all the facts are on that. And then it looks like law enforcement is there. I'm not sure exactly what's going on now, but that seems to be breaking news at this minute. So there's a lot of ways in which America can be seen to be very unstable at the moment, and it's true. CH is in the chat. Just getting himself into a frenzy, thinking about all the wonderful ways that you can all balkanize America. I still believe in America fundamentally. I think that we'll lose our democracy before we lose our sovereignty. In full, anyway.
Then you will be a true American.
Cool.
So you will join the rest of America in losing your democracy. You'll have a proper junta, like a Latin country, like we do here in the South. You must have a junta.
He's not even Latino. He's fucking Bangladeshi.
No, dude. Don't tell Wyatt it's junta.
Why you gotta blow my cover,
to call
essay?
it a junta.
Hey, I'm so sorry, babe. So let's do closing. 6 hours.
Yeah, let's do close. Wyatt's got to go to sleep.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Okay, Gabriel, go first.
Oh wow. Okay, just give me a sec. I'll be right.
Okay, then I will change.
No.
Okay, go.
No, it's okay. I'll go. Okay, so first of all, beware of the wolves in sheep's clothing. Okay, but most of all, beware of the sheep. Okay, because they will try to turn everything into grass. Okay, it's better to be amongst wolves. It's better to be amongst thieves and perjurers than to be among the mediocre. Okay, so what's my point with all this? That, yeah, maybe the tech bros are evil and they want to turn mankind into some sort of, hybrid cyborg waifus with fur, in space, and which is absolutely degenerate and wrong, and you shouldn't do that. But
if you make it to space, that's already a little bit oppressive.
As Archimedes said, it is better to be in space than to not be on Earth. Okay, and the same thing applies to like this whole new conservative. Like, I understand that there's a lot of people on the left that have a lot of conflicted emotions with the conservative values. They think it's evil. They think it's harmful. They think it's tyrannical, oppressive, so on and so forth. Okay, and you can make that argument, fine, but if you compare that with an ideal scenario, then yeah, it's terrible. But if you compare it to the actual scenario, what's unfolding under this blind pursuit of progress, of demolishing every valuable thing, like everything that was considered valuable in the past, demolishing it for like this unspecified progress, then you get the worst of both worlds. You get the oppression, and you lose the value. So it's like like we have right now. We have an economic oppression, like subsistence, quality of life, and self-determination oppression, and we don't get any value out of it. So at least if we can have like a sort of maybe some tyrannical rules of labor, maybe some mores and prudish social norms, but we can have livelihood, we can have offspring, we can have a family. That's still positive compared to like losing everything. And yeah, like about the situation in geopolitics, jumping the gun is usually going to get it wrong. It's good to give things a couple of days to actually understand what's going on, but, and this is something that I'm directing to Wyatt, to backlash against what you consider terrible policy is not traitorous. It's actually patriotic, okay? To keep your own side in line is actual true courage. Like the history of politics, especially contemporary politics, is full of partisan bullshit. Taking the worst type of crap up the bum because it's on your side. That's what screwed England, that's what screwed Germany, that's what screwed America up till now, like, and especially in Latin America. Like, oh, my side did it, so I have to defend it. I voted for this, but I get that, but it's still my side. I still have to. No, you have to fight against your side to keep it in line with your side. If not, it's no longer your side. And so I think that's positive, and it should be encouraged. And, well, that's going to be it. It's been a great conversation. Have a good one. And remember to learn how to fight. The good fight. Okay? Good night.
Thank you, Gabriel. I just want to react a bit on what Gabriel just said. I'm not condemning the people who got condemned Trump's decision to strike Iran. I'm saying that they are reacting so quickly, like as if the fake news, the mainstream media, how they react to Trump's every single thing. Like it's like as if they have never followed Trump before. Give some time to let things play out. Let him be a president. Don't just react. Anyway, Coping.
Yes, thank you, Wyatt, so much. It was nice to get back on the open mic. It's been a while. I've of course been watching post stream. Gabriel, he said something about the sheep and the wolves, and you can make that choice. But I would add on to that. I would advise you to pick one of them and not be stupid, because you shouldn't mind the sheep and the wolves too much. You can at the very least negotiate with them. You give the sheep some grass and you give the wolves some sheep, and you can kind of predict a little bit what's going on. But stupid, that's really fucking dangerous. You can't negotiate with that, because stupid is defined by working against your own interest. And I think that's like that's something good to have in back in the mind. We are all stupid. We all have our moments of brilliance and moments of stupidity. And, trying to limit the stupidity level is probably going to help all of us. And more importantly, yourself, of course, as well. I want to be giving kudos. Thank you, John, for that super chat that you gave on, having... invite people to come on. And I think that's what I want to do. I want to give a shout out to Tegdid as well. It was really nice to see her on an open mic and, kind of add a little bit of geopolitical nuance. No doubt acquired from a multitude of conversations and discussions acquired here on the open mic. So that's Yeah, that was good for my coping. I really appreciate that, and I would really appreciate there will be more new people. Carlos coming on, that was nice. Mentioning terms like security. He used the term security paradox. I think I've heard the term security dilemma, and it's good to be reminded in the context of geopolitics, because I think understanding that better is going to make us better at predicting whether or not are we seeing an outbreak of war, or are we seeing, like, is it qualitative deterrence being built up and to make a balance of power, or are we seeing somewhat uncontrolled escalation? So yeah, you people, anyone who comes on here, everyone is different. I implore everyone to come on here. Like, even if you're wrong and whatever, it doesn't matter. It's totally irrelevant. You might have ridiculous opinions, also totally irrelevant, because none of us are perfect. It's going to be this is how we learn together. And if you are wrong, keep in mind that even if you are wrong, this is why you should not be shy. Even if you are wrong, you provide a clearer reference point to what is right, simply because you have presented it. So, don't be shy. Don't be stupid. Be a smarty and join this open mic party. So yeah, press that like, subscribe with the notification bell if you haven't. Thank you so much for all of you who have super chatted, and of course, all of those of you who have financially supported DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, and Locals and Boosty. Yeah, there you go. And thank you all for watching. Yeah, again, please don't be shy. Come on, we need fresh faces. Don't you get sick and tired of watching us all the time? I mean, yeah. Thank you, Wyatt, man. Thank you. It's a bit late for me. I have to go to. I'm a little bit incoherent. My brain is not working, but at least I managed to reach this open mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Coping. Archimedes closing.
Yeah. Yeah, the jury's out on Trump right now. The jury's out on whether America will go to war with Iran. It seems like it's coming down to an executive decision. Trump was never going to be the panacea, the solution. Trump was, at most a step towards it. He's personally, not the cleanest person in the world, despite the fact that he admirably doesn't drink or smoke. What happens to the Republican Party after Trump goes is going to be so important to watch. I think that the more power factions that can be arranged in a temporary alliance, against the global progressive bureaucrats, effectively, and the empire as it is, the better, right? The more we return to national identity and so on, the better. So, and there's quite a lot of other important things that need to be done, especially in terms of the way that our society is connected at the ultimate deepest level, which is the relationship of man, woman, and child. Ultimately, that's how all of us have any family or friends or existence at all. It's all part of that, and so that is being very poorly managed by our current management of America and the world, and needs to change pretty fucking quick. And don't let your hatred of the ones who are in power turn into a hatred of anybody that has any semblance of power. Because things change over years and months and even week to week. So be ready for it. So I'll just say that I think we should always try to question our priors, okay? That whatever we go into something believing, it colors everything that we hear. But if something hurts, if something dissociates enough, if something contradicts you enough, if something is too confusing, don't get angry, right? But question your priors, okay? Always be learning and changing your mind and getting closer to the truth.
Thank you, Archimedes. Vaughn. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say thanks, Wyatt, for the platform as always. And like, subscribe, and share. Make sure you're always checking out Wyatt's Frontline updates and situation reports. You know, this was a good open mic. I liked it. It was good flow, good topics. You know, it was nice to see at least one new face. And if you're out there, I mean, seriously, come in. It's a fun time. You can pontificate about your worldly ideas, and then you can come in the open mic voice chat and hang out with everybody you see and people you ain't seen in forever. You know, with the whole Iran thing, you know, I'm glad it seems to be working out the way Trump gambled on, and I'm glad it didn't escalate into something more. Hopefully it holds and it works out. With the Trump, you know, endorsement of Bibi, I think in some ways it might be a matter of him trying to give Bibi some room so he doesn't have to keep going after Gaza and the West Bank, so maybe he can get something going there, because he talked about a peace deal there. And then, you know, also I think that the Netanyahu is more than capable of, you know, trying to pitch that he's to Trump that he's a victim too, like him, just to get Trump's sympathy. So it could be a combination of that. In Ukraine, you know, the whole front's active. I think Sumi's kind of just a spot where the Russians are going to keep pushing and maybe straighten out their security zone and just keep the Ukrainians up there. But I've been kind of looking, and I think, you know, I don't know in what order it'll be, but I think the next three places to go are going to be Pokrovsk, Kupiansk, and what's the other one? Konstantinivka. All three of those are already surrounded to some extent or another on at least three sides. I mean, Kupiansk looks the worst. I mean, it looks really bad. I mean, they're already on the other side of the West Bank and down south beyond, you know, parallel with Kupiansk in some places. I mean, it depends on what map you want to read, but, you know, but I feel like there's a lot more troops up there, so that might hold out longer, but maybe Konstantinivka than Pokrovsk. You know, then you got way down south, maybe Orkiv. It's kind of some stuff. They've been creeping to that, and they might make a move on that. But yeah, I think Pokrovsk, Konstantinivka, and Kupiansk are on the chopping block here, just by the way it's going in there. And plus, if they can get some breakthroughs around like Touretsk and Chavashar, you know, that's going to speed up those areas more, especially Pokrovsk and Konstantinivka. That's really going to hurt them bad. And so I would just keep an eye on those things and see what happens with the ceasefire. I don't expect there to be any kind of negotiations or peace talks with Russia and Ukraine and Trump. So I figured just that's going to continue on the ground. Hopefully the ceasefire holds and, you know, Trump's gamble pays off. And, you know, and the other thing too with the MAGA thing is there's two factions. There's the maggots, and then there's the people that know what it means to make America great again and know what Trump meant and bought into a message particular. And, you know, making America great again is not getting involved in foreign wars. And I'll give him credit. We dodged this one from all appearances so far. Hopefully it holds. You know, we got our shot in. They took it. Everybody's happy, apparently. So hopefully it works out. Y'all have a great week. Take it easy. Like, subscribe, and share.
Thank you, Vaughn. Bradley.
I love that maggots. That's hilarious. I'm gonna so steal that. But okay. Yeah, just to kind of pick up where Vaughn left off, I am also happy to have been wrong about where Israel's war in Iran went. Now, just to be clear, I do think that our war on Iran is not over. We've literally just lost this round. So when Trump said that, quote, both sides have been fighting for so long, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, I think what he really meant was he was basically chastising Israel. That fuck you was first and foremost aimed at them. So I think that we must have really believed our own propaganda again and underestimated our opponents again and thought that the Iranian people would rise up and maybe, I don't know what, welcome Hamas on their, or sorry, not Hamas, ISIS on their streets or whatever. What would it be? The Shah would welcome the Shah back to whatever. So whatever it was, we, you know, but it seems like there was some kind of delusion going on. But anyway, our proxy cried uncle, and Donald Trump, you know, graciously stepped in and stopped the war. You know, I've seen headlines suggesting that this was a war that all sides won. I'm like not even kidding. So I think that what actually happened is that Israel got absolutely slapped around so hard that, you know, it actually slapped some sense into them. And Iran probably did get hit hard too, but I think that they were prepared to, if that makes sense. And Israel got hit harder than they thought that they would have, like they thought would have happened. And maybe even that was possible, you know. I don't. But anyway, so we learned that yet again, the modern hypersonic missiles cannot be shot down by modern air defenses, definitely not by Western ones, because Israel had everything from THAAD to Patriot to David Sling to Iron Dome defending this relatively tiny land space. And, you know, so I mean, I maintain that actually nobody's air defenses are reliably going to be successful against these kinds of modern rocket threats. I think, you know, the Russians are like, have an S-500, cool, maybe you'll shoot down some satellites. I think that even that is going to struggle with these modern hypersonic maneuvering rockets. You know, I think there's just, I think that that's that there's nothing that we have right now currently that is going to be the ace up anybody's, and nobody has an ace up their sleeve in regards to that threat. So like, other than that, of course, I'd like to give thanks to our awesome audience. Y'all really are troopers, because the streams are not for the weak. It's like 6-hour streams. You know, you guys really are troopers. So thanks to, you know, our super chatters, our awesome panelists, of course, and our tireless and fearless and now possibly MAGA Commander Wyatt, who, so like, he is the one that really makes these possible. So, you know, other than that, like, subscribe, and make sure to be back for more conversations like this next week. Peace.
Thank you, Bradley. John, closing.
Hey, first off, I just want to echo Bradley's sentiments. Wyatt, thanks for doing this. It's kind of cool that you give us a forum to do this. I appreciate it, and you cheap SOBs out there, come on, send them a buck for Christ's sake, you know. And if you can't do that, God damn it, if you haven't hit the like button, then you're no longer MAGA. And anybody that questions whether or not why it can be MAGA, I mean, if Hitler did it for the Japanese, I sure as hell can do it for a Singaporean. So yes, he is honorary MAGA. As far as like the geopolitical thing, I think like other people said it better than me. I think there's a lot of interesting things going on. I did like what Wyatt said about when Trump, and I was guilty of this too. So like when Wyatt said this, it sparked something. Was that I was so quick to condemn him, but it looked like it kind of worked out. Like, well, we don't know yet, like entirely yet, but it looked like it. Maybe it'll work. I don't know, and maybe not. But you know, it seems like it's going that way. But anyway, I'll just be brief, and I'll just say that thanks to everybody who watched. By the way, guys, next time we're on here, jump in, because the real fun happens when we have a private Telegram group, and you can come into that, and that's when the real stuff happens. So, and lots of different opinions, like all over the board. So that's where the fun happens. So anyway, peace out. Love you guys. No homo. No homo.
Thank you, John. Yeah, the DPA Open Mic Speaker Lounge is like the uncensored open mic. That's where all shit goes down. Like, you know, if those shit is on the YouTube, the channel is gonna get terminated. So, you know, that's the real shit. You know, this is the sanitized version. And I have to say, it's quite crazy. The voice chat in the lounge is like almost like all the time. There's always someone talking. It's quite crazy. It's like, you know, no matter what time I log in, there's always someone in the voice chat, which I don't dare to go in, because it's like,
well, I think we got 22 time zones represented in there. So
yeah,
you know,
I don't have enough lifetime to enter the voice chat and join. No, so it's like, okay, I better focus on my work. You know, so to try to get more audience into the DPA world. So hopefully they will transit into the open mic. You know, that's what I try to do. If I go in and talk, then they will never end, man. So I let you guys talk. You know? That's how I think. So anyway, thank you, Coping. Thank you, JS. No, so see you guys, and have a great week ahead. So
where did Vaughn go? Did he have his? He didn't have his closing.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh yeah, it's way past bedtime. Okay,
you're
thank
sleepy.
you.
Okay, we gotta go to sleep now. Take care,
Bye-bye. Good
guys.
night,
I'm
everyone.
going to
Bye-bye.
sleep myself. All right, everybody, take care.
Okay, bye, Jess. So now my turn to do closing. Thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 134. Oh no, Zelenskyy wear a suit. And Trump's Supreme Court wins, which we didn't talk a lot about. Because yeah, he won. There's nothing much to talk about. So then the Iran fatwa on Trump, which is courting war. We shall see how this goes, and also to know when the open mic may happen, the best place actually is to join the DPA forum. Sometimes I do put it on the Telegram channel, but usually DPA forum. No, I will put it on my office for sure if I know for sure what I'm gonna do. And the open mic speaker lounge tends to be the first people to know. Yeah, and because people tend to ask me when is the open mic, so that's something. And yeah, so now I'm gonna do the close. I'm gonna close, and I'm gonna go on to do the mapping for the Ukraine war. Yeah. So that's it, and also check out the DPA newsroom, which is posting the summaries of the news from various country or regions on Twitter, DPA Twitter and DPA Telegram. Not Telegram, DPA forum. In the newsroom channel. There's also a slightly shorter version on Discord, but that is a bit buggy. Sometimes the message don't go in because the AI summarize it beyond 2,000 words, and then it's like, it doesn't go through. So that happens. So off have been on OM before. So anyway, can follow that. I have just debugged it. I was wondering where is all my European countries news. So I realized I made a mistake in terms of some timing thingy. So now there's a lot of countries news inside. There's France, there's Germany, UK. A lot of crazy things and a lot of news. You cannot finish. You can't. It's not humanly possible to follow everything. And this newsroom helps you to go through everything that happened around the world easier. So that's it. Thank you. I'll see you guys. Have a great week ahead. And I'll see you guys on the Frontline Changes report. And I'll see you guys in the next update. Slava Tipani.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow.
I should really come out with new songs. This song is so old already. For closing, I should get new songs.
Discourse we ignite. Together we stand, lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict
Super
we
chat.
find the
Okay,
key
so I don't have to shut off the computer and go to the kitchen. Yay!
destiny. Round the table, the extremes. Together we
Slava Ukraini.
stand, yet alive.